And welcome back to another Nerd Street Champs qualifier. We have another weekly coming right at you, folks, in another quarterfinal bracket. We got the quarters, semis, grands, and we also got Dan Dryad by my side to go ahead and cover this one away. We're taking away Tyler's Corgis, taking on the guys over at Teal Team. What's up? Let's just start off with that. What's going on in your world, Dan?
It's all going good. I'm very excited. Yeah, another week. We've seen a lot of weeks. I mean, it's week 11, so you already know it's been going on for a while, but it's also teams that we know pretty well that we want to see how far they can get into the bracket, if they can get to those grand finals. And it's a long day for them too, right? So they want to start off in the best way possible.
Yeah, that's for darn sure. We can take a look at a round of 16 matchups that happened just yesterday. It was filled with a couple of weird matchups. The group stage didn't go as planned for all the favorites. BBG Academy found themselves a second seed coming out of their group, and they had to face off against Oxford Academy. That's a team eliminated. Virtuoso also fell. I think another huge one is Lenny Time V19 continuing their dominance and finding a win over NYFU. It was a fun bracket yesterday. Not for the favorites, though.
Yeah, I saw a lot of people talking about that Lenny Time match, just questioning what was going on, especially in one of the maps against NYFU, because it was not looking too hot for them. But at the end of the day, should be a good day. Should be a good quarterfinals, semifinals, and grand finals that we jump into. And like you said, it's going to be Tyler's Corgis first against Teal Team.
Yeah, Tyler's Corgis yesterday were able to notch themselves a first seed in their group, taking a best-of-1 victory over, I guess, honestly, one of the titans of these type of brackets, and that is Oxygen Academy. Seemed not to be underrated. They've already pulled off an upset this tournament, Dan, and now, well, they want to just continue that run against the likes of Teal Team, who are coming in with a little bit of a reformed lineup.
And I want to say, yeah, looking at the players here, these are players, especially for the side of Teal Team, that I've heard of for a long time, and it really goes for both of the teams, but for them specifically, it's a team that we've seen, and I remember seeing in Winter Champs, I remember seeing now in last weekend as well, where they're just competing, trying to get to the top and getting that tournament experience, and it feels like they're getting there, but they're always so close yet so far to make it to the grand finals and to get that #1 spot. So again, just starting step by step, round by round, and going especially on that first map, which looks pretty interesting to them, right?
Yeah, I mean, all things said, this is kind of their side of the bracket to take. We could potentially see Teal Team as one of the teams in the grand finals, considering they're honestly one of the more experienced teams on this portion of the bracket. So many upsets have gone through that they might have a straight shot for it. Cade and Bones, an inseparable duo for the longest time in this level of Valorant, and now, well, they have a chance to take one of these opens for themselves. For the side of Tyler's Corgis, they're a completely new group of guys, so let's go ahead and jump into the veto to see how they can fare against some of these squads.
Yeah, like I said, that first map, it's looking pretty interesting, especially on this side of Team Seal. Just because when you look at it and you look at the scores that they had on Breeze, it's been insane. 9 wins and 2 losses only. They've been absolutely dominant on this map of Breeze, which is crazy. A lot of teams usually having some difficulty on this map, but they've just been stomping, especially week after week when we get to see them competing here.
Yeah, and at the same time, another thing I want to point out in the veto is the Icebox ban that comes through from Teal Team. It's Tyler's Corgis' best map in their pool. It's the map that they took down Oxygen Academy on, and it's the map that they've played the most as a unit. All things considered, Tyler's Corgis do not have a lot of maps played even together. So knocking out one of the strongest picks, Tyler's Corgis had to go back to the Haven, and things can kind of go up in the air for this team. Have they lost the ace in their sleeve?
And that is a question, right? Because we have so much more information, stats, and results from the other side. But for Tyler's Corgis, it's a little bit of a question mark, where this weekend, like you said, yesterday, we saw a lot of surprises, a lot of upsets, and it can continue to be that way. But you got to start as well with interesting map. You're going to have to jump into the Breeze that we talked about. That seems very questionable. I feel like there is a chance for Tyler's Corgis, but we got to see how close at least they can make it on that map. And that is a good showcase of how dominant they can be, because last week they actually faced each other, these two teams, and it was Tyler's Corgis getting away with the victory, but it was a single map, right? So we don't really know how close the matchup is.
Right, that was just in a simple best-of-1 in last week's Opens groups, and they took a win over the likes of Teal Team. And for a group of relatively unknown players who are coming through the ranks. I think Ricky is, in terms of a player that I know of, he is a standout one for the side of the Tyler's Corgis. He's competed in a lot of these events under various different banners, but generally said, even against some of the best teams, he's played against TSM, for goodness sakes, in some of these weeklies. And he's actually performed very well against some of the top teams in North America. My eyes are going to be placed on Ricky going into this matchup, heading into Breeze and heading throughout this. He's going to be wielding the Sova. I think a lot of pressure goes onto his shoulders. But for anything for TLC, I think most people know what these guys have on offer.
Yeah, you get to see them every week. You get to see them competing and trying to getting to those quarterfinals. So the group stages in a couple scenarios where they get taken down. But a lot of these teams, and I want to say like half of the teams that we have this week and that have been playing this week are teams that we've seen already, right? They're not new teams, they're not unknown players. These are players that you see consistently in the tier 2 scene, just fighting to stay consistent, fighting to get those wins as well, and to get more under the belt, more experience. So again, this is going to be a key matchup for them as everything else starts to set up for the semifinals, right? The other teams, everyone else talking about Lenny time, and we're just wondering if they can make it and they can continue that dominance. But the same goes for teams like TSM Academy, right? A team that we got the chance to see a couple of weeks ago, had a pretty good performance, but it seems like they're missing that X factor when they need it the most.
Yeah, I think for TSM, they've been going through some roster shuffles. They've been trialing a variety of players. It'll be interesting to catch them later down the stretch. But there's also kind of some bigger news in the name of Lenny Time at the moment, as one of their players is actually going through internet troubles, and they are scrambling to go and find a substitute, which is why we're checking out Tyler's Corgis versus Teal Team in the first place. So anytime could be on a quick, well, I guess more or less, not because they played bad Valorant or anything like that, but they can be on a quick exit. Yeah, we can't really blame them too much, but they're scrambling for a sub, so they're really in a bit of a bind. So let's go ahead and head over to Breeze. Let's check out Tyler's Corgis versus the Teal Team, two teams who are looking to prove themselves here in this bracket and start making their way up the Nerd Street Champs leaderboard. Welcome to Breeze.
We're going to jump right into Breeze. We gotta see those team compositions coming up, and both of the teams, they played this map a couple times, but like I said, 9 wins recently for the side of Teal Team on this map, and it's just, you know, they have it figured out. They know exactly what is going to work out for them. I don't think we're gonna be seeing any surprises. I see the compositions pretty standard to what Breeze is seeing in Breeze, so I want to keep an eye on those chamber players, right? Vinny and Dimson Boy. Dimson Boy, I got the chance to see multiple times already. Pretty consistent player too, especially on the chambers. It's a perfect opportunity to start in the best way possible for this team to start the dominance that they want to establish early on.
Yeah, and I mean, even throughout this tournament, Teal Team have already established dominance. These are two teams who have both pulled off upsets to get out of group. With Teal Team were able to dominate Knights Academy in their group in a best of 1. They took it 13-5. Guess what? On Breeze. And so Teal Team are working with their best map, arguably in their pool, and Tyler's Corgis aren't. I want to see at least some fire out of Tyler's Corgis to make me at least believe a little bit, see what these players have. I know Ricky has potential in him, and Tyler Boy was able to take over against Oxygen Academy. I know Breeze is a much more comfortable map for Teal Team, but I want to at least be convinced by Tyler's Corgis. We haven't really seen them on any of the broadcasts. We haven't really got the temperature check on these guys, so I am looking forward to see what makes this team such a good upset squad.
What makes it even more interesting, right, is that when you look at those compositions, it's a mirror match, right? Everyone going to be playing the enemy, going to try to take advantage of those positionings, and those are the matches that get always the most interesting, right? When the compositions are the same, what makes your team different? Is it the IGL calling out and making a difference in the mid round, or is it maybe something else early on, a specific strategy that they haven't been able to show us before? There's a lot of possibilities here, but for the side of Corgis, they're going to start on the defensive side, so we keep eyes on them to see how strong they look early on, especially that first round.
So let's go ahead and kick things off. Already starting off with some aggressive positioning towards the B side of the map for Teal Team, maybe gearing up for a faster B play, and it's only the man, the myth, the legend, Big Bean on the hold.
Yes.
Sometimes, you know, you get to choose a username, and some people choose Big Bean. What can I say? A lot of players just got suppressed right there. A lot of information. In the meantime, we have a push down middle for the Corgis. Tyler Boy up close. Here's all of these footsteps. Question is whether he wants to choose a peek. He is going to get suppressed. He cannot dash away. And he's going to take the fight versus Dim Sum Boy. And he falls. Yunel tried to swing back in. And Yoshi's going to find the kills. The kills come right to Teal Team. They have a 3-on-5. Vinny up top in halls. Finds a headshot, but can he get away? 38 HP. And he finds a second. Threads the needle in that one. Brings it back to a 3-on-3.
That's an interesting 2K early on, and the patience as well, and when you want to use that knife from the KO to try to get the kills. But in the meantime, everything looks a little bit more even. 3 against 2. A lot of damage though for Teal Team that they've been taking early on, trying to make that rotation from B to A like we got the chance to see. But now good opportunity. Vini goes down.
That was a snipe from cave to stairs from Jonah 6. Both these players very low though, below the 50 HP mark, and it's not going to give them any rewards, as it's actually Tyler's Corgis starting this map off with the pistol.
Is a good way to start it off, and we got to see the difference in that utility I was mentioning earlier, and it's how you start to condition the enemy, right? The use of the KO knife was a little bit more patient on the attacking side, making that rotation from B to mid. Try to get a couple kills there, using that, suppressing a couple enemies, compared to what we saw from Corgi, right? Using it early on, denying and forcing that rotation. So I want to see from Corgi a little bit more. But now, the KO position a little bit more towards that east side, actually wanting to go in and to let himself know towards the mid control.
Yeah, Dim Sum Boy does get pinged out, does fall back. It is the eco after all here for side of Teal Team. You're hunting for a little bit of damage. The damage just doesn't looks like it's only going to be done to them. There is a 3-man A setup, at least 3 players in the vicinity to try and counter this Tyler Boy on the site. Marshall, basically a tour de force in this situation as he shaves away 2. Dim Sum Boy does find one on the back end, but Yoshi will fall on the site, and this execute went about as planned. For the side, I guess both sides. What else are you gonna expect from the classics? It's a 2-on-4, and they're just gonna go ahead and slink away.
It also feels like every time I see some nice kills coming up with the Marshall, it's always in that same part. It's always the Jet behind pyramids getting 2 kills with the Marshall, if not 3 or more. But you get to see it every time. It's so hard in a map like this one, right? So open, so difficult to attack, and again, they're playing the same composition, right? So you want to read the mind of the enemy team, the mind of your rival that you're facing on the other side to take advantage. But again, everything should go as standard here. Even that rotation seems to be predictable. That defense making also what is necessary just to get to that B side in time.
Really interesting that they left this site open. Only now they're going to be able to make it here, and Dim Sum Boy can cut the cross. They have no idea. Kills on a plate, 1, and he turns around for the second, and Dim Sum Boy could make this full eco happen. He's out of bullets in the Headhunter. He has to go back to the Spectre. So now the retake is really on here for the Corgis. Now things have all of a sudden taken a dark turn. Tyler Boy and Ricky to try and recoup, but the drone spots out both players. Huge information right now for Teal Team. Tyler Boy's gonna drop the Cloudburst right on top of Dim Sum Boy. Does that give him extra space to work with? And it does! He gets a second, switches back to the Classic, and now it's a 1v1. Tyler Boy taking on Renz. Tyler Boy just has to go for the stick. Has to at least get it to half and take the fight. And then Ren swings in. A full eco victory for Teal Team. Dim Sum Boy brings it home.
That was a phantom Q at the end.
Wow.
Interesting to see early on. The decision making here when it comes to that economy, that can be risky, but at the end of the day ends up paying the best for the side of Teal Team. And this is why this is a team that's so dominant in a map like this one. They understand their win condition. They understand those angles. They take advantage of Corgi looking away and giving that advantage for instead of Dim Sum Boy to get that 2K, then putting the team in such a beneficial position. Now they're the ones in the better advantage here. Only a Vandal that is bought for Tyler on the side of Corgis, but that's it.
Yeah, and for the Corgis, they're just throwing a 5-man gamble out to middle, hoping to find some sort of success. Yunel is the only player who's come back in rotation up towards the yellow box, but again, classics and little to no utility, nothing really to fight against this. They're gonna try though. At least they have a wall to maybe start a retake, and 2 players are isolated on the site. This isn't impossible with the big beam finding the headshot on the first on Yoshi, but a trade does go back for Jonah 6. Now they cross back over to the site, and as the wall goes up, they kind of have to run through smokes here. Jonah 6 in prime position as it fades. Lots of body shots going through. Takes a lot of damage in the meantime, but access to the spike could be huge potential for Tyler Boy, but Cade will deal with them. And it just leaves a 1v2 for King Vinny with time running low on the clock. And Viper's snake bites all over the spike. I don't think he got this in. Mostly damage is what he's looking for.
One enemy remaining.
He will find it, but he isn't defusing this one. It's done. Steel Seam, though it's rocky, they get it past him.
Is a good way to start it off, right? We see the entry going as standard as it can be into the A side, and then getting a little bit more risky, right? We don't see everyone going back to cave but playing aggressively, and even the first snake bite, it didn't connect into the spike, but it was such a risky positioning with all the open post lines and areas that we're playing out that just gives the round for the side of TLC. And now second round for them. Let's see how far they can get. There's a couple ultimates that we see available, 2 of the 4s that we hear as well available. But and on the other side, Tyler Boy hoping to make a difference as well with his own ult.
Yeah, the knives can push forward. It's actually a double push into halls right now. Tyler Boy being followed up by Ricky. Try and make this happen. Tyler Boy up close, but the dash across just gets all the information. And there you go. They're going to try and swing this one back as they try to flee. What a call here from TLC as Yoshi looking for the next on to Tyler Boy. Has no knives available, but the Vandal has been recovered at least. But a sick way to get an opening kill for TLC.
And it is expected, right? They read that aggression coming in for the defense so well. You know that it's an eco round. It's only ultimates that are being used right now. The best opportunity that Corgi had. So what do? They expect that push coming in. You take down that Sova, that information that is already denied early on. And at least Tyler is able to escape just in time with the Vandal. As case scenario as possible, but again, it still seems that even on the attacking side, they want to play and they want to bring different strategies early on. Now, once again, the Viper won't deny the best ability to come up for the defense, and they're just waiting for the right opportunity to come up with the kills.
What a shot there from Jake on the Cade. Now Tyler Boy with knives in hand. And King Vinny also finding an operator shot on a Dim Sum Boy. It's a bit of madness here on the A side as it goes back down to the 3v3. Yoshi hunting, looking for Jake, but Jake fights back with a 3K. Looking for more. It's just Jonah 6, but Jonah 6 with the clutch out of nowhere. Where did that one come from? A quick 1v3 in a split second, and all of a sudden, it's Teal Seam up 3-1.
It seems like everyone at the end was lined up for this KO to get the kill for Jonah 6 to be able to land those kills, and it is a perfect opportunity playing towards cave, and that desperation that hits just in time for the attacking team to get away with another round. Really nice performance, and once again, it's what we expect, right? Is their map pick, it's a map that they've been dominant on against even the best teams that we've seen competing towards the summer champ, so we can only expect more of this. But that was a couple of those ultimates coming in for Corgi. Now it's time for those rifles, and already the Tour de Force get the first kill.
Oh man, there are 4 players here stacked up on the site. It is a just brick wall they're running into as they turn it into a thrifty flawless. From going down in a 1v3 that previous one to making that happen. That was fast.
Definitely one of the faster rounds that we've seen, and I feel like that we're going to see overall, though the possibilities of that happening again, right, so low. And the good thing about TLC is that they're trying different things, right? We saw some A hits, we saw some hits towards the mid side as well, that mid presence that they want to have, and they try B for that one time. It doesn't really work at all, but it doesn't seem like you're going to try it for the next couple rounds a little bit. Once again, the mid presence that we get to see, forcing the window has to go back the one player towards the air, and look at all that space that they're gaining just from that.
It's only Vinny on the site. Vinny doesn't really have the opportunity to teleport away or find any sort of solace. A dashing jet is going to be a difficult target to hit with the operator. And Vinny, well, when this dash runs out, Yoshi kind of loses a big tool for the entry. Ricky has joined Vinny here to try and keep the site held down. The drone doesn't actually find Vinny. In the meantime, they push out middle. They pick off Yoshi, and now can only come through this B main side. Right into Vinny's operator they go. And as they start to get shredded by the rotations, it's going to be Tyler Scorgies starting to bounce back into this game as they just put up a seamless hold.
It's a really good communication, right, that we get to see the 3 members that were into that A side expecting that hit go from those double doors to mid to get the kills and completely surround that space. That for a second it seems like the attacking team was winning. So because of that, use a tactical timeout here. Still pretty early on, but it's the tactical timeout that you want to call out as soon as possible. And again, just knowing the information that they have, the amount of times that Teal Team has been playing this map, they have to have a good amount of strategies. We've seen a good amount of variety, but this is the point where we start repeating a couple of those rounds, that mid presence that is denied, that space that seems to be theirs, that it's just a matter of time for that synergy to come up on the defense to get the kills like we get to see. And because of that, the score gets a little bit more even.
Yeah, and it's a really nice mid-round call coming out from Tyler's Corgis, where they don't have, like, say, the opening setups that and all the strategy there. Tyler's Corgis see everyone go towards top middle, and they say, well, maybe we can get some isolated fights. A double push through door, catches Yoshi, takes down one prong of the attack, and the rest of it just falls into B main and falls into a crossfire. So I think a really nice mid-round call there from Tyler's Corgis. You can't underestimate this team, despite this being not their best map, and on one of Teal Team's better ones that they've found upsets, numerous amounts of them. An upset already against Pittsburgh Knights Academy in this tournament. These teams are looking good for it. They're going to go back to this mid play. However, this time with guns, maybe more utility to escort them in. It could work out well, but the thing is, the Corgis themselves are also fighting for this position. Flash out towards middle. Ricky looking to swing. But it's all the information in the hands of the Corgis right now.
And it gets to slow down just a little bit for this attacking team. They get that information on the other side. That rotation is cold, and with that, 3 members on defense positioning towards A, expecting that hit just in time. Teal Team, in so many scenarios, right, they have to play for contact after wasting or after using very early on that utility. Coming in for Silva, coming in for KO, so waiting for the right opportunity once again to hit. And it's something that we get to see again, everyone walking towards A side.
Nice spot set that there's no one close, but there is someone at far. It is King Vinny, who initially found himself on the B site. Now he's over towards A, and a lockdown the first to Yoshi. He is such a threat, but suppressed. He can't teleport away. It doesn't matter. A 2-man advantage currently up and running for the Corgis. Jake maybe looking to deny potentially, but the flank from Dim Sum Boy. The door swings open. So does the round. But you know, what a 2K to bring it back. 1v3 this time for Cade. Can he make what Jonah 6 happened earlier on? But 36 HP, not much to work with, but a headshot to start. Maybe a second, but Tyler Boy will be able to lock it down, and the Corgis continue their winning ways.
This is one of the difference, right, between the two teams. The way that Corgis is reacting a little bit more to what Team Steel is bringing to the table. And it's working out perfectly, right? We see the read, we see the early rotations towards that A side, and even though the chances of it happening, you know, after that information, after that first round, you don't even know the amount of times that the attacking team can rotate, but you wait for the patience and you wait for the KO. Hitting the utility, coming up with the kills at the end, making as well the presence known. The 4th round coming in for Corgis, finally taking the advantage again.
Jake actually finds a way to get suppressed there, so his toxins will be down for just a bit. No one's going to capitalize on that for Teal Team, though. Instead, it's Tyler Boy down the middle. Like the pistol round, but trying to turn up the gas against this Teal Team offense. At the same time, though, Dim Sum Boy just seems invincible at long range. He'll take down Ricky, but a quick trade from Jake. In the meantime, though, they're already their way up the halls. They're knocking on this A site. Dash in for Yoshi. Yanel's crosshair all over the place, and Yoshi will find that kill. The Sheriff finding success. So much traction in this round. But there's a fast flank coming in from Tyler Boy. They will plant this spike, but what about Tyler Boy? No one even considering this. Jonah 6 falls. Yoshi next. Tyler Boy making this round happen. Cade inside the pit, hunting for the kill. He's just been spotted. The dash up draft for Tyler Boy, looking for the 3K, but now it's Cade. 1v2 has found the first, and now a 1v1. Vinny walking right up close. The pit's about to go down. He's about to run out of ammo. The shorty, though, doesn't work.
What just happened?
And Cade with the classic turns it into a clutch. What on earth?
That would be too. One of the craziest things I've watched. The dash, the up drop as well, trying to get the kill, gets taken down, turns into a 1v1. Such an intense situation to get away with the last kill.
No. It was supposed to be perfect. It's supposed to be perfect. He runs out of ammo. Free kill. Come on, man. Oh, man. You hate to see it.
It happens. You know, it happens sometimes, especially between these two teams. I mean, you look at the team, you look at their roster, you look at even the logos. You know, some crazy things can happen in this matchup.
The names of the teams. You have TLC versus Tyler's Corgis, for goodness sakes. Oh, Tyler boy spots the flash. Dash going to be activated. He senses danger. No one's actually going to walk up elbow just yet. This dash actually might run out for Tyler boy before they even consider the peak. Oh, but now they walk up mid. Not ready for Tyler boy. Has no escape, but is going to fight his way out of it. 2 kills for him, and well, avenging that tragedy that was that past round. It's a 2v4, and TLC him up against the ropes.
And the other side, yeah, it's 4 players to take care of, but it should go pretty smoothly. Ren's the last one alive. A 1v4 to deal with, just hiding, waiting for maybe a kill. Spike in his hand, but still, the defensive team hungry for the kill, going to look around, checking. Not playing too aggressive as well, but making sure the kill will be theirs. And there's only so many places you can hide. There
is a weird gap in the defense that could go up the tunnels. Now, Renz would have to, like, probably be looking at his teammates, or actually opponent's screens, if you wanted to find that one. There's no way you're going to expect that kind of gap in the defense. He'll walk up doors with 12 seconds on the clock, and now that he's spotted, chances are he's not getting a plant. Instead, Jake is out here hitting the headshots, and it's Tyler's Corgis finding themselves with all of a sudden a pretty significant lead. You know, past the tragedy of Shorty just somehow not doing what it's meant to do. I don't know, just use a classic next time, I suppose. Oh, now they have the lead.
There's an eco round coming up for this set of Team Seal. Just because of that, should be an interesting one too, right? We've seen a couple kills in a scenario like that one, but it gets more and more difficult, right? The more that Corgis play these rounds, the more that they start to get a read into what this attacking team can do. Those reads and those picks as well can become pretty predictable. On the other side, Viper Spid coming up allows the rest of the defense to position themselves a little bit better across that B side, the mid presence as well, that we've seen over and over again. In the meantime, Jonas Suppress, not able to use anything else in the meantime, but it's going to be a quiet one for the beginning of this attacking team.
You'd think it's a little bit of overkill using a Viper's Pit against an eco. Yeah, do what it takes to win. Oh, yeah, why not? I like using ultimates. Press ultimate key, win game. Hopefully that works. As much as I do love the chaos of just non-stop thrifty rounds, and oh, this is the way to deal with the thrifty. Hello, Tyler boy walking all the way up halls. And that will be a simple one. And they're going to return back to the Viper Spit. I wonder what weapon Jake has in his hand. Just a Vandal. And maybe I was expecting some Judge action up close and towards the shop side. Hey, Tyler boy's still here. Sorry, Dimson boy. He's not going to be making it up. And Jake is inside the pit. Yeah, this is a bit of an overkill way to take down one of these rounds. Right in their face. Ren's up close. The shorty, it seems to just never work this game, as Renz will find a no-scope. 20 seconds on the clock to turn it back to A. The dash running out for Yoshi. He'll dash forward. Fragment tossed in. Now 12 seconds remaining yet again. Odds stacked against him. It's Yoshi who needs to flick all between the different angles and walks into the crossfire. Tyler's Corgis, keep it moving.
And even the first kill that we saw, right, Jonas 6 made some noise early on that alerted and that let the side of the defense for Corgis know that Tyler could take control, could get that kill too, because Jonah was just waiting so patiently to play for contact, and it doesn't really end up going the way that this initiator. So on the other side, it's Tyler boy, and the more that we see these rounds, the more that he's being highlighted, right? Multiple kills that he's coming up with, and this is exactly what you want to see from your Jet player, allowing Corgis to get to 6 rounds, but we'll see how far they can get now that there's rifles in the hands of the other and the attacking team.
See how things differ. Right now, the setup from TLC, they've loved this Halls play, and they're going to go for it yet again. Combined with the Null command, maybe ready to dash out. On top of the yellow box, he now trying to play inside the Cloudburst up close, but he just gets ran over. How much can the hold do here for the Corgis? Well, it's mostly on the floor, is what I will say, as TLC finally find a site in what seems like forever. A 2v4 retake is what they have to take along here. Tyler boy up close. Dimson boy to face off against. And he hits the shot before he teleports away. maybe giving them an avenue into the play. Looking for another. Tyler Boys just found the double. Now the 2v2. Maybe the dash on into the site, but needs another kill for that. Tyler Boy, without the mobility, needs to make things happen with the gun alone. Now swinging across the site, meets a dart. Meets Renz, and then Cade. A good crossfire setup between the Teal Team players, and Vinny, more or less out of this round, better off saving. It's going to be Teal Team at least notching 5 before all said and done.
Oh, and almost trying to get the kill, but Cade with that 3K. I mean, 3K with 3K.
The 3K.
Yeah.
It was just meant to be.
Yeah. It was just meant to be. And then 6 rounds, and I like how competitive it is, right, for Corgis, and we start to understand even the name of the team, right? Tyler's Corgis, and is Tyler popping off in the rounds that he needs to? Yes, he gets taken down in a couple scenarios, but he's at least trading for the team, is at least allowing some opportunities to come up. So 6 rounds behind him, and a last opportunity here to try to take the advantage. It should be a good one. Trying to deny the post plan, having a Hunter's Fury to work with, and having a lot of early presence. I mean, look at the aggression from Tyler already.
Take flight.
All right, Tyler Boy doing what he's been doing all along, leading from the front. Dash runs out. He takes all the mid control, though, which is what's needed. He does have a double updraft, weirdly enough. He could double updraft looking above it, but yeah, he will go for that. Updrafting above, but doesn't spot out Yoshi. In the meantime, they throw in this B play, but it's just a massive distraction. Now Tyler Boy, the updraft, a great tool in the arsenal, will find a kill onto Rez. 4-on-4 as Hunter's Fury does come through. It almost finds one of these players. Not even a tag, and in the meantime, they get up close. They try to get aggressive. They take the space. They take the frags. Tyler's Corgis have been knocked out of this one. Teal Team with quite the resurgence in this game. They were down and out early on. Game was slipping through their fingers, but now it's only Ricky in a 1v3. And that's just about that. It's going to be Teal Team picking it up. 6 all to start it off. We'll see what the Corgis have for their attacking side.
That's a good spot.
I want to see here what can be brought to the table, right? The possibilities on the defensive side, where Teal Team, they don't want to take the disadvantage early on. They need to win this pistol round. It didn't go for them the best way possible against Corgis, against Tyler's Corgis that have been popping up more and more, and it seems is a pretty confident A hit that we can see early on. When we saw the other side, there's a rotation from B to mid to A. The Corgis, I want to see how decided they are into making this one happen.
We've already thrown the psychological warfare wall. Throwing the wall in 10 seconds before the round starts, just to let them know where this one might be going. So as the wall does go up, they're going to make their way up through halls. They have an orb to close off the door. But in the meantime, where all this time is being taken, there is this flank coming through from both Jonah 6 and Yoshi. There's a trip right next to them, though. That's audible to Yoshi. Can't push much further than this. And in the meantime, they've left the A site completely open here, Dan. But a lineup for Renz, all of a sudden. That was from long range, too. That wasn't like they were next to each other. That was one man 50 feet back. That turns into a collateral. Now the flank can activate since the chamber's gone. Yoshi up close with the sheriff. Body shots will do. And Teal Team looking good for the pistol. Tyler Boy always trying to make things do. But Teal Team are able to pick it up. 6 all. Not anymore. It's Teal Team taking the first round of the half.
You're never expecting to get a collateral with the ghost in pistol round, right? The possibilities of that happening, but it's a perfect opportunity. Big advantage, numbers advantage coming in for Teal Team, and the pistol round that we mentioned, right? The possibilities and the chances of them winning it. This is a team that, especially in this map, right? And we brought it up multiple times. They've been consistently good at winning those pistol rounds, taking the advantage early on, but they lost it for a little bit against Corgis, and it feels like it's just gotta be all about this momentum that they can carry on. They cannot allow the same thing that happened to Corgis to happen to this side again, especially on the defense. We want to see that early aggression coming up, and this positioning around for this defense is pretty good to deny what Tyler Boy is trying to do every single round.
Tyler Boy's been such a tool for this Corgis team. At least
enabling them, yeah.
Yeah, he's getting a lot of space. He's getting a lot of kills on the back end. How will that one work, though? With Jake trying to make his way up towards tunnels. In the meantime, Tyler Boy trying to get up to his antics again. He just fires off a shot, no connection. But the mid control established here for the Corgis. What can they do with this?
It's a Marshall too, right? And Spike on the floor all the way back to spawn. So playing for picks here. It's a difficult one, especially taking some early damage for Tyler Boy.
He's actually going to get the spike. Someone needs to kind of get a move on and get that up.
Need the spike.
Even? Do they need it? Let's see if they will. Maybe Tyler Boy just enters the entire site. Who knows? It is a bit of an eco. It's not a very fruitful round for the guys over at the Corgis. Or maybe so, just as Dim Sum Boy kind of leaves the angle.
It was a rendezvous. Yeah, it was a rendezvous to get the spike. There you go.
Oh, okay. All right. Cool way to get it done. Well, you might be right whether it matters or not, as Dim Sum Boy firing off a couple shots, playing a dangerous game considering it is the Marshall, but join the friends. It should be okay. Everyone getting pincered upon. Dim Sum Boy in a bit of a bind here. Now with the back of the site, the spam does come through, and the plant will arrive at the hands of Vinny, but nothing more than that. Just a spike plant, that's all. And TLC will clean house. Corgis will have to wait another day for their glorious victory.
Even in the second round, this is where you start conditioning this defensive stride, right? Corgis on the attacking side coming up with a really, really slow round compared to what we got used to seeing for TLC on the attacking side. Even when they made rotations, they let themselves known throughout the map from beginning to end. But now, for Corgis on the attacking side, they want to cut all that noise, they want to plant that spike. They were able to do that, right? But possibilities of getting the kills at the end are not that many, so they went for that attempt. They lose it. Now they have rifles to work with, and again, that silence and that patience might pay off for this round, and they really need for it to pay off.
Teleport's ready.
Let's see it. Right now, though, for the Corgis, a much slower approach. Just trying to work the map on the other side, though. Teal team, they don't want to just sit around and wait. They're just going to actively fight for information with Jonah 6 setting down the flag here. At the bottom of B. Lots of info. Dim Sum Boy maybe looking for a play. Has the rendezvous. He's going to go for the swing. Looking for Yanel. Teleport away. Just a quick information. Same time, Jake is walking up halls. Ready to open that door at a moment's notice and more or less expose the entire site. There are multiple players who could be taken down instantly once that door opens, but they're just going to wait on it. They're going to wait for the wall to come through from Jake, then maybe start the split. The setup is here for the guys over at TLC. Tyler Boy dashing on through. Very risky as so many players surround him. And through 3 go down as Randall the Sheriff doing all the work. The 2v4 needs to be turned here for the Corgis, and it has. Back to the 2v2 as the spike goes in.
Spike planted.
It was looking very similar to that round, right? You see the halls control and you see one of the side control, but this time around is towards that A side now. Denied. It was not going to suppress anyone else, and it's just a matter of time. Vinny with another kill. Only one missing is a 1v1, and Vinny with a 3k is going to make all the difference. Another round coming in for Corgi. One that they needed. It got risky, but they get it at the end.
Yeah, they needed the gun round right there really, really badly, or else the game gets out of control. Even then, Jonah 6 made a good effort for the clutch in the 1v2 with only the Spectre. Maybe if there were a couple extra reinvestments, now it's never supposed to be with the Vandals on the bonus round, and that would be a bit of a force buy, not necessarily wanted there by the Teals team. But if they had a couple extra guns, that could have been a really, really dangerous round for the Corgis. And now, well, they do have the full guns, and see what they can do with this. As K3K just immediately dropped the Viper's Pit. And no one can pass on the A side of the map, but consistently getting that orb for the side of for the side of the Corgis might cost them. Yoshi, deep angle on the play. Ricky, clueless on the line. He even goes for the repeat and grabs a second. Gets info on the spike. So much gain there by TLC.
It's so well played, right? You hear the Viper Spit, it forces their rotation, and then already with that aggression coming in for the defense, they're able to get 2 kills. It's such good communication that we see from the defense to make a play like that one work, knowing that they can play aggressive, and the chances of mid control are not many. So Tyler Boy coming up, trying to make a difference here, but it's a 2v3.
He's made it happen, though. He's gotten the site single-handedly, and also has the tour de force to play with his teammate. Renz as well, searching for one with the Hunter's Fury, but no connection. And Vinny still can hold with the tour de force for ages upon ages. Someone has to walk into his crossfire. This flank from Dim Sum Boy is taking far too long with the time ticking and the angles being held. Spike reaching about the halfway mark. Vinny still holding the line with the tour de force. Is he gonna take a pot shot? He will, but Cade's already passed it. One bullet remaining in that tour de force as Dim Sum Boy finds Tyler Boy. Vinny needs a huge play in the 1v3 and he'll fall. There should just barely be enough time here for Cade. Hold on to your hats. But don't get it with 2 seconds to spare. TLC on the retake, and they're gonna go ahead and garner themselves a lead.
Last time that these two teams faced each other, right, it was very close. It was a 14-12 to end up with that victory. So this is exactly what we're expecting and how this Breeze map is building up to be, right? It's just very back and forth. Both of the teams fighting to get some momentum going, but not really ending up in the best way possible. At least here's a good start for the side of TLCM. Let's see what they can do next. I really like the aggression that they have, those set plays and those truck plays that they have around the map. We saw it in the last one with the operator, but now the situation gets a little more difficult. Operator is still available and a faster hit towards A side.
And now they are running. Oh, wow. Smoke spam from Cade. They're running through Viper's mollies, and that makes it easy. But at the same time, the resurrection comes through onto Yanel. He's powered back up, and a man advantage all of a sudden found on the post plant. Can they make it work? Jonah 6 taking lots and lots of flaks, waiting for his teammates to get into position, but now being suppressed, running out of tools for this retake. But Jonah 6's Vandal might just be enough. Dim Sum Boy the same, and bringing it back to even stead. But the time on the clock is beginning to tick. They need to make a move here. Jake's so low on the site. HP bar's not in the favor for the Corgis. See what Jake can do on the site as Tyler Boy also finds another. The crossfire is too good. It's low HP on the remaining, but it's Yoshi's operator. You can only shoot one bullet at a time, friends. And this might just be too much to handle. The classic, though, will make it work. He's going for the stick all the way through, but the shock darts will be well placed. And Tyler's Corgis still keep their head in the game.
It's such a risky play too for Corgis, right? Because you see this nade bike on the floor, you need to go through, and 3 of the players, they took damage from that. On top of that, you hear the trademark, it slows down Tyler Boy to go into try to use the updraft, try to get a kill. It doesn't really work out the way that they wanted to, but just playing for the time and playing around the cave is what made the difference for this team. They get around they really needed, they were craving for, and they get it just in time for Tyler's Corgis. Now, let's see if they can match up the score again. This Teal team also has something that I want to fight with.
They're just stomping around B main at the moment. I don't think no secret of their approach onto B, and they are looking to maybe commit through this. 2 players could go through, but the null command dropped in from the side of Jonah 6 himself, suppressing everyone. He will get run down though, as too many players just swarm his position, and he will fall towards the end of it. The sight is in the hands of the Corgis, but the big flank coming through from Teal Seam may be just enough. As they do walk up, the 2 players on the flank will drop 2 players themselves. 2 for 0 as Teal Seam simply wait. The flank comes through. Dim Sum Boy holds, and Teal Seam, they just kind of mind game them in a way onto the Corgis. Yeah. They'll pick up the round.
It started well, right? Because the one win condition that they had just to take control of side was to try to take down Renz. They are able to do that towards the right side, playing towards mid. And then they also take down Jonah, so it seems like it was going their way, but the spike wasn't planted, they couldn't get any other control, and that flank was just in the perfect time to take down that utility to make that rotation as well, because both of the members of the defense, they were playing together to make that play happen. So now double digits coming in for Kill Team, looking a lot better, really good rotation as well from them to make a round like that one happen. But now Dim Sum Boy, hungry for kills, operator though, doesn't connect.
Oh man, Yoshi pulled off the same play and bounced like it was X, but the thing is, how are you gonna get Dim Sum Boy off of this angle ever? You're gonna have to burn so much utility that, well, on an eco, you just simply don't have. So Dim Sum Boy is just gonna stand basically uncontested while Teal Team stack up the site. Balls get traded off, Molly's there. Just stalling out for the moment for Teal Team, getting everyone into position.
Look at this position on the defense, right? They know that the B attempt is not as likely as it was before, so they have 3 members towards the A side waiting, denying Hall's control as well for the attacking side of Corgis that they've been trying over and over again. Yeah, they know exactly where Corgis are.
And Dim Sum Boy back to his antics. How are you going to get this guy off the line? Is it just going to be an insane headshot swing? Or headhunter, excuse me. Not to be. He does go for the flick and teleports away, so actually just conceding it on his own volition. Dim Sum Boy. Oh, what a flick onto the flying Tyler Boy. Yoshi not pinged out. Uses his cloud burst well. And his position rewarded. Cade as well up top on the stairs. Huge crossfire between himself and Jonah 6. You can see the crosshairs drawn in all the wrong places as Teal Team are knocking on the door of Mac victory.
This is why Teal Team, they're so dominant in this map. They have so many trap plates, and we've seen them throughout the defensive side. I feel like on the attacking side, it was a little harder to see just because Corgis were having such a good read on the enemy. But now on the defensive side, they have the crossfires going on. They have some trap plates as well for them to take mid control. And I see them pinging mid. I want to see what that means because you don't see them approaching the A side anymore. It hasn't really worked out, and that is 11 rounds for Teal Team now.
Look at Tyler Boy's scoreline. 27 kills in, well, math is hard, but it's out to be. This is the 20th round of play. Over a kill per round, nearly 2.
Yeah.
And he's down in rounds right now, trying to put everything on his back. It's called Tyler's Corgis for a reason, I suppose. He's going to need to do the heavy lifting, but they're pushing in other parts of the map. 2 players through cave? You're kidding me? But there's being watched, just tucking away in the corner right now, is Vinny, and he opens up. But no, Jonah 6 trades. An opportunity squandered. And Tyler Boy needs to show why it's his squad, but Renz sits him down. Tyler Boy, the man of the match, is out of commission. It's Jake in a 1v4. And, oh, the angle being played here. Look at this. You don't know who's flanking him. It's Jonah 6 tucked away right underneath the drop zone. And it's 12-8 as Teal Team. While this map started off competitive, Dan, Teal Team have started to run away with the defender side.
Yeah, the second half has been all about Teal Team. And yeah, you mentioned it, right? Tyler Boy with so many kills, really dominating in that department, but missing a little bit more. Maybe a couple more trades when he gets taken down because he's always getting at least 1 kill to work with. It's just missing that factor that we haven't seen yet, and this is a Teal Team that is insanely good at this map. They have so many rotations. Sometimes we see Dim Sum Boy towards the A side this time around, or the last round where he was positioned towards B side. So conditioning the enemy, it's all about Teal Team, and it's what they're good at here on Breeze, and they only need 1 more round to close it out.
What an angle being played. Oh my, Dim Sum Boy is in quite a position, and he'll get the kill, teleport on away. Still able to fight, but he does get dropped. A very nice headshot to find a kill onto the operator player for the 4v4. Spike getting planted. Cade from Halls, an open door to work through. At the meantime, Vinny also picking up the flanking Yoshi, whittling down the prongs of attack. Now Renz falls. Kate next in line. Jonah 6. Do you have another set of magic in you? Not today. The no command even brought out. A little unnecessary, I'd say, but every round is what you need here for the Corgis as they'll stay to fight another day on Breeze.
The null command is definitely a question. It is definitely something that I'm questioning towards the end. Well, there's going to be a tactical timeout, but it's still so many rounds in a row, and this is something that we've only seen once for the side of Teal Team, and we only saw in the last 3 rounds, I believe. So that is the most amount of rounds that both of the teams have been able to get so far. It's just so hard to get momentum in a map like this one, right? The amount of strategies, and even though there's a good amount of variety coming in for Teal Team, it becomes even more difficult. So for Tyler's Corgis, yeah, the kills are there. They're playing for the spikes. They're playing for the contact in the best way possible. But when it comes to denying that spike to be planted, that is when they're having difficulty. It's allowing so much map control to go for the side of Teal Team. That is what they're in match point. So many rounds in a row the Tyler's Corgis are going to have to get. And that means, I'm going to say, it becomes a little bit more reliable on that chamber that has been rotating from the A to the B side depending on the round. It's such an X factor that can vary any way and can deny that space that over and over again the attacking side is trying to take.
Yeah, I think also a very big part for Tyler's Corgi's success is those mid-round and late-round situations. I think they've made some good calls. It's just they don't have the big playbook that Teal Team have to work with. And you can see how Teal Team take map control really early on. It's very seamless. For the Corgis, it's a bit difficult. See how they can work it. If they can get past the early stage of the round like they are right now, walking out middle, pretty much uncontested, maybe they could make this work. But again, early map control coming in from Teal Team. Still, it's Yoshi inside of elbow. He hears all the footsteps. The wall drops. And 1 kill, maybe 2, but Jake on the trade is good for it. Jake again, double entry on the Viper, just rent, tucked away out in the cubby. Needs to dice up the duels, but it's Vinny on the trade. And a 2v3, combined with the Viper spit, things are looking fantastic for Tyler's Corgis.
So many of those scenarios, it was just like you're looking at the wrong corner to be able to get that kill, and his 3v2 is still very much doable, but for this defense, the difficulty level increases, especially with an operator to come back, and Tyler Boy, who's looking for the enemy, actively trying to take that space. Both of them missed the shot, though.
Very, very risky play there. Tyler Boy goes down. Maybe the retake is a possibility, but Vinny up in the cubby, not gonna get cleared. Cade does fall, and Dim Sum Boy is probably off to save in this round. That is a lot of equipment he has on his shoulders. Man, Tyler's Corgis, I mean, all you gotta say is 1 round at a time, surely. And the Corgis are waddling, I guess. I mean, I don't think they don't really move too fast, but
Teleport's broken.
moving they are. 12 to 10.
They got 2 digits now to work with, and it's looking better. The more rounds that we've seen for the Corgis on this second half, the faster that they've been playing, and that is interesting, right? We saw the pistol round, we saw the first 3-4 rounds for this team on the attacking side, where they were playing really slow, spike right on spawn, and not really moving too much, trying to play for that contact, and working in some scenarios, but not enough. So now, faster plays into the B side works out perfectly, but still, pretty long way to go. Now, spread all across the map, as Tyler's trying to take some A control early on. At least a little bit of distraction too.
Perfect timing just hit here by Jonah 6. Made his way into the bottom of B main. Wonder if Renz knows if players have walked up elbow or not. Well, now he does, and he learns the hard way. Because Jake will drop him. 4v5. Out to middle, just holding angles like this. Just waiting for aggression. In the meantime, Jonah 6 has been spotted. And Jake looking for this easy refrag. The flash goes through, but Jonah 6 cannot save himself. And this is just a clean wash of a round as Tyler's Corgis. Are they seriously bringing this one to the final round of regulation? They could make this an overtime game.
Again, last time that the teams played each other, it was an overtime to go instead of the Corgi, so it's definitely a possibility here, especially in a 1v5 to deal with operator, the hands of Dim Sum Boy, just hoping for someone to peek that angle, try to get some kills. But besides that, seems like their round should go to this attacking side, and it's just going so well for them.
Needs to hold on to this. There won't be an operator in the next round if it falls out of his hands, and he's getting flanked close left. Tyler Boy,
yeah,
he's gonna find somewhere close to his 30th kill.
Yeah, how many does he have now? Let's see.
Yep, there it is.
So dominant. It is exactly why the more that we see you, the more you understand why it's called Tyler's Corgis. It's so dominant form. This player is opening up the fights. Is doing exactly what you would expect this Jet to do every single time, and is bringing another factor to play with for this attacking team that is now giving them the possibility to take us to overtime. But it's only one more round to define it.
Yoshi gonna push down middle, but catches a lot of utility. Actually gets pinged out. His position is noted inside of elbow, but no one's there to capitalize on it for the Corgi. It's a weird stalemate to start this round off.
You're going in still?
They're gonna turn it back to A.
Yeah.
Get all that mid control. They call it clear. They think they have the opportunity to jump on the A side. Tyler Boy again, as always, leading the charge. Swing in the sight. Going with Jake, but look where Cade is stuck between a rock and a hard plane and still makes it do with the kill. But, oh my, Jake, what a push right underneath him. Well, Renz does find Ricky jumping up and finding two. Jake making it work to find overtime for his squad. In a 3-on-3, you now spotting out one. Dim Sum Boy, the operator, spotted inside of the halls, as well as the kill completed on the Jonah 6. Officially a 2v3, but then Yoshi clobbers Yanel. Jake trying to flank around, trying to find Dim Sum Boy.
30 seconds left.
But the spiked out in the open. They don't have much time to rotate. As Vinny falls, now Jake has to do it all to force OT. Needs a 4K, but it's Dim Sum Boy to close it out in the 1v1. And Teal Team dodge OT.
It's a 1v1 at the end to close it out. And it got so risky for Teal Team, but they're able to get away with the map that they needed and the best map that they have, right? Again, in the matches between these two teams, they've been so competitive, ending up 13-11 for this one. But the score and the win streak coming in on Breeze for Teal Team still there.
I mean, that also honestly has to come through as, first of all, what a map from Tyler Boy. It is a shame that it does go to waste, but that is the pick of Teal Team going their way. It is one of the aces up their sleeve. It's one of the maps that they consistently pull upsets upon. So it is a very strong map to find. So really solid map overall from Tyler's Corgis, considering the map picked out there by Teal Team, but they just barely get it across the line. I think team play kind of outweighed the individual brilliance there.
And sometimes, yeah, it can be a little frustrating for those 1v1s as well to close a map like that one and to start up the fights like we saw Tyler going in, playing so aggressive in a way that doesn't seem like it should be possible, especially when you have a double initiator on the other side. But that never really stopped Tyler from going in, getting kills, getting over 30 kills at the end of the day. Now it's a matter of time before we get to see maybe a little bit of a difference. Second map, you got to see it, is going to be Haven, and that is a team that these two teams, they played last week. It was the one that ended up being 14-12 going on this type of Corgi. So it's an interesting rematch that we have in our hands. Yeah, just how the trends are going, it's seeming like it's pretty close. We're gonna go and toss it over to a break. But first things first, a shout out to our sponsors over at Mavix Gaming Chairs, where you can go ahead and pick up one of your Mavix Gaming Chairs. Use the Future 9 functions of critical ergonomics to keep all us gamers supported. You can also get one for $22.22 a month, or use code NSG55. Choose whatever way you want to shop, of course, at mavix.com/nerdstreetgamers. Shout out to Mavix Gaming for supporting us here at the Nerd Street Open qualifiers. We're gonna go ahead and throw it off to a bit of a break. Map number 2 is already gearing up to be as close as map number 1. You don't want to miss it. We'll see you in a bit.
I know you only show up for these tournaments for the ads. I recently partnered with DigitalOcean to help spread the word on their amazing software.
I think you mean their amazing web-based cloud computing services.
Okay, if you're a developer, then you know how incredibly hard it can be to get started.
Not true. DigitalOcean made their UI so simple you can start developing right away. Plus, they give you full access to their human support staff.
Easy to start, human support staff.
Don't forget, really transparent and affordable pricing.
Okay, let's keep the tournament going.
to this week's Nerd Street Open qualifier, number 11. And we're seeing some of our, more or less our upset teams facing off in the quarterfinals between Tyler's Corgis and the guys over at Teal Team. And we already started off with a nail-biter map between these two squads.
It was a 13-11, pretty much as close as they can get without having that overtime. So it was a pretty intense one. And this next one is also looking pretty competitive. The second map, Haven, coming up, where we got to see it last week. It's a 14-12, like we got to say before. So we're only expecting it to be as close, if not even closer.
Yeah, but maybe we've seen some improvement from Tyler's Corgis, all things considered. They're a different team coming into this event with an upset win over Oxygen Academy under their belts. Of course, that was on one of their favorite maps of Icebox. Haven might be a different playground between these two teams, but improvement has been seen from Tyler's Corgis nevertheless. The Breeze result already being so close, almost pulling off the comeback, is definitely something to mention. So heading into Haven, maybe Tyler's Corgis have a chance to bring a third.
I love these logos. I really love them. Like you see them, it doesn't seem like we're casting Valorant, but we are. These are the teams that are playing Valorant right now, and it's insane how close they are and how close they are to even getting to this grand final. So yeah, second map coming up, and in an ideal situation where Corgis are looking a little bit better in this map, even though yes, they won it last week against the side of Teal Team. It's a competitive one. It's an overtime that you want to avoid by all means. So especially having a fade can change the narrative a little bit more in the hands of Ricky.
Now, I want to talk about the logo game, all right? You have to think about the contrast between them and like teams like NYFU. Like think about NYFU's logo and them facing off against it. Anyways.
These are my favorites.
These are awesome logos, all right? Whoever made Tyler's Corgis logo, you know what?
More logos like this in Valorant.
Yeah, come on. Like maybe like Oxygen Academy for a day. Like switch your logos to something like this. Like cartoonify it, basically. Come on now. Get the creative team up and running. But okay, let's head into Agent Select. We have more or less the default lineups between these two squads. Last time they played, this is basically what both these teams went for, if my memory recalls correctly. So heading into Haven, I mean, it's more or less the comfort for both these squads.
Looking pretty similar, at least for this map. We don't see that mirror match, a little bit more variety when it comes to strategies and the way that they try to synergize with a fade, for example, right? And the adaptation with the fade, it's been a difficult one for some teams, but I feel like in the hands of Corgi and knowing the results that they got last week, they can really capitalize on this initiator a lot more, working potentially with Tyler Boy in towards that A side. We see it over and over again, the duelist, the initiator playing together towards that A long and making a difference early on. So I would like to see that in a couple of rounds and just having some dominance, especially knowing that Corgis are starting on the defense.
Yeah, totally worthwhile here. Tyler Boy gets to take his space where he wants to, it feels. We'll see where he can bring the fight. Now, just going to be starting this one off. A fast A play. The Haunt, well, it does get shot up and plenty of footsteps made. Plenty of presence received by Ricky as they slink back to middle, trying to put the pressure on. The King Vinny taking some pot shots, and the dinks coming through from Tyler Boy, taking the space whenever he wants to. It's a bit of a carousel here on the pistol round. We go to A, we visit mid, and then we like to go back to A again just for a second time. But it's actually baited the rotations off here for the Corgis, so they're gonna have a free sight for Teal Team.
It's pretty much the same as we saw on Breeze, right? That rotation happening early on until that spike gets planted. But it's a 5v5 and it's a post-1 scenario that can really work out for Teal Team. The lineup coming in for the fade. I'm trying to get some information before the Corgis can go in.
Overseas does actually cascade unbelievably. Doesn't matter though. Tyler Boy not even going for that fight, going underneath hell. And that's where Jonah 6 opens up with a double. Cade finding Ricky. The crossfire's too good. And Teal Team leaping through smokes at this rate. They'll pick up the pistol and keep that momentum rolling.
Teal Team here. Another pistol round on their back. Let's see what else they can get. This is a scenario, especially like we saw from Corgis, where sometimes Tyler Boy wants to force a little bit more. And yeah, that seems like it's exactly what he's going to do. A Marshall in his hand playing, it seems like, towards that A side. So yeah, it is what I mentioned before, that fade and that jet playing together. You can have really good presence towards the A side, especially because you see Teal Team and they also want to aim for A.
Once again, they're not going on a Haven World Tour just yet, and Well, Tyler Boy will be spending this round on the spectator deck. He ain't going anywhere. Gate as well, finding Vinny. Quick 3v5, and oh, they've just caught the aggression so perfectly.
Enemy
We're
remaining.
gonna push in too short and make this anti-eco pretty darn quick here for Teal Team. Happy days for them. They clean house.
Just a nightmare to deal with, right? All the utility that they're investing early on just to take control of the long and of short. That takes down Tyler immediately. Cannot do anything else, and this is when things get a little bit more interesting because Corgis, some rifles in their hands, they can play a little bit more far back, even playing for that retake. Yes, we saw in the pistol round, but can bring something new to the table, especially when you have that fade and another approach coming in for Teal Team.
Yeah, but keeping this one to the bonus with Spectres and Marshall in hand for Yoshi. Could be a bit oddball, or could be actually a fantastic weapon of choice, being the only scoped weapon in play on the server. There's some merit to the Marshall. I feel like one of the most worthwhile weapons to purchase up in Valorant. Gonna go ahead and move on through, pop the trip, maybe get out of dodge, but so much wallbang damage. Good chip damage from Yanel is gonna kick them out.
That's exactly what I want to see from Corgis, right? Knowing when it's time to back up and to deny a little bit of that aggression. It also
Yoshi's gotten,
forces...
or excuse me, Tyler Boy. Look like he's gotten.
He's just in.
He's
Gonna get spotted?
Oh yeah, he is.
yeah.
Oh no, gotta gun, gotta blast, guys. But he's still looking to fight. The pre-fire, it's good. He somehow turns it into 2 kills. Are you kidding me, Dan?
It seems like it happens every time. Tyler just gets away with the most ridiculous kills every time. Even when he gets spotted, when he dashes out, he's good for 2. Makes a difference for the team. The numbers advantage just by 1, but it's a 4v3 to work with. And it's a Teal Team that now cannot go into the A side like they wanted to. And it seems like 1 by 1, it should be taken down.
Tyler Boy is still back up to his old ways, his old tricks. Like, he doesn't, it's not like inconsistency. 30 kills on map number 1, and starting this one off with just an impossible 2
He's
for
going for
1.
Player standing.
Oh, okay, that hurt. 1v4 for Cade, and that's done. All right. Yeah, we're done with that one. That was a pretty systematic round there from Tyler's Corgis.
It's a pretty well one as well. We saw the person's coming in towards garage, forces that breach to back up, and then it also forces the rotation on the attacking side to go towards A. And if you want someone in A in a situation like that one, and you want someone to get spotted, and you know that they can still get kills, it's gonna be Tyler Boy. So we'll see what else he can be bringing to the table. Also, trying to position himself pretty close towards A side, but maybe for a retake if it's necessary. Seems like it might be.
Oh, the haunt goes inside of the cloudburst, so it actually didn't even catch anyone. Didn't even need to be broken. Actually, it did spot one. And this Rolling Thunder is about to catch more than a couple players, but Tyler Boyd actually is able to outpace it. Does he seriously want to fight through all the nebula smokes? I don't think he does. He will concede it. It's Teal Team able to get themselves a plant.
They had to play for their retake in this scenario for this defense. Corgi playing carefully. Last time around, they pushed all together, all at the same time, but that utility, that ultimate was already invested, so now it's a matter of time for Corgis to pop off.
What a well-timed ultimate. What a Cosmic Divide just closing it off. And look at this. The Aftershock so perfect. Combined with the fault line, it's delaying so much time. To the point where Corky's barely have time to defuse the spike. The crossfires erupt. And everyone goes down quick as that. I'm not even going to try and play-by-play that one. 3-1 for Teal Team.
It all happened so fast. It's pretty much the same scenario that we saw in that first pistol round towards A side, right? It was everyone going together trying to retake at the same time. But the problem here is that you can't really take that many angles. You can't really force that flank from the defense. So it's even more pressure, and it becomes so predictable to know where this defense is coming from. So shutting it down, an easy task coming in for Teal Team. Now searching C, one that we haven't seen yet. It can't work out. Only Chamber to deal with up close.
That's a cool lineup, Austin. I wonder where that lands. That lands over towards the orange side, or excuse me, the wood wall. Now for Yoshi dashing into the site, facing off versus Vinny, but Tyler Boy up top. No way. Him and Vinny making it happen. But running out of knives, switching to Shorty. Doesn't matter. Jake is coming rotate. And a fast 2v4 to make an eco work out here for Tyler's Corgis. Nebula fades.
Right here.
They have a lurk
player
from Cade.
standing.
Cade finds Tyler Boy exposed, but Jake always the fast trades here from the Corgis. Making it happen. Rens 1v3 aftershock to force him out. A double swing through and a thrifty round found for Tyler's Corgis. Just kind of coming out of thin air right there.
It seems like they were waiting for that opportunity, right? For the C hit to come by so they could make that rotation from Garage and finally use the utility that we have seen the most coming in for TLC. So now the opportunity gets denied. That's another one that has to be brought to the table for TLC. And it seems like that A hit, I mean, it's worked out multiple times. I wouldn't see why not. Now Vinny has an operator to work with, and that might shut down this initiation coming in for TLC.
Yeah, if they try and take it too fast, if they're a bit clumsy about it, Vinny hunting for it, and there you go.
Yeah.
Easy does it. TP's away, and that's the way to get a 4-on-5. We're already up short, though, at the same time. Knocking on the door of the A site. Again, Vinny. Right around the corner, but does he want to push down? Does he know that players have gotten into that right side corner? Does Vinny want to take yet another risk? He does. And at the same time, TLC looking to pick their timing right. He does walk into his teleport
There's
anchor.
no way.
No way he's going to be ready for this kind of play. Come on. Is he just going to hold? When are they going to move? Who's going to go first? It's Rens.
Spike
And
down
again,
A.
he teleports back and drops the spray on the wall. 3v5. Gonna turn it back to
as
C.
well. Yeah.
Give this one a surprise, but I love this from Jake. Just wants to get away. No, he's gonna stick around. Jonah 6 inside the net.
One
Rather,
enemy
excuse me, the
remaining.
dark cover.
Spike
Making it
down
easy kill
A.
for Jake. Tim's the boy.
30 seconds
1v5.
left. Flawless.
And Jake has got it. A flawless there. Tyler's Corgis. Running it back.
Crazy how much an operator can change the pace of this defense, right? And we see it alone just because early on we saw from Tyler Boy is in the exact same location, only with a Marshall. Well, landing a kill there is a little bit more difficult, but Vinny having that rendezvous, being able to run away and get that kill, also go for the regression, it's something that you can capitalize on so well for Corgi. So good attempt. Now this is where they keep variety, and we saw it on Breeze too. It's a chamber that is constantly changing locations, not really conditioning the enemy, you know, exactly where he's going to be. As I said, to see him, the approach shows A.
Oh, where is this one going? Where's the Hunter's Fury targeting? It hasn't hit anyone. And then the Rolling Thunder tossed out just to stall. Feeling the pressure here at Tyler's Corgis, considering it's only the eco, maybe just getting the ultimates out is a win. Who knows as they run through Jonah 6, hunting for one. The crossfires again are assembled. The players in position, but they've pried the site apart. The crowbar to it. It's Rens, 2v2. But they're looking to maybe start this retake quick. Paranoia deployed. Gotta pause for just a bit. Drone up in the sky, doesn't spot anyone at the same time. Oh, okay, just gives himself up right to Jake. 1v2 is what stands, and fast shots from Jake to close the round for Tyler's Corgis. They take the lead.
It feels like it's the first effective rotation that we see from Corgi is really well done, especially when you're playing that 2v2. You're trying to take those angles using that paranoia effectively. It's a difficult one, but Corgis, they get away with it. They get away with the advantage too, and that means a timeout starts to take place. I want to see what Team Seal can bring to the table, right? Because we've seen a lot of early aggression. We haven't really seen that slow down that might not be a characteristic from this team, right? We've seen it a little bit for Tyler's Corgis when they're attacking. For TLC, they just want to go in, maybe make a quick rotation, but they're committed to the five-player hit.
We'll see. At least the post plans have been moderately decent for the side of TLC. Like, I think they've made that one work on their front. Just what they have. If they just need a tad bit better weaponry, and I think these rounds can start being racked up by TLC. I think a lot of these rounds, again, are super individually based for Tyler's Corgis, where whether it be King Vinny just walking down A short and turning making 3v5s out of nowhere, or Tyler Boy just getting himself in crazy situations and still making it work. TLC, I think, are overall the more well-rounded team, but Tyler's Corgis have got the right players recruited to make some of these rounds happen.
It's a 4, just one round that can make the difference here, but both of the teams buying a rifle, still the operator in the hands of Vinny. Doesn't even have the need for the 2 or the 4s just yet, and it's a perfect opportunity for them to get to one more. And again, I want to see what Teal Team is able to do into this one. Some early utility, very similar to those early rounds too, just denying any possibility and also allowing that rotation to happen.
Look at this. Tyler Boy up to no good. Finally shut down for once in a while. Gonna try and teleport on away, get out of dodge. Jake's done it. He'll escape, but I mean, at what cost? Losing Tyler Boy, losing a playmaker. And they just have to glide around the map now. Teal Team could just wait.
And it's always just have Teal Team playing together. If they have to rotate, they're all going to rotate together. Guarantee a couple trades at least that will take place. And in the meantime, just have Corgi a little bit more spread out across the map like you would expect from the defensive team. Waiting patiently to hear any sound to what it seems like it's an A hit. And at least the defense, they read it well.
Oh, look at this. Jake, though, what a way to bring it on back. Just a piece of solo aggression on his own, wins a duel.
Again, they're going.
They're just going on a world tour. They've done this so many rounds. And it's going to work. It's worked perfectly. Look at this. Seaside's wide open. Maybe Vinny can get here back in time. They've actually arrived, but are they going to be ready for Cade? Oh, the concussion comes through. Cade can't really activate while Vinny just keeps swinging the site. But maybe the light up. Cade, 2!
What?
But still, Vinny at the back of the site can still stop this play. But 30 HP, time's running low. Vinny, he misses the shot. Cade, 3K, he gets the ace with barely any time on the clock. Cade, 3K, bandits away around with an ace.
And just playing a little bit around the rest of the team, getting the A's, and it seems like hiding as well to take the advantage into those angles, into that aggressive rotation that the defense had to take as well, knowing that the time was running out. Finally, there were no more times for any other rotations, any other opportunities. It had to be the C hit, and it's just Cade taking advantage of it, and A's coming in. Denying any possibility from Corgis that started so well, right? We saw the use of utility. The spike wasn't planted, but it was a matter of seconds to guarantee those kills would happen.
Oh, man. Cade. In his position, such a high pressure one, he makes it do 2. Stuff close, you gotta be sweating bullets. Now, Vinny, well, again, he's always at the side of a play. And it's wild blind. He'll drop Dim Sum Boy. Get out of dodge. Yoshi now to dash into the site, looking for an entry, looking for a way to get in. And Jake just gonna play inside his own dark cover. In the meantime, Vinny does fall, but Jake running around, being a problem. 3v4 though. Yanel at the back of the site flicks up for 1. But Jonah 6 trades back. Is it his turn for an ace? Another ace potential. The Rolling Thunder gets tossed in as well as Jonah 6 now for 4.
No
Is
way.
it gonna be 2 consecutive aces here for Teal Team? Jonah 6. He can't hear anything. He has to switch back to the classic. Things get weird as Ricky tries to clutch. Rend is going to take it. All things considered, it was a tad necessary. But again, another huge individual moment for Teal Team.
It's not an ace, but it's still a 4K, and it's a way to establish dominance for Teal Team on this attacking side, especially towards C. It is the aggression that they capitalize from right away. It's one of those teams that they just seem to be shining in the chaos, and it's a perfect opportunity for them to do just that. Corgi, 2 scenarios now, they seem so close to getting enough kills, but the utility doesn't seem to be enough. Their rotations don't get to happen in time, and without the numbers advantage already so massive for Teal Team now. Approaching maybe a slower hit spike on the floor, playing a little bit more for contact. For the first time in forever, it seems like, for Teal Team.
King Vinny always going for opening kills, searching for something, searching for an early mistake. And now Teal Team, that does force Teal Team to play a much slower play and not go for the dry peaks necessarily, and kind of stylistically what they'd like to do. Just draw out some utility having to deal with really aggressive players of the Corgis. And right now, Teal Team, they're just playing the ultra slow style.
You're not trying to take map control early on, right? You still see them playing together even when they're watching. They're just hoping that the defense is going to push those angles, but it's not the case just yet. Maybe a little bit of utility has to be invested in the hands of that fade, but nothing else. And in the meantime, a little bit more mid presence. The courtyard don't want to be fought, and a Teal Team as well, just waiting for the right opportunity, but there's 30 seconds remaining for them.
Oh, they're walking up again, but the thing is, Vinny, okay, he just gets back inside his teleport anchor.
30
He
seconds.
might be able to make a move. The flash again. It's literally a mirrored round. Vinny, while blind, will pick Yoshi on entry.
Right there.
But Jake, backside, I think that's been heard. The teleport across. They seem aware, but Vinny tucked away in towards the site. But Jake is going to get pinged out really quickly. Kane's going to get the kill, but this time Vinny's alive for the hold. A quick 3K with the tour de force. And Renz has nothing to say about in this round. Tyler's Corgis come up with yet another big hold.
It's a big difference as well for Corgis and for that chamber. In so many scenarios, so many teams, what they do, they just put the trademark towards Garage and they play back. But Vinny, he just wants to play in. He's watching that angle and at least guaranteeing one kill, knowing the team is always playing together. You're always guaranteed at least one kill to come up. Then you have Rendezvous. There's no KO. There's no denial of that ability to take place. A perfect opportunity for them to capitalize out of that defensive round as the time was running out. And I have a feeling that this is when team can start to speed up things up again. And I feel like it is going to be towards C.
Yeah, it's just going to be a fast C play. Kind of changing the pace. Of course, they have a trademark to deal with. So it's going to actually end up slowing down the play potentially. Got to dodge out on the op shots though. If the site anchor goes down, then that site's completely open. But they're going to go back away. Maybe to middle. Maybe right into King Vinny. Creeping back. You can see Vinny on the hold. On the angle. Flicks up for Jonah 6. And again, it feels like every time this guy has gotten, what, 4 to 5 first bloods to start this game.
Too many. Way more than should be happening here, but just knowing what angle to watch and taking advantage of coming up with different positioning is here. Conditioning them to thinking that this chamber is going to be towards Garage again, but no, he restores B, gets a kill, Rendezvous back. Now, once again, numbers advantage for Corgi.
Oh, Yoshi, his arm, rather Yanel. His arm was just spotted there by Yoshi. And now the lockdown goes in. One kill makes this round so dangerous. As Jake may be trying to push out, maybe trying to find a way to destroy that lockdown, but there's no way they can do it. It's going to go off, and they have to burn so much time trying to even approach the site. I think one thing is noted here is the B site, one of the easier sites to retake in this game. Jake gonna use his own dark cover to push through. Is this just meant to draw crosshairs away from it? He walks through, he spots a barrel towards the back of the site. It's perfectly played here by Jake. Can Cade do anything from the back as well? He's on the flank, he's looking for it, but the retake comes through for Tyler's Corgis. They have got it in with just a little bit of time to spare.
No fireworks today.
And they've taken the lead.
And I want to say the cool thing about what team was trying to do is
Last
that
round in the
when we see
half.
that positioning and we see that B hit in that B plant, it's the attacking team playing for Korea, right? They have a couple lineups, they have window control, they have that, and even with that contention, they had the opportunity to take that. But they played the other side. They were playing inside of that to take all the control of B, and at the end of the day, it doesn't really work out. It's one of the risks that you have to take when the time is running out, when you have to take B, when you don't have any other positioning, any other map control to work with. So now the defense that wants to play a little bit more aggressive, and they might be right to where this hit is coming from.
Oh man, the Haunt didn't actually spot anything. Tyler Boy, no, feels the presence, gonna activate the dash, and now spots the shoulder, looking for headshots. It's gonna go, he's gonna stick around for the fight. He has the updrafts available, tries to get away, but Cade will take him out. And we'll make it a quick 4-on-4. The brawl out long turns into a stalemate.
Either Vinny or Tyler always getting that first blood, and on the other side, Vinny waiting for it. Might be
Always
right.
one or the other.
Yeah. I mean, they play so well, even if they're in completely different parts of the map. There's a really good communication of where those rotations can be coming from. And it seems like for the first time, too, Teal's team, they're a little bit more spread across the map.
See it, Dimson Boy walking up. Spots a player, spots a shoulder, but all that does is bait rotations back to B. The perfect timing's been hit. Ricky, though, can he put up a hold? He does! Single-handedly, Renz. It's Ricky all the way on the A site. From Graffiti, fighting on his own, deals with the push all by his lonesome. Dimsum Boy, 1v3. It's a solo show for Ricky. A 4K to close out the half. And Tyler's Corgis are rolling.
Switching sides.
The crazy thing about this is that last weekend that the teams faced each other here, the rounds that Corgi was winning was on the attacking side, not on the defensive side. So it seems like they have set themselves up for success into the second half. It all comes down to the pistol on how it can turn out, because most of them have been won by TLC, I believe.
Yeah.
What, two so far? Two out of three of today have been going on the side of TLC.
Yeah, they have the better starts to a lot of their maps, but Tyler's Corgis just have some magic in them to find so many first bloods. But attack side may be a bit of a more difficult process. You see the game plan ready here for TLC. 3-player push down the middle. But if Tyler's Corgis goes fast enough, they're just going to outrun this play. They're going to come back to Renz. Shock Dart tossed in, but
flank them.
they are
They
getting
really would.
flanked. This is... The thing is, yeah, you have to be faster on the play or else you're going to get flanked. They're going to throw the Prowler through short, but... Oh, they're just... Are they going to hold? Are they going to wait? Oh, in the meantime, Vinny out towards long, but couldn't connect the headshot onto Yoshi. And now looking for the fight. Calling back his teammates to try and frag this one out, but they walk right back into Yoshi. And Yoshi delivers a frag. The crossfire setup even in towards grass. They have Jonah 6 tucked away in the corner. Yoshi's just the bait, but in the meantime, Jake is just up to no good. He's walked through the entire A site, and he's going to call back his teammates here.
Cover going out.
Just cleared out the entire site. Caution goes in. They're all just gonna make all the noise. They're like being down a player. Free A site. Spike typically serves as that extra man, and now the flank tries to activate the headhunter. It only had one bullet for Vinny. He was trying to stick with it. Now he's getting ran down by numerous players. Still makes a frag happen from it, and then Jake, 2 on the classic, join with his teammate in towards short. Both him and Ricky fragging out. Renz trying to make a jump, leap out of heaven. And he finds the shot. Low HP on everyone. Everyone a bullet apiece. But it's Jake all the way. A 4K. And Corgis finally finding themselves pistol rounds. It's 8-5 as they take the lead.
Big B in here, and the way that he's been playing has been so nice. On the defense, we saw him towards C. He would use the paranoia to deny the garage hit to come through and the garage to C. And now on the attacking side, just playing around his teammates, being able to get 4 kills at the end of the day. And winning that pistol round, we mentioned it. It was question that we had just because most of them have been going for the side of TLC, but now the narrative changes a little bit more. Now it's a Marshall in the hands of Yoshi, but his performance, it hasn't been the best, especially compared to what we've seen on the side of Corgis.
You know, and I also want to talk about the fact that, despite winning the pistol round on the last map for Tyler's Corgis, they lost to an eco second round, if you remember correctly. So they've never gotten the good starts. Have Tyler's Corgis, and finally they have an opportunity to turn it into a map win. So let's see it through garage. They're walking into a stack as well, though. There's players out towards C long, the classic, the weapon for the job, though, and they'll take it seamlessly. No ecos today as the spike gets planted, and Corgis are teed up for this one. Not the time to be walking with knives out. Vinny, hello.
Remaining.
That was one of the easier kills this series. I think this one's done.
With the Marshall too. Only player that bought there. Yoshi with a Marshall. And I mentioned it, I mean, compared to what we've seen on the side of Corgis, Yoshi hasn't been performing the best way possible here. Hasn't been opening the way that we've seen those first bloods coming in for Vinny, for Tyler even. And now for Big Bean in the second half has been all about him. 4 kills. Now we just got to see 3. I mean, a player that is absolutely popping off. And I've always mentioned it. I feel like there's just a factor about those omens when they have to clutch up, when they have to make a difference for the team. You have them in the right opportunity now. A C hit coming up. And you see a couple pings. Making sure that the tree mark is going to be towards C. The flank is now going to happen again as well.
They're just going to start this very fast, aggressive A long control. Is this basically the pistol round strat? Is this being replayed with guns? This time around, Vinny's watching the window jump up. And thanks for the Vandal, adios. He even gets away.
So nice. Such a nice reading to kill seam every single
Barrel
time.
spotted, though. Renz finding Jake. Trades out long. 4v4. No one can get back into this fight. So TLC are the team to steal one back.
For the first time, though, good rotation coming in for a set of Corgis. They haven't had to rotate too many times, but now, having those Spectres, the difficulty increases for them as a defense. They want to flank again, and they're going to be playing together. Breach the Astra. Playing, making sure that they're watching, checking all those corners. They're not going to find anyone just yet. The hit is coming towards you. And there's all that Killjoy utility to deal with.
Yeah, the turret will go off when this comes through. In the meantime, Vinny watching the flank,
30 seconds
dropping
left.
Jonah. And now to entry to the site. Vinny's even going further. 3 kills. How many ace potentials are we going to get for this? We've already had one so far. 4K, numerous ones. Vinny will get shut down there by Renz. And in the meantime, Cade trying to flank. But it might be just too far. Weirdly enough, though, the Corgis have decided to position themselves in a garage. I'm not so sure about this play. It's very hard to shoot that spike from garage. It's not a very wide angle. You can't really mix it up too much. So they'll get access to the spike, but Cade immediately drops. Can they make it happen? Spam through it. Can Renz find the headshot? Classic's out, but you know, as the pistol himself, right clicks all the way, and it's Tyler's Corgis with a 5-round lead.
Yeah, you have to give it a try as well, jumping with the classic, but it doesn't really work out. Double digits now for the set of Tyler's Corgis. They can get more, and again, last weekend, one time where they were getting the most rounds, it was on this attacking side, and you would think that with this composition, maybe playing a little more aggressive on the defense would have made the difference, but now it is their time to continue shining. It's a Nika round coming up. Teal's team, they don't have too much to work with, and they're all stacked towards A site. 4 members towards A. They're going to push them.
Play.
More or less. Just gonna hold a stack. Eventually, when you hold so many players in a stack, you have to start pushing. You have to start finding info, and or else the round is just gonna kind of happen without you playing Valorant. So seeing nothing in a short, that rotate's actually gonna go back to B. And for the Corgis, they're gonna go back through garage. At this rate, TLC kind of need to win whatever they can. This might be the round to do it. On an eco. There's a saying, I don't know, it's wise man. That wise man might be me. But every good comeback starts with an eco victory. A good thrifty.
What are the odds of that exactly?
I don't know. I think there's somewhere around the range of like 85% of ecos are converted by the team with guns, that is. We'll see if that holds true. As K3K inside the smoke, maybe making it happen with Renz. Finding one off the ping. Cade could still be a huge problem. And he is. The Sheriff's ring out. Maybe to turn this game on its head for Teal Team. This is exactly what they need. The foothold, though, could be taken away by Jake, who comes up with 3 on the flank. Spins around for all of them. And then Vinny cleans house. None of this thrifty shenanigans as Tyler's Corgis keep the ball moving.
Corgis, they just want to give every single one of their teammates an opportunity to shine, and we've seen it. We've highlighted pretty much every single player, but now it's all about this Omen absolutely popping off, knowing exactly where the defense was going to be. 3 kills at the end of the day and a tactical timeout coming up. It's a difficult one too for the defense, right? We see the stacks, we see how much Teal Team they like to play together, but the amount of times that you can force and you can get away the victory like that one and with the stack like that one are very low. The chances of it actually being successful, especially in an eco round, aren't too many. So this is the last rounds, the last opportunities for them to make a difference, and they haven't been able to win against Tyler's Corgis in this map specifically. So
in the week we've seen, I mean, this is an obvious improvement from Tyler's Corgis, not only doing super well on Teal Team's probably best map of Breeze and almost making a comeback happen, but this kind of dominant victory where, okay, a couple rounds do have to kind of, you know, be reeled back in. Not all the rounds are just like complete washes here by Tyler's Corgis, but they're just one after the other, a straight streak to start the half. This is Teal Team's first real opportunity to put a hand up and say, and try and deny their last opportunity as well. They didn't get much time to try and adjust to Haven. We'll see how this defense fares. Operator available for Yoshi. And Hunter's Fury thrown out here by Renz. A very fast play going in, and Yoshi's up, as you mentioned, will open up. But they're going to continue it. They're going to try and take this play to the house, but there's 3 players here. It's a 3-on-3 on the site. Tyler Boy needs to do the hero things he's been doing all darn game. The ping, it doesn't quite land for rather Yoshi, but Renz falls. Yoshi, though, second kill on the operator will work just fine. And the Tyler's Corgis have been routed as the spike is in, well, no man's land on that A site.
With an operator too, it's so difficult to take control here. Ricky, the worst scenario, trying to get the kill. It's not going to happen. Yoshi has woken up. The timeout really working out for this Jett. We mentioned it. We're missing a couple things for this Jett, but now making the difference, knowing exactly what had to work out for Teal Seam. Now it's a 1v4. Vinny knowing a very difficult task as well, but the operator too against the other one might make a difference, and there it is first. Now what else can he get?
No, this is not supposed to happen, Dan. I don't want to cast it like he's gonna win it. And he's gonna back away for the most part. And generally said he's just too far away from the spike he's going to save. I do want to talk about the setup though from TLC. Normally they've been going for these like really concentrated pushes at a lot of these rounds. This round was just more spread default, rotate the sites, and
10 seconds left.
they just kept it simple and it worked. Time's gonna tick down. And he's off to save. He'll hold on to the operator unless TLC want to say something about it. Everyone wants to hold on to their guns. TLC live to find another day, but shifting up the setup, the timeout works nicely.
We've seen a good amount of setups as well for the defense. We saw that 4 stacked at one time, and we've seen a good amount of presence towards A. I think where the difficulty comes up is in those fast hits that Corgi wants to bring once in a while, where they have to play for that retake. They already lost a couple members, and they can't do anything else. So with that, they didn't pick up the operator. If she doesn't have it, it's going to be only that ultimate here, but they know exactly where it's coming from.
I wonder where that operator went. I'm actually not sure. I thought
They could have taken it, yeah. They could have picked it up.
Could have been in a very recoverable position, but oh well, that's something to think about for a different day. As they walk out long, Yoshi out in the open has to dash away, and will be able to escape. Smoke right in front, but just gonna stand. Again, these teams just love brawling.
Make some noise, some presence towards A long, then they back up. Again, very similar to those attacking rounds that we saw for TLC. But now the question is where they're going. We haven't seen too much of the mid presence of the garage presence coming in for Corgis, but they're going to give it a try.
Oh, good. Swarm grenade almost drops. Tyler with the turret. Oh, man. 3 points of health for Tyler Boy. He still wants the entry. This man is ludicrous. Entering on 3 points of health. But it doesn't matter because he has his squad to follow him up. Tyler Boy's falling. But of course it's Jake. Inside the site. 3 kills. Make it 4. Big Bean. That's why he takes up the name. And they're looking to get map point single-handedly. So many multi-kills this game. Our second ace of Haven. It's the Corgis up 12-6. They want their map pick.
Match point.
It's insanity. There's one more to go here. One last round and another possibility to get 30 kills. This time around for Big Bean on the Omen has a possibility to do so. Has been popping. I mean, it's not only 28. It's 28 and 9. What are the odds that someone can make play like that one happen? Barely died anytime. Playing so well around his team. Using the paranoia right when he needs to. Now, one more round for them to work with. It's an operator in the house of Vinny. Everything is set up for their success.
Oh, man. I feel like Big Bean and Tyler Boy have swapped PCs because Big Bean taking over this time around, though. Yoshi off angle being played. Oh, but you know what? Who's here? It's Ricky to dismantle them. And then the operator shot on a Jonah 6. Now that they've taken down all the players, they know the site's empty. They can walk in and get a plant.
Spike planted.
Difficult retake.
Oh, the rotate's so far away. I'm surprised Vinny's going for this kind of aggression. Maybe trying to catch them with utility in hand.
Time out.
Possibilities. TLC fighting to stay in Haven. Low HP on one player. King Vinny still standing in short. Choosing his time to strike, but he falls. Ricky, does he have another massive play? He doesn't. The retake is in for TLC. They will continue to play Haven. That's for darn sure. They also have a couple ultimates to work with for the next round. Things are not all bleak right now for TLC.
It's good.
It's a good opportunity here, but yeah, it is going to be a difficult one knowing there's already match point and it is continuing to be a match point for the set of corgis. One more round that is needed. Maybe they want to give a chance for Big Bean to get to those 30 kills. We got to see the chances here. In the meantime, the timeout coming up, and it's a round, and it's those defensive rounds that are working a little bit better. Even for the retakes, I feel like when we see the most mistakes coming in for TLC, it is in situations where they need to allow that spike to be planted so they can play for that retake. And we saw it towards C multiple times, right? They're going in before the spike is planted. They can't play for the retake because it's just the Omen getting kills right and left. So waiting patiently to get a chance to do that might be what they need to get at least a couple more rounds here.
Yeah, because all they do when the re-execute comes through, the spike planter just says, I don't feel like planting the spike right now, and gets out his gun and assembles all the crossfires. So
yeah,
maybe jumping the gun a tad bit. Now Teal's team, though, I think the ult economy definitely favors them here in at least these particular rounds. With the lockdown and Cosmic Divide, that's a lot of tools. Again, you can keep using for these retakes that have been continually working. I expect the trend to continue here for TLC, and whether they can win 5 rounds in a row, Dan, I'm not too sure about that.
it's definitely been looking better, especially that round that changed everything after Yoshi got the 3K. Now has the operator again, able to afford it with those light shields, so it can be a difference maker again this time around towards C.
See, but again, a lobby pressure continually thrown out here by the corgis, and in the meantime, Yoshi back to C long, back with an operator out, and Big Bean just gonna try and teleport, join up with his teammates, try and make it happen. But wait a minute, TLC, they're trying to hunt for the kill. They don't know where he's teleported off to, and so that means they're gonna give up the A site. Admittedly, we've already mentioned these ultimates are ready to go for this retake.
These are retakes that have been successful most of the times, but with 5 members alive, it's a good chance here for TLC. A little bit of information. That owl drone coming up doesn't spot anyone though.
Doesn't see anyone, but the Cosmic Divide goes in. Where's the lockdown? Here it is, but a Rolling Thunder has been acquired by Yanel, and it turns into a kill on a Dim Sum Boy, caught out in the middle of the open, as well as the flank almost coming through there for Jake. 3 on 4. The crossfires need to be perfect here for the corgis if they want to close out, but not quite so as they get pried apart. Rens finding all of it, and TLC again, another great retake and yet another defensive round. They'll keep fighting here on Haven again.
The most difficult rounds to close out are always the last one to get to the 13 rounds, and it's been showing now 2 rounds in a row for Corgi that they haven't been able to win. And the first rounds that we see TL's team actually playing a good retake, defusing and denying any other possibilities for Corgi, especially because they can't position themselves that well around the A side. We haven't seen a proper setup for that post plant, and so it's a risk for Corgis, especially because TLC, they've been conditioning them to come up with different rotations, to come up in the flank, so they never know what's gonna happen.
Ooh, different play though. This time to middle, Yoshi almost goes down instantly. Now he's also concussed.
Slow.
Almost goes down instantly. They're knocking on the B side. They're just gonna send Tyler Boy in. Fake plant, hopefully trying to draw some utility. In the meantime, they're gonna try and turn it around. Back to see Cade has already found the first kill of the hold. Make it 2. Found the advantage. How about anything else as TLC, they're trying to run into the site, but currently held back by that utility. They're gonna play yet another retake. They're coming back into garage. Big Bean tested, but blinded up. Dim Sum Boy gets the kill. Nightfall through, and Yoshi will find it on 1 point of health with that operator. Tyler Boy trying to make it happen. The knives used to take down the dart. Only 2 remaining. And Jonah 6 will go ahead and run him down. Another retake. 3 defuses in a row for TLC.
Yeah, I don't know what happened in the timeout, but TLC, they figure it out. This retakes and the patience. And I mentioned it a little bit earlier too. The times that we saw TLC losing those rounds were because they were so hungry for the kills. They were going in trying to deny the spike to be planted, where they just have to play patiently. Yes, sometimes you have to allow the spike to go down, but the retake and as well the numbers advantage was everything that they had to take care of. Now they figure it out. 3 rounds in a row, like you said. And a big possibility, this one is a force coming in for Corgi. They have nothing left. 100 credit is the most that you get to see for a couple of his teammates. With light shields too. This has to work out for Corgi.
Things off already. Normally where Corgis put so much pressure early on and towards lobby, they're going to delay. Maybe this play could catch TLCM off guard. Change in the plans here for the Corgis to... Well, it's taken a little bit long to secure their map pick here. Walking up towards A lobby. Yoshi. Gonna be the recipient of a cloudburst. Dodges out on the fault line. Still able to scope up, but somehow that shot doesn't connect. How? Tyler Boy with the entry, and TLCM are gonna have to do it again, Dan. They're gonna have to go for another retake. Renz, are you gonna try and drop through this? No. Just shock darts onto the planter. Maybe to drop, get a lucky kill, but nothing's found, Dan.
Oh, there's nothing yet. And it's a 5v4. It's even more difficult. Those retakes that we've seen for TLCM, at least they had numbers advantage to work, but this time around, they lost one member early on.
So much util to stall. They're all coming in through the same angle. They're walking right into all the crossfires. The perfect setup. They all line up right there for the Corgis as finally they'll claim their map pick. 13-9. Evident improvement off the back of these last couple of weeks. The scorelines have kept getting more and more dominant and closer on their opponent's map picks. And finally, they lock it down here on Haven.
And it's insane that we get to see this happening. It was going back and forth for a little bit, especially in that first half. But that second, it was all about coming up after the timeout, realizing that momentum, and finally closing that round for the set of Corgis. It was a difficult one, but at least it didn't force that overtime. That means the Ascent is coming up, and it should be a good one, too.
Yeah, Ascent is looking to be at least just as close as the Sears has already been throughout all of these maps. It has just been a nail biter through and through. Even then, TLC feel like they're starting to get some momentum back consistently on the retakes and maybe looking to make it happen. But again, another huge individual performance from a Tyler's Corgis player. Got to give the highlight out to our boy. He's named Big Bean, but we'll call him Jake for good measure.
How many kills did he end up getting? Over 30. And it seems like, again, like it seems like he was just allowing that to happen over and over again. And it wasn't this Omen just playing aggressive every single time. It was just playing around his teammates and capitalizing out of those positionings that the enemy team wasn't accounting for. So well played. It is so rare to see the Omens all the way at the top, but he makes a difference here.
Yeah, super clutch rounds, super clutch moments, and you can help yourself out with a couple of clutch moments. You can train with some of the best gamers in the world with one of our sponsors over at Medify. You guys have heard plenty about them already. You can go ahead, and the gamers around the world are becoming better, faster, and stronger after just a few sessions on Medify. You can get trained by the best. You can book a live session using promo code STREET30 to get 30% off. So that's all the good stuff there from Medify, keeping us gamers at our best. So shout out to them for bringing us this event. We're gonna go ahead and toss it over to a break while Ascent is waiting, and we got to get the players ready to go. We're getting a competitive one out of our two upset teams. You don't want to miss it. We'll be right back.
One of the reasons that I wanted this lesson with Super Ukuma is because I felt like I had reached kind of like a plateau with my gameplay.
I tend to teach more of a way of understanding the game, more than just, oh, you need to work on this, you need to work on that.
He showed me this diagram that was pretty simple, and it was kind of something that I was aware of instinctually, but when you kind of like visualize it, it helped me gain a deeper understanding of the game.
I gotta say, I've been having a lot of fun doing it. It's been very enriching, and it's helped me a bit. I've learned a few things doing coaching.
You should definitely try Medify if you're looking to level up your game.
Another barn burner of a match. This game keeps staying as a nail biter as Tyler Corgis take their map pick. Haven 13-9. Again, another comeback effort from the team that's down, keeping it close, keeping us interested, and now we're really interested as we're going to Decider. I'm fine. I'm joined by Dan Dryad as we're continuing this week's Nerd Street Champs qualifier.
It is looking pretty competitive, like you said. Maps that have gone to the distance, not overtime quite yet, but I mean, it seems like it's getting to there, right? Going to Ascent, a map that can be anyone's. I mean, you look at the results, you look at the percentages for both of the teams, and it seems pretty close, right? But the advantage, I want to say, though, goes for TLC. The amount of times that they played this map is absolutely insane. And a lot of teams, especially in Valorant, you just have to get used to Ascent. But 10 times that they've won, 7 times that they've lost, pretty consistent here. So I want to say that the advantage should be going to the side of Team Seal, at least in the side of statistics. I want to see what the improvement has been for Tyler Corgis, though.
Yeah, let's see it. I mean, it's always been consistent improvement, and taking a series off of TLC is really something to remark about. We can talk about best of ones last week. A series is definitely a way to stamp yourself in and say, hey, we're a contender at this level of Valorant. And already hovering Yoru. Now, I will say, like, this is not even a joke pick these days. Yoru has shown up on Ascent for a variety of teams. I think Optic Gaming brought it out during VCT, if I get that correct. A couple of other teams like NYFU have cranked it out, but instead we're gonna go ahead and get a Neon on Ascent. We're getting all the good stuff. I'm gonna enjoy it. We're gonna get some fast-paced Valorant. That's a guarantee.
Especially when it's in the hands of Tyler, right? I mean, he was already going, and he was already a fast player on the Jet. You could only expect more of that coming out with the Neon. Should be a nice one too. It's a very similar composition to what we just got to see in Ascent, with the big difference of the duelist coming in for Tyler Boy with that neon, and you know, also on the KO. So pretty good balance here. Pretty standard composition too. Sometimes you have the question mark of you really want to see the chamber coming up in Ascent, right? The Killjoy, it's always been a little bit more dominant when it comes to those Sentinels, but in the hands of Vinny, you understand why they want to play that chamber.
Yeah, I mean, it just gives them so many options to be so aggressive and get opening kills. I actually wonder if the stats have been tallied up, because the first blood counts from this man was something unreal.
Yeah.
So, I mean, dude, I think 5 first bloods, at least in the first 10 rounds. I couldn't keep count after that. So just staying on his agent of choice is super big here for Vinny.
It's a big chance here, but we're gonna see what the first round would look like. New strategies coming up. Last map of Ascent just to try to move forward to the semifinals, and you can see how much both of the teams want it. So they're going to fight for the Corgis. Looking towards that A side, we hear the trademark. The left flank is not going to happen like we've seen for TLCM, but this is another story because that catwalk starts to belong to the side of
my.
Corgis.
Look at this. Flash out middle. Surprise! It's not the surprise they wanted, though. As now it's only Tyler Boy to try and stop the mid play, but they have been crushed. In the meantime, though, you do have to commit a couple players to fight up from it, so they've left A open.
Pretty aggressive. We've seen it over and over again for the side of TLCM, but this time around, capitalize from it more. Spike, though, does get to be planted, and it seems like it's a wraparound for Ricky, but can he get there in time?
Oh, yeah, it's going to be too... This is too slow. The smoke maybe delaying just a bit, but the haunt, it's going to allow them to start to close in onto Jake. And Jonah 6 does great. And Ricky is being watched for by Dim Sum Boy. That's going to be TLC picking up yet another pistol, consistently getting off to good starts, and tons of these halved. And, well, this one is no exception. Huge advantage for them. That's gotten them a lot of these maps, all things considered.
You have to be expecting at this point for TLC that they're going to push forward, especially in those pistol rounds, those eco rounds. They're just going in and going for the kills. And when they have the utility, when they have those flash as well to work with, it is so nice. And in the hands of Jonah 6 that we got to see him breeze over and over again with a KO knife, with a flash, making a difference to start off the fight, and to allow Yoshi to be positioned better for success, like you want your duelist to do. But now it's another chance here for Corgi. Not expecting too much. We've seen over and over again the force coming in for Tyler Boy, but this time around, a little bit more passive, only a frenzy at hand.
Jonah 6, knife out, just getting aggressive. I think that's just the defensive side for TLC, all things considered. They just love taking space. There are some teams that just like to lean back in their chairs, hold an angle. TLC seems a very proactive team. Sometimes it might get the better of them, though, in these kind of matchups.
It's got to be a good balance, right? A good balance between that aggression and surprise, and trying to surprise the enemy a little bit more, to the passive, just questioning and not really conditioning too much for what is going to happen next. In the meantime, the Corgi a little bit more spread out across the map, like heading towards A, but haven't gone in just yet. Having to deal with all the Killjoy utility, it's a nightmare for this attacking team towards B.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to try for it. They're just going to go poking and prodding. If they get a nice isolated kill, a good share of headshots, always a good way to get these kind of rounds started. Tyler Boy, up close to Cat. Let's have a player on the other side. Now the rotate begins to come through. Jonah 6. Out towards Jen, with Dim Sum Boy also holding in towards Garden. This is not set up for success, all things considered. Trying to draw some presence back, maybe, as they start to execute in through the tree room. Tyler Boy does jump across, does get past, but okay, 1-for-1. A nice refrag there from Yanel, but walking into 2 more players on the A site. It goes as expected. 15 seconds, you probably want to run in and go down. You do not want to be surviving this round. It's only a classic rookie. And he won't. Field team's going to bring the fight to him. And only losing 1 player on the eco. Teal team, you gotta be happy about that. We're good.
There was a second of hesitation for Yoshi after that kill happened, making sure that rotation was going to pay off towards A, but it ended up capitalizing exactly the way that Teal team wanted to. I think the second round, everything going as expected for this team. No forces as well, playing it for the bonus in the best way possible, and this rifles on the other side. I need to change the story. I want to see the pace here. We've seen pretty slow rounds coming in for Corgis, so it's a good opportunity as you're going to be playing this 4-1 and heading towards that mid control. The tech pause.
Yeah, nice little tech pause. It can give us a little bit of an insight. To talk about as the stats have been brought together for map number 2. And that was Jake's map all the way. 377 ACS on Omen. Don't even complain about your Omen. Omen has to sit at 200 ACS permanently. This guy just had a pop-off game. All things said, an ace, plenty of multi-kills for the guy. Super surprising to come out of a controller player.
You don't get to see it very often, but when we do, it's so nice. But now that take pause is over, everything stars. That utility as well from the Fade doesn't spot anyone yet in the defense as well. For the first time, it seems like playing all the way back.
And look what's going on here. Another east side play, more defender side aggression from Teal Team as they push out from B main. That's a spike in tiles. Oh no, Ricky's just gone down in the spike in complete defender side control. Vinny, what can he do to try and battle this back? And in the meantime, they circled all the way through. They're gonna try and run through, and Vinny stands the test. Huge chance there for Teal Scene to pull off an upset on the bonus. But the good reactive play there from the Corgis. They wrap all the way through B. They get the, well, don't even need the spike. Just get all the eliminations, I suppose.
God's curious for a second though, for sure. And the side of Teal's team, it feels like it is one of those aggression plays that you see in ranked games where they're just going in and trying to get a flank going on. But the crazy thing about it is that most of the times it's working out for at least a couple of trades. They're really making a difference with this play style. Now the question is, can they keep it going? Now that they have rifles in their hands, they position themselves all across the map. That Killjoy utility once again going to be a nightmare to deal with towards B. Is Big Bean once again the one that has to face it?
Why did he choose to name himself Big Bean for this tournament?
Why not?
What? You know what? That actually is a better statement. Why not?
I feel like we've seen worse in Valorant.
Yes, there have been plenty worse names. Let's see how this one goes. As Upcat, this one not as bad as Big Bean, but pretty darn bad. 2v4 already here for Corgi. Sorry, I had to kind of break that one out. But he's still standing, and they do have the spike in hand in 2v4. It's not the worst 2v4 the world's seen, but with Jonas 6 hearing all the information and all the footsteps, it's not all that good. All right, I mean, look, I'm hating on my man Big Bean a little too hard here.
The guy has been popping off, and you're just roasting his name for no reason. What did he do?
Look, the guy Big Bean, it's only the name Big Bean can pop off, and it's actually going to have to be required in this round. 1v3. Set the spike down in the corner. The Prowler doesn't find anyone. The Haunt, though, he does not get spotted. He is able to get away and use the Paranoia maybe to find a potential duel, but swings into 2 players. Yoshi will find the headshot, and Teal Team are back into winning ways once they get the guns back in hand. Look, he couldn't do it this time, but I'm hating too much. I'm so sorry, Big Bean. I took his confidence away. All right, I'm so sorry.
The guy has been clutching, getting an A's, getting 4 keys, 3 Ks all around. And the one time that he doesn't do it, it's when you just have to, you have to say something.
I ask questions. Too many questions. Just let Big Bean do his thing.
I mean, he still has a rifle to work with. It's not too bad for this kind of Corgis. He needed to win that round, but it's not a lost state, especially in this attacking slide. It can be pretty difficult. Still looking towards the B control, but it's over and over again being denied by Teal Team. So another attempt here. The Fade utilities is not going to spot anything. At least it creates a little bit more space to work with towards mid, but no one's going to get and play for that contact just yet.
Do I even say his name? I mean, he is listed as Jake, but Big Bean. Is he gonna entry on Omen? Is that what we're doing here now? It is Tim some point with a judge.
You know, there's no util, so.
Yeah, that is true. Only the turret to play with, and Big Bean has since crossed that margin. Now he's spotted out. Does Some Boy want to actually swing for it? There's a question. Turret's gonna get popped. Some Boy still staying tucked out. But again, you're right. No swarm grenades. But the smoke goes in and delays the play for just a bit longer.
So slow for this round.
Just lining up utility, I think. Maybe waiting for a Haunt to come back. Real possibility. The wall goes in, looking to make a play, but Some Boy, the judge. Oh, he can't find anything off the back of it. But the trade in from Renz from the market side. And Yoshi still in from the stairs, still fighting. Will drop Jake. And a 3v4 ensues. The plant's in, but Teal Team are so close to the site. They can start this retake immediately. And the Corgis in a very difficult position. King Vinny playing very far back. The Tour de Force will fire off for one, but now they know they have an isolated player on the site. They want to hunt down Ricky, but Vinny continually picking apart players, making a 2v4 happen. Ricky and Vinny just being elusive. They couldn't be dragged down, and this Corgi's picking up a bit of a messy buy.
That was so nicely played too, especially towards the end for Vinny coming up in a different angle, creating that distraction for the attacking team and for the defensive team, excuse me, to try to make the difference there. It just gets to happen. It gets the last 2 kills to Ricky. Good opportunity here to make a small comeback early on. You don't want to lose that momentum so fast, and so Corgis still have those rifles to work with, and it's an eco for Teal Team, and we haven't seen many of those swift rounds happening. I believe only one we've seen throughout these 2 maps, and now 3rd.
I need another sort of half buy, but they honestly have decent tools to do it with. Guardian, knives. Honestly, that wine position is such a dangerous one, considering Cade has made no noise in the process. The knight, oh, it's gonna suppress him, but he's still gonna fight anyway. The Guardian, come on, 2 kills, perfect headshot, and then Yoshi comes in for cleanup. Unbelievable. On a half buy, looking to get away with it is Teal Team. Still with the spike in hand, not all is lost for the Corgis, but it ain't great.
Teal Team, they've been playing this map so many times. They have a really good read on where the enemy can be coming from. And in the meantime, Vinny, desperation moment, has to back up. Doesn't connect any damage, any kills that were expected. It's a 4v2. The Chamber and the Fade, the last opportunity, but the spike has to be planted. There's only 30 seconds remaining. It's an A hit. They're going to face 2 of the players for the defense. It's so difficult to get away with it.
Still, it could be 1v1s. There's no real crossfire here. Teal Team, and it's only Jonah 6 with the classic. He still needs to put up a hold here. He's dancing behind Dice. He has been spotted out, but all the supports arrive. The Fade utility, so good from Renz. The Spectre jumps through, and we're going to go ahead and get ourselves a thrifty for Teal Team.
I mentioned it, we haven't seen too many of those thrifty rounds throughout this entire match, but it's nice that it gets to happen early on too for the side of Teal Team. They want to establish dominance early on, and it seems like that consistency, it was the biggest issue for them on that second map. They were trying to get multiple rounds in a row to deny the economy coming in for Corgi, and it never got to happen the way that I wanted to. So establishing themselves early on into this map, the perfect win condition. Now on the defense, the utility once again has been set for the Killjoy towards B. The A presence, that mid presence, is going to be a little bit more reactive to what Corgi wants to do.
Just looking to play more towards the sites, and I mean, Corgis, they can walk up mid all they want. The biggest issue is they don't really have the utility to make a good execute happen. They do have all of Tyler boys though. Relay bolts and the fast lanes could definitely allow for some decent entry, but it's nothing like a Prowler or 2 KO flashes. Not perfect right now, Dan. One way's gonna be put in here by Cade. We're gonna begin this execute quick. Smoke goes through. There goes the Neon Ultimate to try and make things do. It is better than a classic, but how better than a classic is the real question. But the fast lane creating so many potential angles that Yoshi has to deal with. Could potentially get ran down. He's on like 1 HP is Tyler boy. Surely he goes down at some rate. How is he surviving this to 5-on-5? How have they done this?
He's been alive for way too long, and still his spike landed. So 5v4, and Teal Team, they took a little bit of damage too early on. They managed to stay alive. Actually, Korg is the one that took damage. Then Neon barely any HP. And you can see it live here for a second. The flash and the timing too doesn't work for Jonas 6. Now Yoshi's back with the operator. Everyone having to fight for this.
Surely not another thrifty. As Big B jumping up the clean house, looking to put together a thrifty. We're going back to back. Operator even up to go ahead and save away if they want. Dim Sum Boy probably holding on to his Vandal here, at least hoping to. But Tyler's Corgis, we're going back to back on thrifties, and that's a little bit close for the spike. For my liking, he'll get away with a gun, but it's the thrifties that matter, Dan. We just keep going. Once you said we only had 2 this series. How about we double them in 2 rounds?
Yeah, they were like, oh, yeah, okay. You're not ready for this 2 in a row because of that timeout. has to take place, and we saw some timeout before the two thrifties take place, and now we get to see one after. Maybe the end of an era after this one.
I guess that's the way you can phrase it. We're missing the normal Valorant era. We're going down to the chaos here on Ascent. And, well, you know what? Chaos is entertaining, all right? Well, it's not. There's not much to analyze. It's fun for me, who gets to narrate all the plays and watch everyone hit sick headshots while you try to break it down.
It's just so the cool thing about TLC is that they have such a unique play style where they're either like stacking all together,
right,
or they're coming up with these crazy strategies to make a cool flank take plays, and not everyone can get away with a play like that one, but TLC, they've been able to do it multiple times, so they take advantage of that one. They get advantage as well in those rounds, so you gotta see what else they have brought up. One thing about TLC too is that not only they've played this map a lot, but they have some cool trap plays, very similar to what we saw on Breeze, that can allow them to shine even brighter on the defense. Yeah,
they've been consistently going for various mid setups, and they've liked stacking up areas of the map. They're not playing, you know, the default spread. It's like one player on every single choke point. And so it always has to keep a team like the attack side guessing, like Tyler's Corgis, wondering where that could come from.
Yeah, even if you're going against them, even if you played against them, there's always something new that they bring into the table, and it's great because you're conditioning the enemy to be so aware of every single angle, every single possibility. So for the defense, they just plays to their strengths, and we get to see it again now. They know they have to phase a Killjoy utility, ideally coming in faster, and there it is.
That's a very cool fast lane that is thrown out by Tyler Boy. He knows his lineups. Oh no, and now Dim Sum Boy, he's nearsighted and everything, trails everywhere. He could get hunted down, but there's also Cade in the back of the site, hopefully trying to provide some support, but it's Big Bean to dismantle them. 3v3. We're gonna get another retake out of this. Seal Seam, this is what they were noted for, at least on Haven. So many retakes that were working well for them. Can they make it happen here? Once more, King Vinny misses his shot. Barrel spotted, though. Big B knows exactly where to place his crosshair, but lets one cross back. Yoshi, though, taking lots of flak. In the midst of throwing utility, Ricky's gonna spam him out. 2v2. Big B up close, dodges the flash, looking for Jonah. But still, Jonah just so elusive. The wall bang through. Now Ricky, a 1v2. The classic's out. Ricky's got it. 1v2. And fending off the retake from TLC.
It's so scary as well in a situation where you are in a corner. The fade once again makes a difference. We saw a couple runs before too, is Ricky coming up with a clutch when the team needs it the most. A Corgi, they get to tie up the score once again, and it's so well played. You would think that it was once again those controllers, that Big Bean again with the Omen trying to make the difference too, but it was just Ricky playing so carefully, even when the rest of the team got taken down. A little bit of a confidence booster, that's for sure, for this attacking team, and now they want to try the mid control again.
Jonah 6 gonna push down towards bottom middle. Still, again, I like the aggressive stance that you take on these eco rounds to give yourself the best opportunity. Find someone looking the wrong way. But also, this one of the nastiest angles I've seen. But no kill somehow from King Vinny.
Wasn't even a leg.
A gift.
Just didn't land at all. Unfortunate. Sometimes it happens rendezvous at the end of the day, and that you'll see him this time around now playing too aggressive. Seems like for the first time on the defense to clear.
They have to spend a lot of utility and time though clearing out wine. That can allow Yoshi maybe to find a gap in the defense. The fast lane as it falls, maybe a chance, but King Vinny spins. Instant headshot, and now the Corgis, they have the site. They've locked out TLC. If any extra wallbangs come through, maybe. Jonah 6 trying to make it happen, and the haunt spots out a lot. Wallbang's potential here for Renz. And a lockdown available. Are they going to try for this? It seems like they are. Dim Sum Boy, lockdown deployed. What are the Corgis going to do about this? Are they going to try and hunt for it? They will not. This timer's going to go off, and they're all going to be forced back into A main. Maybe a chance for another thrifty here for the side of TLC. Renz finding one. The body shot's working out, but the bomb planted out in the open. Yanel holding the long angle. The haunt spotting everything, and now time running just a tad too low. These kills have to come quick, and Dim Sum Boy must defend. Yanel is going to get both of them. And the Corgis fend off yet another retake. Lot of investment put in there from Teal Team, and even then, the Corgis still get it across the line.
It was a good idea for Teal Team to play into that one, right? You know that a lot of utility was invested for on the Corgi side just to get that spike planted, just to get that A control. So it was a good opportunity, but a little bit of utility remaining, especially in the hands of the Fade, is able to make the difference, puts the defense that has to defuse in an uncomfortable position. They cannot capitalize from the last kills. The time was running out. The contention that they had to wait for as well, the lockdown, isn't allowing them to do anything else but to play against time. And this time around, it doesn't work out. So Corgi, they take the advantage now for the first time.
The Hot, I believe, does spot out Yoshi holding with the operator, so that's pretty darn evident. I have to fall back. I see the setup that you see another one of these trap setups that you've been mentioning from Teal Team. This time they're playing two players inside of Pizza at the moment. No one's gonna test it. And considering that, taking their time, Yanel gets the KO off the orb.
The rotation. Yeah, they're going back to A. And the cool thing about it, yeah, is that you hear the KO knife. It denies that early control mid, just so they could take control of Pizza for a little bit. Try to set up that trap play, but it doesn't really work out. There's a full rotation coming up. The defense, yeah, they now know.
Oh, this is perfect. Well, maybe you might know, but you can't really do anything about it. The null command in. Tyler Boy sprinting into the site. Dim Sum Boy deletes. 4v5 as all the players have arrived here for Teal Team. The rotate is perfection. The hold, absolutely uncontested. Teal Team equalize.
It's nice because you have the B control then, and for one of the first times that we've seen the utility towards 3, so you know exactly where everyone is going to be coming from. Them some boy playing towards generator and being able to get that 3k really nicely done. Now allowing Yoshi to get an operator T to work with, so even more potential for this defense that has been fighting again just to get some momentum going, and finally it can be the start of something great for them, positioning themselves all the utility around A.
Let's play.
Only the fate towards B.
Is she holding out towards middle?
Yeah.
Thing is, the smoke allows multiple angles to walk through. It's a little bit of paranoia for the defense, as you can also see that Big Bean has walked through the smoke, but Yoshi is watching the edge of it. Was he on top of the fence there? I'm actually not sure. Maybe he's just taking the standard peek. Either way, opening kill against the Sheriffs is more than Teal Team can ask for. Jonah 6, however, is playing a very difficult position, a very one-for-one position. If there's ever a trade fragger, he might be a goner.
Every time Corgis is trying to take this mid control, it goes wrong in so many ways. They lost your Omen to the operator early on, and it's still a KO winning around Pizza, waiting for the right opportunity to strike. There's nothing yet, it's silent. Now, perfect opportunity there to get the kill, and there it is. More and more kills are coming up, but Marshall trying to make a difference here too.
Tyler Boy does actually spike. Wait, hold on. A huge gap in the defense at the moment. Tyler Boy trying to put on the pressure, but Yanel made presence in towards B main. 20 seconds on the clock to make a decision, and still Killjoy utility, still setups to deal with. And the door just getting slammed shut in front of him. Dim Sum Boy crosses back to the site to link up with his teammate. Now 12 seconds. They'll make their way into heaven, but these kills have to come immediately. Vinny trying to entry in, but it's Cade on the off angle. 4 seconds on the clock. They don't have time to plant. This is going to end via time. At least the remaining players, they will be able to get their loss bonus, but that's a small consolation. It's 6-5.
Last round before the switch.
It's not ideal, and it's slower and slower rounds just because you have to be so aware of the angles that Teal Team is trying to take. This time around, it was something new, right? It was the operator towards mid, getting that first kill onto Big V and denying any possibility for this controller to do anything else, not even the paranoia to be used, like we've seen in so many scenarios when this attacking team is actually going in. You have the paranoia going to regenerator, creating a little bit more space, but if you lose it so early on, then the chances as well to win those rounds decrease by a lot. So they're going to try something new, a little bit closer towards that A side. I want to see if this is gets to force a rotation or not, because the defense, they want to play aggressive again.
Always the Teal Team style, just
Look at
get forward, And there you go. Mid control established, but at the same time, fast lane working out well just to smoke out the garden side. An ultimate deploy, but again, Nightfall 2, just ultimates being layered on one another. So many smokes. But the spike gets planted nevertheless in an oddball 5v5 post plant. Chaos a guarantee in this one, Dan. For the final round of the half, what else to be than one of these rounds? And TLC grouping up for what is to be their last laugh in the half. Of course, there are so many crossfires to dismantle, and Vinny has just forced them all to take one tiny choke point here inside a tree. Tyler Boy opens up, and this goes about as expected with the setup too perfect. Tyler's Corgis will find themselves an equalized half, 6-all.
It's finally the fast speed that pays off. Corgis, they tried it a couple rounds. It didn't really work out. They had to slow down because of that, but changing once again that pace is able to give them and to make that difference. 6-6 as we jump into the second half should be a good one too. Looking at what TLC is able to do, we've seen the aggression that they want to bring to the table every single time, and this attacking side is just going to enable them to do it even more. Now, I want to say in the composition that we looked at, it seems like the first and the best time to shine for them was on the defense when you have that killjoy, when you have all that utility to throw and to deny the spike to be planted. But as things are even, they're going to depend a lot on those plays for contact, especially in the hands of Yoshi.
Gonna be the proud recipient of one Prowler. Not sure how proud, but proud. Takes it out. Still wielding the Sheriff up close, joined with the KJ turret. Lots of presence being made here. Might be a guess here for the Corgis that are maybe 2 or more players inside of B main.
You see Tyler thinking about it towards A?
They're not rotating off the back of it. I like the discipline.
Yeah.
They're going for jump spots here, playing a dangerous game.
Oh, it's cute now, yeah.
Just as he leaves the angle, Jonah 6 decides to move forward. Is there a timing? You know, however... Oh, he had the flash drive out. Tyler Boyd's gonna get flashed into this position and completely blinded up. They still get the kill somehow. Unbelievable. The setup was perfect. The idea was there, but it somehow doesn't work, Dan.
Seems like the flash was a little too far back, so it didn't fully flash him. Good opportunity there to get the kill, but now... Once again, a rotation gets to take place, and this is something that we've seen map after map from this side of Teal Team. Something works out, doesn't work out, that rotation is always going to take place. That means that the defense, they have to stay strong on the site, trying to get the opportunity, but Beanie goes down.
Oh, and Ricky the same. Yoshi falls. The C's almost delays enough, but oh my. Yoshi has just turned up and dominated on this front. 1v5 all of a sudden for Yunel. Just hope to get a couple of ult points, I guess. Kick up this has. This is not pretty at all. He's getting flanked too. That's going to be wrapped up. TLC kind of dominant on all fronts. I was even a little concerned when it came down to the play because there were still 2 players in position. You had King Vinny, you had everyone, it felt, but then it just fell apart. Yoshi
most of the times, yeah, you're expecting Vinny to land that shot, right, to get the kill, to deny that aggression, but as the time was running out, and as you see multiple members of the head of TLC playing aggressively towards B side, there's just no more possibility. So yeah, they take the lead once again. They win that pistol round. Spectre's in their hands for the most part, because they want to play once again across. It seems like it's the exact same setup, right, with the Omen and the KO towards A, everyone else towards B, making a little bit of noise, a little bit of presence known towards mid as well.
Corgis have just seen everything in middle. They know it's empty. They need to attend to their extremities of A main and B main, but B main, well, we can see, we know it's B main. What? So fast on the clock, they're already gonna commit here. The Corgis not in position to defend this play. And Big B is the kind recipient of like 4 different players' utility. Yoshi, though, can actually quite convert the kill. So wait, the Corgis maybe a foothold into one of these retakes, though they are only on pistols.
Cover going out.
And they're so low too, right? The Chamber, the Fade, they're so low to work with. They need at least to try to get some trades, but the possibilities here are low. They're going to give it a try here. As everyone here playing towards Roadhouse, playing all the way back. Does he know? He doesn't know. Cade?
Cade, Big Bean takes a dig. I mean, the classic can work. The 3-on-3 and the weaponry heavily favoring Teal Team. I don't see a world. Oh, Tyler Boy, can he do that? Could this be a huge play? But he has to switch out cylinders in that revolver, and well, it's going to be Ren's finding the frag. 8-6. It gets a little dangerous though. That is a fantastic eco in my book.
It's a good opportunity, and we've seen it for a couple scenarios, right? That second round where the teams are landing a couple kills, but it's difficult to make anything else happen. So 8th rounds here for Teal Team. What else can they do in this attacking side? Again, it seems like it brings them a lot of possibilities as long as they get to plant the spike. You know they're gonna have those lineups. You know that the Killjoy utility is going to be a nightmare to deal with. So because of that, they're playing it patiently. They know the advantage into having those numbers to work with. And so I want to see if at some point Corgis is willing to play more aggressive. As of right now, though, the Neon towards Wine is a good opportunity to do that.
Now, you know, just trying to be the bait and, you know, the switch. That knife just spots out 2 players. That is going to draw an immediate rotation over from the side of the Corgis, as well as there still is a Paranoia that's available that could be deployed from tree. This is still a fantastic setup that's possible right now. But in the meantime, as Tyler gets flashed out, they're walking up cat on Big Bean, and Big Bean looking to go for the swing. Yoshi was waiting for it, but somehow unable to convert the kill for both sides, as they'll have to leave that one be with 40 seconds on the clock. Presence made for Gypsum Boy. How did Teal Team react? Every reaction at this rate means the round. And it's actually drawn their rotation away from Big Bean, away from the A site. The re-hit's going to come through. It's a weakened play. You know, though, perfectly timed fragment to find an isolated one on the Yoshi, but an amazing one back from Jonah. Now it only leaves Tyler Boy on the site. 20 seconds. He needs the delay. Out in the open, though, he goes for the swing, and Rens wins the long-range fight. Vinny out in the open, trying to find a player TPing, but it's Jonah 6 to save it. And it's Teal Team looking to pick up their bonus round. A massive one in the context of this series. Ricky hits the dirt, and Teal Team getting away with rounds they shouldn't.
Gun here.
Yeah, that is a good way to put it, right? When you see the other side, when you see this side of Corgi that had numbers to work with, had and should have had the advantage too, but they don't allow the spike to be planted. They want to deny, knowing that there's so little time. They try to peek those angles, especially towards him, one by one, and one by one they get taken down by the shivs. There was no other possibility. This is something that you have to be expecting for Teal Team, especially in this attacking side. It seems like they want to make it fast this time around.
To speed up the play, flash drive in quick, but the Prowler, wondering if it blinded anyone. Doesn't matter, not gonna slow him down at all. You're right about that. Yoshi will drop the switch, close the door. No one's home. This is just a freebie site. We're gonna get a chaos round out of this one. I'm feeling it.
Duh.
Don't you love 5 versus 5 post plants when everyone still has their utility? They're looking to start this retake early on here for Teal Team 2, or rather for Corgis. They don't want to wait. 5 versus 5, and they're already in, knocking on inside of the boathouse. Yoshi looking for wallbangs. Just everyone desperate for some foothold on the site. Tyler Boy, wide swinging lane. No dice there. Maybe looking to find the player inside of B main, and they will. Jonah 6 falls. Back down to the 4v4. Time beginning to really tick, though. As Cade shaves off another, now 3-on-3, but everyone's like 50 points of health, man. One bullet apiece is all they'll need. And it's Teal Team with 4 off the rip of this attack side. This is looking dangerous.
It's insane now, right? Double digits coming in for Teal Team in a round that looks so dominant. They tried something new and it paid off. Just a quick entry towards B. They planned the spike to position themselves, and for a while, for a couple of seconds, right, were just shooting through the wall, hoping for the best. Actually managing to land a couple kills. Corgi, they didn't have the economy anyways to work with, so it was a difficult one for them. But that retake, you know, when everyone is aiming towards the same side, it's so difficult for it to pay off. So now, Teal Team seems like have some momentum going. It's spotted, has to back up. Rendezvous, thanks that we have that. And managing to stay alive too, just for a little bit longer, but Big Bean is back in the fight.
All right, Yoshi now knocking on the A site. Smoke in, but worried about potential players out towards Generator. In the meantime, it's only Vinny that can stop them from entering. Now that the site's clear, just the plant behind Generator. Another retake this time around with the no command deployed from Yanel. Maybe stopping this retake in his tracks. It allows them full access. No delay can be made here by TLC. They try to jump in. It's only up to the gunfights. Now 1v3 to come up from Renz inside of Hell, and Ricky's got him. Finally a retake. Some individual play here from the Corgis. They'll be able to stage a retake.
It is looking like a similar scenario to what we saw in Breeze, where the more rounds that pass, the more that Corey is able to read the head of Teal seem a little bit better. So you see those rotations that seem like the timing is just a little bit better to make the difference and to get those last kills, especially when they have enough economy to make it work. But now, I mean, just like the first map, is it enough for them to catch up to those double digits, to those 10 rounds, or is it going to be always a catch-up game that they don't get to capitalize on? Corgis, they're going to give it a try on the defense once again, as it is now the chamber. It is now Benny who positions himself around A site.
Yeah, if he's gonna fight inside the site, he's not playing on heaven. He wants to hold. No command deployed here for TLC. No TPing here for Vinny. He needs to fight and he gets ran over. The pings come through and Yoshi's got him. A complete reversal here as TLC now. They have the site. The huge advantage in the retake as they're up a man.
You should run.
Lockdown even brought in, even stalling out further. It puts a timer on the retake. If you want to try and leave this, good luck. You're going to run out of time. They have to go now and try and take down this lockdown. They have to fight for the round, and they go right into Renz. A 3K, another hold, and TLC fend off another retake, keeping this attack side dominant.
11 rounds, and yeah, a multi-kills, a 3K coming up at the end, just for Ren to close it out. And it was something that he was waiting for in so many scenarios where he's playing back, playing very similar to what sometimes we get to see from Big Bean on the other side, just playing around his teammates, giving them a lot of support and being able to get those kills when it's necessary. But now you're running away with it, right? 4, 5 rounds on the second half that Teal team has been able to get compared to a single one from Corgi. Is a fourth round. Light shields everywhere for this defense. There's not too much to work, but they need to get at least that first blood to work with.
It's working up towards Cat right now. Big Bean taking the off angle. Again, another 2-man ace setup. What's Vinny got? He's playing a huge off angle. No teleport, keep in mind. He needs to frag. He goes for the committed fight. It's a 1-for-1.
4v4 as well. Catwalk presence too, but Renz gets away with a kill. No KO available anymore, and it seems like TLC, they might be getting away with it. All the information, all the playing for contact that we see from them, just playing for picks over and over again is giving them enough. And Ricky hungry for kills too towards mid, but knowing that he has to back up.
He spotted out, but no one wants to really take the fight versus him. Making the right decision though for TLC.
Yeah.
One player. That's kind of been the name of the game for Tireless Corgis. They have always needed huge individual plays to bail them out of situations, and here we are again to fend off series point. This little push through B main is far too late. The thing is here for Big Bean is, he's gonna leave the site. In the meantime, Tyler Boy just runs down K3K, but maybe that doesn't all matter. The spike goes down and they're very far away. They need to make this happen here, the Corgis. They need to make it happen right now. Big Bean oversteps the mark, but from the flank, Tyler Boy comes in with the ultimate. A 3-kill off the overdrive. And boy, you gotta be happy with that. The Corgis come up with a surprise retake.
With a miracle, really, to be able to land those 3 kills, especially with an ultimate that it seems like half the time it doesn't land the way that you want to. 3 kills. Shutting down finally TLC, something that Corgis has been fighting for way too long, and because of that timeout starting to take place for TLC, they only need 2 more rounds to close out this match, but it's been intense. This is a 3rd map. First one, Breeze, that second one being Haven, and this third one for Ascend, where we had a couple questions, right? Because it doesn't give us enough information for any of the teams, but what we know is that TLC, they've been playing this map a lot recently, not only here in Open, but in other tournaments that they've been signing up for, and it's giving them some decent result, right? 59% of win rate in Ascent compared to 4 losses on the other side for Tyler's Corgis. And it seems like they're always so close yet so far to be able to close it up. And especially knowing that they need to come back, they need to get so many rounds as well.
You know, sometimes they call the Neon Ultimate a party popper, but there was no party with that one. Only popping.
Yeah.
From Tyler Boy. That was it. Absolutely insane to bail them out. I can understand why Teal seemed calling a timeout here to reset just a bit.
Yeah, you just want to close it out. It's also a long day, right? It's always something that we have to take into account. Whoever wins here, they have a long day ahead, and this is already the third map that has been so intense, so back and forth, that they want to close it out as soon as possible. But can they do it, though?
These days can start to turn into a bit of endurance test. Close that out here, save some stress. How about that? If you want to think of a Valorant game as a stress saver, then be my guess. Out middle, Yoshi. Not going to spot anything. Again, mid control conceded here by the Corgis. They want to fight for sites. At least that's the assumption.
Seems like for the first time too, right, that they take some early control towards mid. Sometimes we see them playing all the way back, but this time around they want to take a little bit more of a proactive approach towards it, and it's forcing Corgis to play all the way back. And I mean, they've been pretty passive anyway, so they're not going to peek on those angles, especially towards Catwalk. It just allows even more map control to go for the side of TLC and more space to be taken as well, and the Neon on the other side waiting.
Oh, Tyler Boy back to his old tricks, getting aggressive, finding multi-kills. It's like Breeze all over again, it feels, for this guy. 3 kills for him, 4 for a Tyler. Want to make it an ace, be the superstar for the guys. He brings out the classic and he gets it with it, putting them all to rest. Tyler's Corgis, he's the leader for a reason.
And it's such an interesting off angle to make that one work, but one by one those headshots were landing. Gets the last kill with the classic. What else can you ask for from your Neon, from your duelist Tyler Boy? Popping off and around changes the pace as well, makes everything look possible, look doable for Corgis as they reset, as they position themselves around the defense. And now, as Tyler Boy is able to position himself a little bit different too, but still towards B.
Oh my. How many aces? How many huge multi-kills from these guys? Entertainment, I'll call it for this one. Now up middle, at least the attempt. TLC trying to shut down all this momentum that's been accrued here for Tyler's Corgis. Huge multi-kills on many fronts, great retakes, pulling through. We're gonna save the series and continue this upward trend of improvement. Flash into market. You know, on the hold, the close corner. To 1-for-1. Tyler Boy, of course, on the refrag.
It's scary. Managing to keep this Neon alive. Not something that you want to do on this attacking slide, as they were also trying to take some mid control early on, but they had to give it up. The one player going down for that 1-for-1. It's a 4v4 to deal with as a mid control. They still want to force it. They still want to punish it. The spike towards B, and it's only a fade to deal with as long as they're able to take Tyler Boy.
Oh boy. He's back. Another one. If this is what it's gonna be like, overdrive's on, but he's gonna use the fast lane to get into sight, gets him in position to fight. He's been marked up, and he will fall. Now Ricky, can he come up with the hold? He does. 2 kills, stalling out just enough. Ren's getting ran down, does not have time to plant. Too much pressure put on by the defense. They're looking to swing, they're looking to deny. Can Ren's pull it off? He can't. Tyler's Corgis bringing themselves back in the game. They're within 1.
One round here to catch up, and it seems like it's possible. It seems like there was a switch in the mentality for Corgis. That mid-round as well is looking so much better for them now that they have Tyler Boy actively getting those kills. It seems like before he was playing back, he was a little bit more reactive to what Teal's team was bringing to the table, but now it's Tyler Boy going in, coming up with different strats. Now going to that A side, and it's maybe a good read here. 3 players to 3-2 that we've seen over and over again for Teal's team. This time around, changing the players a little bit more.
Oh, Vinny. Dropping a knife. Flashman thrown in as well. He does get suppressed, but No one from Teal Team wants to capitalize. I mean, they're taking the half by here, Dan. They're allowing Tyler's Corgis to even up the game.
Dropping spike.
With the momentum that they've garnered here, that could be such a dangerous order.
Yeah.
At least they still have some rifles to work with, but still.
Remember Source A though, the spike should be planted as long as he lands this kill and everyone is playing back. The fade is a very risk to take, but that utility becomes a nightmare too for them to go in. Enemy kill.
Whoa. Very aggressive play from the defensive side, standing out in the open, taking lots and lots of flak. And Tyler's Corgis are down a player in a retake. This is not the typical situation they've been in. They've had advantages to work with, and all of a sudden, it's Teal Team who are gonna find series point off the back of an eco. I was talking it up as if they were conceding it away. But now just King Vinny. Gonna have to make noise if he wants to swap to the Phantom, and that he will. The reload too. They know everything. He is not winning this unless one of the most ludicrous spray downs occur. Vinny out in the open will be fragged out on, and it's Teal Team off the back of a half by. A couple of Vandals sprinkled in there is all they need to get series point to stop the momentum with that kind of round.
Yeah, like you said, it's that kind of round, and that was all because of that defensive positioning, right? Oftentimes we see Ricky playing towards Boathouse, at least guaranteeing 1-2 kills to happen before the spike gets planted. But this time around, Ricky was playing all the way back, and that just allowed him to get taken down. That smoke denied the visibility that he needed to because of that match point and one more to go for Teal Team to move to the semifinals. They might just get away with a B hit coming up.
They're just gonna try and throw everything at it. Nightfall too, but 3 players in position. I still think the Corgis have some life left in them, just based on the tactics, and you can see that the knife spotting them all out and stifling that execute. They want other targets here on the map of Ascent. They're out. Maybe looking to go for a re-hit here. Smoke ready for Kate. That's just meant to go out towards middle, but they're still mulling around outside B main. Maybe looking to take the angle of approach towards middle, but look what Corgis are doing. They're pushing back into B main where 3 players are waiting for them. Tyler Boy still gets one. Ricky, though, does he want to fight this? He's going to tuck away into the corner. He is going to play the committed angle, and it's an off angle that works. 1 kill for Ricky. How much more can he stall for? Can he get another kill? He does fall.
Going out.
Still, though, players in the site. Still, King Vinny is here in rotation as well from spawn. And also, from the shadows in the back of the site, does spot out Yanel. Yanel isolated, no utility to work with. But King Vinny swings through the smoke for 2 kills. And it's Tyler's Corgi to bring us to the final round of regulation. They scrape it out with half armor Vandals and risky plays, but it works out just fine.
And it gets scary for a second, especially because of how slow Teal Team is trying to play. And you see them all stacking towards B, but they are over and over again being slowed down by Corgi's utility, so they can't go in the way that they want to. They're forced into uncomfortable positionings. They're stunned. They're flash as well, and they can't do anything else without a timeout. The last one that we might be seeing here, and the closest that that first map got to, it was 13-11, but can this one get to overtime? Corgis, they're going to fight for it, and it seems like it is working out, and I feel like that win condition is going to depend so much on where Tyler is going to be located across the map, right? When he has to play for that retake, it's oftentimes a scenario where he already lost a couple of those teammates to work with, so it's a 3v5 to work with for a retake that doesn't work out. But he's positioned exactly where the enemy is coming from. That might be the difference maker, and that is exactly what the Corgis are expecting.
He needs activity in the plays. Tyler Boy. If Teal Team find a way to circumvent the issue, just walk right around him. Just go to the other site. Surely. So many teams have fought back from down in this series. So many teams have almost come up with comebacks. Be it on Haven with a 3-round streak from Teal Team almost rolling it back. For Corgis as well on Breeze with 4 straight. Can someone finally force an overtime, or can it end here?
Swarm grenade.
Oh, it's a 4-1-2. Yoshi on the other side for Teal Team towards B side, making sure that no one's going to play a little too aggressive, but that doesn't really indicate too much. We've seen so many rotations coming in for Teal Team. They can do it again.
Bot coming
They're
back.
going to wait patiently, and last time around it paid off. It allowed them to get at least that first blood coming up, just because Corgis played a little too aggressive in those angles. And there it is, a rotation takes place early on. Not too much utility invested, so just a positive scenario for the side of Teal Team.
There's nothing that feels worse than coming so close to completing the comeback, but then falling at the final hurdle. And it's going to come down to a B play.
You should run.
On 50 seconds. Lockdown tossed in, but a C's ready. Maybe to slow them down. That can stop them in their tracks. Maybe Yanel can do something about this. Because throwing in that fragment splits up the attack. Potentially lots of damage dealt to Yoshi. But they have the complete sight here, Dan. In the meantime, what's this lurk going on the A side? Kate just finds Vinny. What's going on over there? There's flanks now that Tyler's Corgis have to deal with. They're fighting off against the ropes. 4v5. The Nightfall into the site, though. Maybe they can ignore all these flanks. Maybe they can take the fight directly to him. With Yoshi on low points of health. Tyler Boy on double entry. Tyler Boy with 3. Access to the spike. They can get the defuse. Kate is not in position. They get the defuse. Corgis for overtime. He needs the wall banks to stop it now. But Kate falls. We're getting OT out of this. Tyler Boy, who else? To bring it home.
It was just 3 kills and Neon popping up to make the difference, and that is exactly what we mentioned before the timeout. It was pretty much all dependent on Tyler Boy. That positioning had to be almost perfect for him to get away with it, and that is exactly what happened. Corgis with the 12th round. It's an overtime coming up where everything gets a little bit more intense. The set of Corgis, we didn't see as many rotations, but we saw a really good amount of information that they were trying to have early on. A lot of utility invested just to get that side control. And because of that, Teal Team going to try to deny 3 members on that B side. Or that A side, excuse me, that they're going to try to deny any angle. Try to deny Tyler Boy as well early on.
Alright, you have made overtime. Can he continue it? Can Tyler Boy keep it up? He's got here already.
It's hard. The one-way suppress as well. Can't do too much. If anything, for our rotation, that trademark is there anyways to make sure that Teal Team is not going to go too aggressive behind them. So in the meantime, Corgis go towards B site. Still have utility to work with, and this is the issue that they have, right? You can only suppress too much, and you can wait maybe for an opportunity, but playing for contact is the best opportunity here for Corgis just to get the spike planted.
All right, they're going to toss in a B-side play. Dim Sum Boy gets blinded up by the paranoia, has to leave the site, leaving it all up to the Fade. But Dim Sum Boy returns in. He wants the brawl. The thing is so much utility. You can see Tyler Boy can mix up his angles, clear out the back of the site, and there's so many threats they have to deal with as Renz does get run down. 2v4 is what stands. King Vinny on his double. And just leaving Yoshi so far away. Who would have thought? It's Tyler's Corgi who are going to have a series point. If Yoshi has anything to say about it, of course. But I'd be surprised. 30 HP. Not to be. Tyler's Corgi 1 round away from completing the 11-6 down comeback.
In a comeback, at least in the rounds 1 here, that Corgi has been able to get, but one more that's going to be needed, and he was played so well. A quick entry, an effective entry too, even dealing with that rotation that we saw early on from A to B, after hearing and after having that one way that they just didn't want to deal with it. Works out perfectly for the set of Corgis, but again, now on the defense, what can they do? They know all the strats Teal Team has been able to bring to the table so far. Is some early aggression, some silence that we see in the mid round, and some early decision making in the last 30 seconds. We'll see if it plays out the same way.
Interesting that Teal Team want to bring it back to mid for this one. They'll drone. They'll get Yoshi in position. Yoshi's going to make it right on pass. They're going to walk up catwalk. They're finally going to test Big Bean. His one. But he swings into 2. Yoshi with the headshot. Finally a foothold for Teal Team as they dash in. King Vinny. Maybe an isolated fight. He needs this shot. He can't teleport away. What's happened there? He walked just outside the teleport anchor. And he could not flee the scene. Maybe we'll have to hold the party pop route for Tyler's Corgis. They go in for the retake, 2v4. Both players from heaven.
Planted.
And nothing that they can really grab onto for this. They can't find an easy frag coming their way. I mean, if you could save, you might. You know, on forward. Try to, for this fruitless attempt, potentially. Ricky up top. You know, with the fragment down low. Oh, even the team flash coming through doesn't really help the ward up there, does it? It's going to be TLC bringing us to our second overtime.
And tied up again. It really seems like this is the grand finals, but no, it's only the quarterfinals that we're watching. I can't believe it. It feels like we've been here forever, but we're stuck in a sense still.
The two cutest logos have the most fiery brawl.
It's insane. I wouldn't be surprised if this is the closest match that we get to see. It's just absolute insanity between the two teams. So now, once again, tied up 13-13. Trying to see if the narrative gets to change a little bit more, because again, Corgis, they've been showing improvement throughout the map. They've been showing some really good reads against TLC, but is it enough? The same strategies coming in for the defense, that one way towards A site, and also the mid control, this jet for TLC, the Yoshi wants to take.
Tyler boy. It's gonna be walking into two players. He's good. Is he this good? Try and take him out like this. He turns away from the flash in the nick of time, but still Cade swing. The coordination here from TLC. Perfection as Cade and Jonah take two. The thing is, the A site, it's wide open. To go for these kind of plays, they have to concede a lot of control. So they'll go two players up, but they'll hand a site over.
Shadows traveling.
3-5 though. It's a difficult one. Woman gets spotted. Good opportunity for them, for this defense to position themselves a little bit better in the that utility that they haven't used yet.
Oh, they're gonna jump into crossfires though. It could be dangerous. Big Bean and Yanel with two, but the solo. Another headshot for Big Bean. Maybe making it possible, but the null command toss through. Oh, the C's even dragging Yanel into the angle. 1 HP, he'll fall. A 4K for Jonah, 6 on the retake. And now TLC get another chance at series point.
And it almost worked out for Corgi, right? When they were playing towards Hell, got a couple of trades. Seems like the situation was going to be even, but not being able to hear. Such a terrible situation of 1v2, and Corgis are not able to capitalize from it this time around. So because of that, TLC
Match point.
once again take the advantage. 14-13, only one more that's going to be needed. And both of the top fraggers, both of the duelists here, fighting to see who's going to end up getting more kills, more opening frags as well. They've been so good at Yoshi. That last run made a difference, but now it's Tyler's boy's turn on the defensive side, and he's not even near close to where TLC is planning to go.
Yeah, Tyler boy not in position. They're just gonna go for straight A play. And no one's actually on the site to defend. Only now does King Vinny return. Join with Big B, and maybe it could work. King Vinny, 2 kills. That's a 2 for 2 though. This time around, maybe a more fair fight on this A site. They need to win this retake though for the Corgis. Tyler boy though, fantastic fast lane. Lets him get into position, buys him space at the same time. The Rend gets destroyed. Tyler boy, of course. To maybe bring these rounds back. 2v3, but they're playing inside the site. You have to be aware of Jonah. 6 in the corner, but he runs out of bullets. The shorty's gonna do it for Jonah. And TLC's pull it off. 15-13 in double OT.
Jonah in that last corner. No one was checking in. No one had any idea of where this KO was coming from. It's a couple multi-kills and finally gives the match, the map to TLC. They were fighting for so long. They lost the advantage. They won it again. And I had a feeling after we saw that first one, that second overtime going from them initially, it just seems like it was going to be a matter of time. And it got so close, right? It's an overtime that we expected. But again, this is only the quarterfinals that we just witnessed. And it was so intense between those two teams.
Yeah, I mean, you couldn't get it any closer. Two teams who were so neck and neck. Progressive improvement trying to be made from both of these squads to get themselves a top placement. Tyler's Corgis, though, it just wasn't their day. It feels, I mean, so much huge individual performances coming out of them. Tyler Boy specifically was their facilitator, the guy who made all the play happen, but it just couldn't materialize towards the end. I think some good calls came out from the side of TLC towards the later stages of it, and that's what got it across the line.
And those calls we initially saw for the other side, right? We saw some really got nice shot calling coming in on the side of Corgis, and they were looking pretty dominant. After this couple rounds that they got towards the end, they match up the score, and it seems like it wasn't possible, but they did it. They were just coming up with a really good idea of strategies in TLC, and this is a team that has been competing for quite a long time. And yes, they go through a couple changes, but overall they have so much experience to work with, especially in a map like this one, that they knew those strategies, those trap plays were going to work out just a little bit better when they needed to.
Yep, and that is TLC moving on to the semifinals in this week's Open, but there are a couple other matches that are going down. Oxygen Academy, they have picked up their series over Knights Academy, but Lenny Time versus TSM Academy is going down to the wire. So those two games is going to be going down. As yeah, we do have the bracket just updated right now. So Lenny Time are going to be facing off maybe potential or TSM Academy versus Oxygen, but we have TLC versus Crouchshoot. TLC are one of the teams who might be able to run this entire bracket to the finals.
And one of the cool things too is that, I mean, you look at this bracket, everything has been a 2-1, and it continues to potentially get a 2-1, just depending on what and who is going to win that match between Lenny Time and TSM. But everything has been so competitive, and the more weeks that pass, the more the teams are competing and making those matches close. We mentioned it even for the side of the Corgis, the improvement that they had from last week and getting taken down to the group stage to making it to the quarterfinals, almost making it to the semifinals. It's improvements that we see week after week, and they make the semifinals that we're about to see next so interesting.
Yeah, and I think for a group of very unknown players, them showing up and having a performance like this is perfect for those guys. But unfortunately, they aren't moving forward. Commiserations to them. But congrats to TLC. We'll see them in the semis. But before we head out to check out on our semifinal games, you can go ahead and take a seat in a Mavix Gaming Chairs, the official sponsor of all Nerd Street and local host events. Mavix Gaming provide the feature 9 functions of critical ergonomics to keep all you gamers supported. You can get one for as little as $22.22 a month. Use code NSG55. Shop however you want, of course, at mavix.com/nerdstreetgamers for all the good stuff. Shout out to Mavix Gaming Chairs for providing all the good stuff here at the Nerd Street Champs qualifiers. We're going to go ahead, toss it to a break, and check in on our semifinal games. Maybe we'll wait for Lenny Time to wrap up, or maybe we'll see an Academy clash with TSM FDX facing off against Oxygen A. We'll see. We'll send it to a break, and you'll find out. Be back in a bit.
Arslan Ash is a hero of mine. I was there when he won EVO, and it was a very exciting match between him and me, and I just really wanted to take the opportunity. Honestly, it was an honor. Arslan taught me to utilize all of my character's game states.
See, your strength of Elisa lies in the back dash, in the side step.
Yeah. One of the great things that he taught me is how to utilize my character's movement and to optimize damage.
Elisa down forward 2 is very good. 16 frame, and it's safe on low, and sometimes it push high moves.
Arslan was very nice and very respectful. He was patient with me. With what he taught me, I can take my game to the next level. You should definitely try Metafy if you're looking to level up your game.
Day one of the Nerd Street Champs land over at Georgetown had a lot of exciting moments, a lot of upset potentials, and one team that really stood out to me was Texas A&M University making the upset happen in Group B over BBG Academy, but BBG Academy made a big comeback happen in the quarterfinals. They made out groups on the low side and took down one of the tournament favorites of Psycho's Murder crew, which otherwise known as Xset and Friends, but UG Academy being one of the favorites as well. We expect it to be a fantastic match, and indeed it was. Coming on the other side of the groups, it was Fluid Gaming, it was BAP, and it was We Live Here, by the way, being teams that really stood out to us and teams to look forward into day number 2.
And on day 2, we followed We Live Here, by the way, from the quarterfinals where they took down BAP in 2-0 fashion to the semis where they had to take on the Titans of BBG Academy, who were coming off of their victory over Psycho's Money Crew, or Xset and Friends. And, well, a tough map won, but the momentum was just enough for We Live Here, by the way, to close things out in that series in the semis in 2-0 fashion once more to find themselves in the grand finals. And on the other side of the bracket, it was a tough road. It was a rocky road, but it was TAMU Maroon that eventually made their way on through to deliver an explosive grand finals. And after 3 long maps and an overtime at the very end of it, it was explosive. When the dust settled, when the smoke cleared, it was TAMU Maroon sitting atop the comically large throne here at the Georgetown, Texas land.
Spacey ship.
little bit of a longer break we take here at the Nerd Street Champs qualifiers. We're back in for our semifinal bout. It's a quote-unquote academy battle between Oxygen Academy and TSM FTXA. I'm Fi. I got Dan Dryad to go ahead and break this one down as we head in to our semifinal bout between probably one of our two favorites.
Yeah, it's an interesting match coming up. A couple weeks ago, we actually got to see the same matchup, and it was on week number 6. It was a 2-1 victory on the grand finals for Oxygen Academy. So yeah, the two academy teams, they get to face each other again, seeing what they can do different, seeing if TSM can come up with a really nice revenge matchup, or if Oxygen Academy is still dominant. I mean, it's been a couple weeks, right? It's been about 6 weeks since that happened, so a whole new set of possibilities for these two teams as they jump into their map picks and map selections, which we were talking about. It's looking very similar to what we just witnessed.
Yeah, I think we'll get into those in just a tad bit. Well, actually, we have them right now. How about it?
Yeah.
As we have our bands rolling right on through Bind and Fracture, and guess what, folks? If you missed Breeze and Haven, you're getting it again. Oxygen Academy locking in the Breeze, and the Haven going over to TSM and Icebox if required. Both these two teams, I think, are really, really closely matched these days. Oxygen Academy kind of had their moment last month where they started running a streak of events, but I think that's cooled off a little bit, and TSMA can maybe come from behind and take that place.
A good opportunity for them to do just that, but it all starts again on Breeze. Different possibilities that they have into this map, especially knowing that TSM is going to start on the attacking side, and this is a map that we've seen a couple times from this team. Really decent results, but again, last time the two teams faced each other, it was Oxygen Academy being the most dominant team, and it wasn't in Breeze, it was a different set of maps as well that they were playing. So it's a good opportunity to bring those strategies to the table. If they haven't, you know, screamed each other, if they haven't played each other recently, then you can take advantage of that.
Yeah, I think on the side of TSMA, however, they've been shuffling up their lineup quite a bit, running with a variety of trials. For this event, they are bringing in Sim to go ahead and play some of the primary duelist roles. Formerly of Nearest Airport, and honestly, Nearest Airport, that roster that was pretty successful until it fell apart after VCT. Sim has been looking for a home. He's found one in a massive organization and a massive opportunity for a lot of these players in TSM Academy. I think there's a lot of pressure on him to perform in this matchup.
And it seems like that is now the nature of TSM. They've been through a bunch of players that I can't remember, and they're trying different things, but it seems like the one thing is that they've never been able to set up on a specific roster, a specific style that they like to play. So that is the question that we want to see, right? And it all starts with showing that they're capable of getting victories like this one, getting to the semifinals, going and passing to the grand finals, all those possibilities here. But again, it all starts on Breeze between TSM Academy and Oxygen Academy, seeing who can make a difference early on, because the compositions, I don't think they're going to be anything else besides well,
that's one of the lock-ins. Sure. That's one of the agents in Valorant. That's
a selection. Yes.
Yeah, that's one of the agents in the game known as Valorant. There are 19 agents you can pick, and Sim decided to pick Yoru just for, you know, no apparent reason.
It's crazy because I was about to say I don't think you're gonna see anything crazy.
Well, he played it against Lenny Time earlier today. Did it go well? Well, not the worst possible thing in the world for Sim. But it wasn't a win, that's for sure. They lost the map 13-5, but they still go in for it anyways. They still have confidence in the choice, and they're picking it against an arguably much more grizzled and much more like veteran team of Oxygen Academy. They pick in their standard lineup with, it's an interesting one where they do use the Cypher on Breeze. Not all teams pick that one up, but I want to see how it operates. Specifically, Yoru has been becoming one of the more common picks on Breeze as of late. So I'm excited to see how TSMA use it, because it is a very difficult agent to use properly.
And we didn't get to see that match, but the results were not on the side of TSM Academy for that match where they were playing Yoru. It's a difficult agent, right? Like, the utility can be good in some scenarios where you're just popping up, you're just flashing and taking advantage of getting support from the rest of the team, but it's also a composition that we've only seen them play once, and that was earlier today. Before that, he didn't play Breeze in months. It's been 3 months since he last played this map. So we have so many questions about TSM, what they can do in this map, what they can do with the Yoru too. And I was expecting that, you know, I don't know, they're gonna reset, they're gonna change out Yoru, but not, they're committed to it. So we gotta see what they have to bring to the table.
Yoru, an agent that I normally find that's a bit more defensive sided than anything. See what it can do on the attack. It's already up towards middle. Already going for the 3-man door swing. And they all get mopped up. Easy does it by TSMA. Verdi though, a 4th man. Everyone just collapsing on middle through mid doors. 4 X's at mid doors to make it happen. Rustin will get his one, but it's Venture to close out. It's a quick pistol round for TSMA. Absolute madness to start off Breeze.
And we need to worry about the Yoru if everyone else is also able to get the kills for TSM Academy. Quick pistol round 2, and both of the teams pretty much going from the same strat, right? Going towards mid, trying to get kills fast and effective, and that is exactly what TSM Academy is able to get away. But again, this is a team that has gotten to the grand finals, that has made it to the semifinals as well multiple times. So now they're looking forward to get a dominant victory. But with the Yoru, this is the question that we have. This is going to be all the story for Breeze, how effective it can be, how much the rest of the team can support it.
Verdi, nice play, a flash in. It's right in front of the clone, and just that clone's still chilling. Funny as it is, but Sim's long gone. 4v4. Oxygen Academy may be putting some investment into this, could net some result. Up close to this Viper's wall. It's nerfed. Right clicks from the classic striking down onto Venture, but ZK wrapping up the site. And Harmful plus Revo will close down the eco. I mean, still all things said there, Dryad. It's still 3 kills on an eco. Can't be much better or worse than that, I suppose.
At least they make these 2 rounds happen quickly. Now this is where it gets a little more interesting, especially like you said, you have those players that got taken down now are gonna have sheriffs in their hands. Not too much, not enough kills to get any ultimate available just yet, but should be an interesting round 2 for the set of Oxygen Academy. Some light shields in their hands and some positioning all the way back behind Pyramid 2, where the Viper wants to position herself after having that wall ready. And in the meantime, also changing the strategy a little bit too for TSM Academy.
Yeah, they're gonna focus on getting the orbs for Sim. In the meantime, he's just teleported to front of Halls. This man's so aggressive. In the meantime, though, Redux push down Halls. And the off angle. It's perfect. Favors him. Angle advantage. Quick man advantage for Oxygen Academy.
Rounds that are happening so fast, especially compared to the match that we got to watch before the quarterfinals, where everything was so slow. It felt like it's so much utility to be used, but now some early advantage, like you said, numbers to work with, as well as they spot someone hiding behind the box. The Viper trying to get away with it live, but located, spotted in every way possible, and with that Oxygen, they should be getting away with a round like this one. The rifles are making all the difference. There's 2 players remaining on the other side. TSM Academy hoping for a kill or 2. They're able to get just that.
They might just be able. Depends. Still, there's might be snake bites available for Revo. He needs to stall it for more time. 1 snake bite deployed. Not really in an effective position. The wall, though, it goes up. It may be by space. He's able to cross away. Rustin needs to look both ways before he crosses the street. In the meantime, there you go. The snake bite. Time's running too low. Verdi doesn't have the HP to devious. He's won the round.
No way.
Unbelievable. 2v5. And it is TSM Academy stealing the bonus.
That is insane. It was the positioning tip for the Oxygen Academy in that 1v2. They played around it. They didn't know exactly where the last Viper was hiding. With the lineup, it was all that was needed. Throw in a safe position, running out of time, and in a position again where the defense should have won it. They got some early kills, they got some early presence, they took that mid control too, but seems like it wasn't enough. And now they're in a tricky positioning. See a Phantom, I see a Marshall as well. There's going to be bot, there's going to be force more than anything for Oxygen Academy, hoping to get some kills, hoping to deny the economy to be built by the side of TSM Academy.
Looking to go in towards this A site, flashing himself in, but no, Verdi times his flash perfectly too. Sim completely blinded up. And Oxygen Academy at least somewhat on the front foot, but then the Vandals start to come through, and It is Peyton defeat red. As well, Oxford Academy are going to have to concede this. TSMA has just started off Breeze 4-zip. This is looking fantastic.
Something we haven't seen before, right, for the side of TSM Academy. They know how and when to be dominant. They know how to take advantage of these early kills, especially on this attacking side, right? You get the entry, you get the wall, you get everything that is expected on this A side for the spike to be planted. In Oxygen Academy, I think the one win condition here is try to deny that entry with the utility. But when you look at the composition, right, with no chamber to maybe play for contact, to maybe play for some aggression, the situation gets a lot more difficult, and it is a big chance as well for TSM Academy to take advantage early on too.
Yeah, also chamber ultimates on eco rounds is definitely something to talk about. See this from Sim. Maybe toying with 3 ducks. That's a nice way to get rid of the trip there. Double bouncing the shock dart from Venture.
Yeah.
Here.
Roll this one back towards the B site. Lots of footsteps being made. Now the null command even tossed in. Rustin's setup isn't here though. He's not really affected by this. Because still the Viper's wall can go up and cut the site into... Oh, he's just been pinged. Oh no, that's going to result in Rustin's demise. And that's going to be a 4v5. And even ZK. Fantastic headshot on the Verdi. Now 3v5, but nerfed on the long flank. Dropping one of the players looking to drop lineups in. But the thing is, the Viper's pit so active. Debo right up close. Good one for the swing, but it's going to jump back into the pit instead. 3v4. ZK continues fragging up a storm.
Yeah.
I mean, an ace potential. Harmful's going to take it away, but TSMA just starting this one off so dominant. 5-zip. Bruno, maybe not the best teleport there from Harmful, but all things said, that doesn't necessarily matter.
Yeah,
this is a surprise start from TSMA.
It's so dominant, and I feel like it's so rare to see last tournament that I've seen teams being so dominant towards the beginning, winning multiple rounds, winning that 3rd, 4th round as well in a row. I remember Masters, the Masters that we saw a couple months ago, that it's so many teams getting away with dominant starts like this one, but now it's slowing down a little bit more. This type of Oxygen Academy into an eco round, potentially giving 6 rounds for TSM Academy. Has got to be a change in pace for this defense. And again, it just seems like the composition is not allowing them to do too much to deny those quick entries, especially because 2 ultimates were invested for TSM Academy into that run, into the B hit.
Ooh, Verdi's gonna cop a snake bite and a lot of utility out towards middle. That's just pressure though put on by TSMA. No one's actually out middle for the side of TSM, and they may have bamboozled this setup just a bit. Here you go, as Sim is going to go ahead and scout out the entire site. 2 kills managed to come through, though, as the rotates have arrived. Rustin in a pretty entrenched position, and no one actually there to pick up the spike. It's more or less out in the open, and all of Oxygen Academy swarming. Hunter's Fury even dropped in, trying to catch off Sim. It will work. Nerf even flicks over towards top middle. And just leaves Venture in 1v4. He's going to receive the ammo knife as well. That doesn't help at all. 1v4. Are they seriously going to push for this? Just don't give him the fights. Be coordinated as he starts to get whittled away.
Yeah.
Quickly
Even
drop
with the rifle. Trying to take those duels one by one. It's pretty difficult.
Make sure that you at least take a couple. Make sure that they don't get all the rifles stolen away. That's a nice burst. The orb making it actually hard to shoot through. And, well, if anything, to get Oxygen started, it's a thrifty round.
And the thing is that the entry towards B side, it's so difficult, right? The round before, it worked out so well because you had the Viper Spit, you had the null command as well, so you have all that space to take, and you're already forcing the defensive side to play back as you're getting the kills as well. But now, when you only had that Euro ultimate, then the situation is a little bit more difficult to control the site. It's a perfect opportunity as well for this defense to get that first round. It's 1-5. It's a long way to go already with rounds that are happening so fast for TSM Academy, but now we're back into the A side.
Turning this off. Again, more of this A pressure. They love the Hall's position right now for TSMA. I keep using Sim There's a possibility to, you know, teleport all the way down, send in the decoy.
Well, yeah.
Just so much pressure exerted. At the same time, they try to walk through. Verdi has just spammed Revo through the smoke. Spike on the ground. Harmful, though, out in the open. A huge opportunity. A missed with that tour de force. Will be the recipient of a fracture, as well as the null command. Perfectly timed. No more tour de force. No more players for TSMA. Venture on the site. 1v5. And he can't flick up to beat Redux. First a thrifty, then a flawless Oxygen Academy. Back with some momentum.
A couple of rounds that Oxygen Academy spent, maybe trying to learn a little bit more of TSM Academy about the strats that they had, and there's no surprises. Again, the A hit looks pretty standard to what a lot of teams want to bring to the table. We have a Viper wall as well that is enabling them, and then on the other side, a fragment to deny the spike to be planted, and it is working out pretty well. The more utility the other side and the defense is able to have, so because of that timer that happens just to make sure that Oxygen is not able to match up that score, but they might be able to do that, right? The economy is on their side, the rifles are on their side. They're taking a more proactive approach compared to what we saw early on.
I'm liking it from Oxygen, at least. Getting more active, and I think,
Yeah.
I mean, getting Redux in the fight, too. I think he hasn't even really been needed for the fight. I mean, for a man who just powers Oxygen Academy, it's been... I think the side holds have just been magnificent. Rotations as well to back it up. Normally, Redux is just the ace for Oxygen Academy. But not really needed so far. Honestly, shoutouts to Verdi, who's been doing a good job blocking it up. So, tactical timeout rolling out. Just getting things sorted out early, which is a really big deal. So we head back in to game. Verdi at the top as well, joined by Verno. I think two underrated players for the Oxygen Academy side, starting this one off nicely. Right out towards middle. There we go. Flash as well. Verdi, again, looking to take the initial fight. He will be joined together with Redux. But Venture's going to find the kill instead, looking the wrong way. And Redux has to try and get out of dodge. He's looking to fight, in fact. He does have a teleport available that's right next to him. Sim hunting for the kill, but Redux will be able to back away for one, but falls. 3 on 4, but ZK in the meantime putting pressure onto Rusted, who jumps right in the middle of the pyramid. But ZK wins the straight up fight. And TSMA, why not just win another half buy?
What are these rounds? What is happening? TSM Academy, they just come up with a strat and they execute it in the best way possible, even though their strats, it's economy, this shouldn't be working for them. But now Oxygen, only 2 members alive here, maybe a little bit of information. Yeah, they're able to get this post-plan scenario, and the drone as well. They're hunting for nerf, trying to escape it, but it's not going to be possible. Maybe just keeping their rifles the best scenario that they have. But
look who's on his way. Rebo's right next to him. Or not. Oh man, it should have worked. Saved. It should have been it. Come on.
Saved.
All right, nerfed. Not enough.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, sure,
right, guys,
we get it, nerf.
Not able to connect the kill. Both of the teams, both of players of TSM Academy were looking for. I mean, still a couple kills, but still the round going for TSM Academy. 6 already. It is happening so fast again compared to the speed that we got used to on that first match. It was something completely different, especially here in Breeze. TSM Academy, they're going in, getting the kills. Even in those eco rounds, they're making an impact early on. And it seems like they can continue to do that. Also, Yoru. We're gonna talk about Yoru.
Yeah.
We just don't talk about Yoru.
Who needs Yoru anyways? You're up 6-2.
It's all about the util.
Yeah, it's all about the util. He's
it's
gone
all
again.
About the util, definitely.
Yeah, we'll just leave it at that. Running out towards middle right now. ZK popping the null command. Redux looking for smoke spam, but he doesn't find any. Still the split. Despite being in the man disadvantage, they have the pressure. They have the initiative here on this A side. Verno, though, only 1 for 1 in the good trade from Verdi. 2v4 in the flank already here from Nerf. He's going to stop the plant, get both of them. Does Oxygen Academy dominate? Yeah, we're going to need that Yoru to find a little bit more impact.
It's all about utility. Come on. I mean, he did flash.
Okay. This is the
flash.
definition of copium right here. 0 and 8, but it's not like the biggest thing. I mean, it's still winning ways. All right, we'll say the util for the bit, but right now it needs to be some sort of entry. He needs the best Redux somewhere on the map.
This goes here.
Well, at least the entry is a little bit more guaranteed when you have a chamber. We saw the first round, we've seen it in a couple scenarios too, but right, you want to have definitely a little bit more consistency in it. So
Here's what it is.
Yeah.
I see the Yoru TP has just made its way over towards the A site where it is actually completely empty. Funny as it is. In the meantime, Redux, he's no teleportation orb. He is a jet with a vandal. Popping the fake teleport, but you can see that Verdi just did not bite on that at all.
I mean, there's just no way, bro.
There's no way that it happens. Right now, though, the clone from ZK will be popped. Verdi again on these side holes has been quite the force. Sim running through with the classic. And there you go. That's his first. That's his second with the classic. Gets the ult. Now we can get all the information in the world. He just spotted all 3 players. Nerf, though. Still fighting back. Still a problem. Maybe looking to take the teleport out. Looking to get a vandal on the way out. And Sim's going to get it. Maybe. In the meantime, though, the spike's going to get planted. Nerf taking a dink. Not another eco for TSMA. Looking to reel it back in, but nerfed on 24 HP. Just one classic shot. Could do him in. Rebo, a right click. So primed and ready. And there it is. Right through the edge of the pyramid to Redux, though. On the retake, he is half HP. Now, well, he's on his own as well. Things don't get easier. He runs through the wall, and the classics are gonna get it done. The round that Sim gets his first 2 kills is the one where TSMA dominate.
And it's for the classic that gets 2 kills. We're definitely watching an interesting game here for TSM Academy. I mean, even though the strategist, even though the entry towards A side it's looking as standard as it can be, just having a little bit more utility, having a little bit more of that question about what Sim can do on this Euro, it's giving them a factor to get away with rounds now 7 for the side of TSM Academy. So Oxygen, what can you do next? It's 4 players around A site.
One thing I will note is hold the thought. Redux, good trade from Sim. Taking down a superstar right there. And even playing around with teleports there. Sim keeping so much attention drawn his way. And you can see on the other side of the map, though, you see the Viper just tucked away. They can keep 3 players here pretty reliably for Oxygen Academy. Keep this defense strong. Hunter's Fury tossed out, maybe to force out Verno in the open. Rustin, excuse me. Verdi, in the meantime, opens up from inside the halls. An open sightline leads to a kill. Sim gonna run through the wall, maybe looking for a kill, but Verdi, again, just holding the angle. From inside of halls, deals with Sim, easy does it. And, oh, the Viper's Pit goes up and goes down. Verno versus Venture. Venture will get it for the most part, but 3 more players remaining and a flank to boot. Not needed as Verdi secures the 3K, and Oxygen Academy at least will keep the game close.
It seems like that was just communication, right? Because to see Venture hiding, not really peeking towards cave, so that Viper didn't know that they were pushing so far, ready to get the kill when she was trying to use the Viper Spit. It's denied. It seems like just peeking with Atsuba, getting that info would have made the difference, but not really the case. And with that, another quick round that passes, and a round that goes for the side of Oxygen. They haven't had the best luck so far, but they can make things a little bit more even. One more round would be ideal for them, and with a couple ultimates, you have to be expecting exactly that. Is a Viper Spin ready to use.
Even picking up the shorty, is that's always very useful inside the pit.
Yep.
$150 investment definitely could be worthwhile. Nerf will put up the Viper's Pit and force TSM Academy to play on other parts. Right now, Redux
Trap destroyed.
His usual maneuver towards top of middle. The knives are out. And Harmful considering the walk up. Redux right by, but he has heard that teleport anchor set up. Inconclusive though. as both the dash runs out, teleport away.
Time to jump.
You take a little damage, but
a little bit of damage. Maybe that'll matter inside of this Viper's pit. Nerf eats the entire flash. Revo inside of the pit, maybe finding Nerf, but Nerf just dancing in and out of it. Then he'll go down to Revo, but the damage has already been done. So much DK. You can see it harmful on 50 HP. What a shot, though. A sniper onto Rustin. And then as EK does get picked up, but then Birdie, all of a sudden, quick clutch for him. Check your stopwatches, folks, as he's gotten Oxygen Academy a fit.
Just quiet for a second, but get the last 2 kills, and yeah, the round that was needed for Oxygen, trying to make things even. That is exactly what they get. A start that didn't go the best way possible for them, losing 5 rounds in a row, but another 5 now that this team is able to get. So looking a little bit more positive as they go on the attacking side, looking towards A. And I feel like Oxygen, I mean, you look at the composition, you look at the fact that they have a Jet instead of a Yoru, and you know that they can have those hits a little bit more effective.
At the same time, though, I do think Yoru inherently has just been a very defender-sided agent.
Yeah.
I think it gives Sim a lot of room to maneuver and play his own game. Starting things off with the knife detects too. No one can teleport away. No one can really fight against this execute. So as the wall goes up, Dark goes through. Sim gets pinged out. Has to teleport away. And at the same time, they push through the wall. Redux and Verdi combined for 2. And TSMA on the back end. Destroyed by Oxygen. As Redux does Redux things. Make it 3, make it 4. Redux doing star player things for Oxygen A on the pistol.
And if there's 2 players that you want to get with a KO knife, it's gonna be the Yoru and the KO, right? It's just a perfect scenario to go in. There's no flashes available besides that Yoru and that KO. So perfect opportunity for them. Oxygen takes advantage of it early on. They should be tying up the score here, right? Forcing even a Vandal that is in the hands of Verno. Ready to get more, ready to play aggressive, and also conditioning the defensive side to be ready for any angle or any entry as they approach that B side.
Yeah, it's going to be a straight B play. Not even the null command needed for this one. They are just going to go straight in. There's 3 players here waiting, though. Harmful, though, takes the dink immediately. And players in the site are long gone. Even a tripwire put up by Rustin mid-execute. And Revo walks right into it. Oxygen Academy just dealing with the eco systematically. See what Harmful can do, if anything. This is a far cry from around. Just taps, long range. Verdi cleans up Harmful. And, well, 2v5 now is kind of grasping at straws for this one. Damage, I suppose. That's about it.
1 enemy remaining.
In the back, and we'll let this one play out as Sim. That is 3 of his 5 kills coming through with the classic, and 7 all for Oxygen A.
Like in TSM Academy, they haven't played this map too much, and the real test is when we get to see this composition on the defense, like you said, Yoru in paper, right, should be getting a little bit more value, trying to deny those quick entries, but so far, this is where he gets a chance to prove it as Oxygen Academy. Seems like they could be a little bit more spread across map. The mid presence that wants to be known early on for them, because that B entry, I mean, it worked out so well. Even when you have a trademark to the right, you know that is going to be a standard. So a little bit of noise. Also the Cypher making sure that flank's not going to take place just yet.
Harmful taking his opportunity to teleport out away, but Sim back inside does actually get tagged up and wallbanged immediately by Nerf. Sim thinks he's safe, but he isn't. And Oxygen Academy again with another fast, clean execute. And TSMA need to replicate it on the retake down a player. ZK hunting for something, but the TSMA look like they're backing away. They're looking like they're gonna save in the 4v5.
That is insane, though.
They are. I mean, look how far away the players are. Rebo, other side of the map. Ventures in middle, and Harmful's out of there. This is it. Just a 1-kill pacifist round of Valorant.
It's so weird to see those rounds, right? You know that there's a little bit of potential, but those rifles at the end of the day, that TSM Academy they want to keep. So that means Oxygen, they take the lead now for the first time. They were waiting for a little too long to make that happen, and with that, there's a timeout, right? So they have the rifles that they kept, but it just seems like it's a matter of the playstyle, really, that is not working out on this defense. They're not denying the entry as much as they want to. The only thing that they have close up and to be is a trademark. You know that that's going to get shut down, you know that's going to get denied, and with that, that is all the space that they need to take. And that is the good thing about this attacking team, right? They're keeping a good amount of variety into even that B hit that sometimes can be so difficult. And it's also a composition that they've been practicing for a while. In the past 2 months, they play Breeze 7 times, a bunch of times here in for Nerd Street, and it's given them their swords. The only difference that they made when it comes to the composition has been switching that chamber for a Cypher, and it's, you know, knowing that the changes that chamber went through recently, you want to deny that flank to take place. And Oxygen Academy, they're doing that. On top of that, they're taking such aggressive entries to make sure that this happens.
Yeah, you just cover way more ground for Cypher compared to Chamber these days. And with such a gigantic map like Breeze, you kind of need those 2 trips plus a camera. And the camera is actually a very useful attack side tool because it can actually spot out a lot. Even in towards middle, there's a camera you can throw on the cannon that looks and checks for any players pushing down bottom middle. So it can get a lot of information for an attack side. Very useful agent overall. As you can see, he clears out, making sure perhaps a player like Sim or perhaps Harmful pushing down tunnel.
I've dropped the spike.
Nothing there. And Oxygen A can proceed safely with the default.
Oxygen, though, they're not scared to make those sounds. They're not scared to get some information early on and make those rotations when it's necessary. They want to make still some noise towards B. Keep that chamber, keep that Yor. Just looking towards that entry even after they hear the orb. Looking for the orb around is going to be great as well. If this spike gets to entry that B, but A side actually, but it's on the other side though. You're split still, the spike not yet to plant it. Is it going to force more rotations? Yeah, it is. A's completely clear now.
Oh man. Well, I mean, look what's happened. Look who's pushed through Cave right now. Hello. It's Venture who walked all the way through halls, but at the same time, a bit of yin yang as they walk as well. Through Cave, they just dodge out on Venture. Venture's actually going to flee the scene. He's going to make his way back up into halls, but he's heard the footsteps of Redux.
Yeah.
But at the same time, look where Rustin is. Like, this is such a fragmented post-play, fragmented retake. It's just so odd. Rustin. Oh, he's not going to get spotted out. But he will get cleared. Harmful aware. And Rustin falls. 2v3. The shock darts are going to be everything to stop this play, as well as Redux up close at the bricks. He misses up on the updraft, but he still gets all the kills, flying up into the air. Redux gets 3. He's playing with his food, and Oxygen Academy are rolling on the attack side.
No, but that was such a good play, though. And it's a perfect opportunity, right? You hear the no command. You think that is going to be a B hit because there's 3 members towards B as well, but just leaves A completely clear for that spike to be planted. And yes, like you said, it got risky because there was a flank coming up for TSM Academy, but with all that sound, it gets denied. All the kills end up going for Redux. A perfect positioning as well, being able to not only trade but get 3 kills at the end of the day. So Oxygen Academy taking a lead. That's a little bit bigger. 4 rounds in a row now for this team, and TSM Academy still trying to find an answer. They're gonna go in, I guess.
Sim down bottom middle.
Here.
He does have a teleport ready and ready to go. At the meantime, though, DK pushes through Cave and
Oxygen expects
kind of flat. Yeah, they just were waiting for it.
Yeah.
Now they're coming back to B, but Harmful. It's such a powerful position. So many players, so much information he teleports out.
Takes a little damage, but manages to see a live B, though. Should be pretty much clear. Only Chamber to deal with all the way back, and
he's committed.
They have to be expected to take the damage, yeah.
He has to. He has to take the damage. He has to fight, and Redux has something to say about that kill. Oh, Sim has something back Deletes Verdi. And they're
Still
gonna plant on the other side. All 3 players are coming in through B main. And they'll start at least this retake here, but most of them armorless. A couple of them on the lower end. As the crossfire, good Venture trying to break it apart. 60 HP remaining on the man, but nerfed with the superior angle. And Oxygen Academy, just so far, it is an unstoppable attack side. 5 rounds straight.
The thing about Venture too is that he used that recon dart pretty much in the middle while all the action was taking place, so he had to wait way too long. Ideally, if that was available for that retake, maybe the story could have been different after even getting Sim to get 1 kill with that share. But another possibility is still an eco round that they were witnessing for TSM Academy, seeing if they can catch up with this score, because Oxygen, they're really just getting away with it. An operator is going to try to change the narrative here early on, but is it going to be enough though?
That was a cool dart tossed in by Venture. I believe that bounced off and from inside of Nest and a nice bounce inside of Elbow. Redux's dash is going to expire. He doesn't get to play as aggressively as he wants, but it's Redux we're talking. Knives out. Updraft, Cloudbursts, all available. All the tools necessary here for Redux as he moves up with the spike. But maybe they found a gap. Maybe they could just walk in a nest for free. No one is even watching this. Only very far back is Venture to stop Redux. And they're going to walk through doors instead. They're going to let Redux potentially activate on the flank while they draw all the attention of the site players that would normally be here, except for the fact that they're all inside of B main.
Spike planted.
Even the operator too, right? You expected at least to be mid. You have some presence, but that gave all the map control to Oxygen. Now waiting for the right opportunity.
Oh
no! Though. Venture good for 2.
Oh my gosh, the Yoru ultimate. But who needs that when you have Verno to bring it right back? As easy as that. Verdi from the yellow box takes a hit. Sim. Sick 2K even fakes the defuse, but
Last player standing.
now he's in a clutch. A 1v1. Sim searching for his opponent inside the pit, making noise is Nerf, but the muzzle flash will give him away. And Nerf is going to get it. 11-7. Who can stop Oxygen right now?
No one. It seems like, look at all the amount of rounds that they've won in a row. It's so rare to see this, especially on Breeze, especially when this out of TSM Academy, they bought an operator. They were playing all the way back, and yet the spike was still planted. The Viper Spit was still used. It's such a good use of utility coming in for Oxygen Academy. They're bringing up different strats. They're bringing up different entries too, but it doesn't matter. It's a TSM Academy that is trying to adapt. It's trying to react to his aggression, and it's not able to do so.
I mean, this could be something with Viper's Pit and A. They don't care. They just don't care. What is a Viper's Pit? Maybe they should care, though. They've just lost Redux. 3v5. Hunter's Fury goes out, lands no tags, and maybe, I guess, this answers the question, who can stop Oxygen? Maybe a Viper's Pit. And now, well, Rustin's going to walk up to Elbow. Venture hears all these footsteps, though.
Yeah, they are rotated. The members that were at B, they rotated towards mid, towards A. You expected that full hit to take place, and now it's a little bit more controlled, though. The Oxygen can have just tip on the spike at least.
It's only Harmful with the Headhunter. Harmful with the Headhunter is the only thing stopping them getting into the site. Oh, well, I think that's all you need.
Down B.
I think the Headhunter is actually just a better gun than rifles. 2v5. Spike's gonna get set in. Harmful is coming back around for round number 2 with the Headhunters. Spotting out Rustin. Rustin will drop Harmful. Opportunity as Verno up close.
One enemy remaining.
There you go. Harmful doing it all with the Headhunter, and then ZK right next to him. Yeah, I guess the Viper Spit is a pretty good way to stop Oxygen Academy. That and Harmful.
I mean, I respect the confidence for Oxygen, right? They hear the Viper Spit, they see it, and they still just go in full force, not fearing until they got taken down 1 by 1, forced that rotation. And yeah, the Headhunters too helping out. The only opportunity to slow down and to make sure that the spike didn't get planted as fast was that one. But how many times can you replicate a round like that one for TSM Academy, right? The possibilities, the chances of doing that, it's so difficult just because it was that ultimate made the difference. And now, once again, Oxygen Academy, they know that that utility was already invested, that ultimate was invested, so they can go towards that E side again. Spike on the floor, though, so I think a little bit slower compared to what we're used to seeing.
So they're gonna put TSM are gonna push in through walls. On the way into the corner there. Nerf was watching for this. Doesn't see anything. How to do TSM, all things considered. You do have ZK ready to activate on a fast flank if needed. Right now, Oxygen gonna make their way back to B.
Trademark up close. Or
There's nothing really to slow them down when they go in for the execute. You're totally right about that. Like, this can just be a pretty seamless, uninterrupted execution. And there you go. I mean, no command in as well. Harmful. It has only the Vandal to save him here. And, well, it's Redux, of course, to deny. But a huge kill from Sim. That denies the entry. Maybe Sim can make some moves on this site, shifting around from the back. Maybe he can find an extra kill for himself. Rustin pushing in towards the back. Sim still trying to be a problem. He's out of flashes, though. Again, gunplay is what he needs to utilize to get him out of the situation, but Oxygen will run him down. They're looking to take map point, and that they've got it. 12-8, Oxygen Academy. Just again, when it seems like they're down and out for a moment, they're always back in it.
It's insane to think about it, how this map started so dominant for TSM Academy, right? We saw those 5 rounds going their way, but in the second half, it's all about Oxygen Academy. They know exactly how to play that one out, especially when they take control of side. And yeah, like I said, there was no trademark like we've seen over and over again towards B. Most of the times it's been on that right side. One of the times they had on towards the left side, and because of that, they could entry, knowing that the no command still was not going to hit in time. So good opportunity, Oxygen Academy. They only need one more to get away with this map.
Down middle they go. No one's even going to bother taking down that decoy. Instead, Sim is going to deal with the camera, and bye-bye. He's out of there. Back to the B site.
Here.
There isn't much to talk about. There is Sim looking to make a move down in to elbow, but just ready to flank. He's gonna leave it to his teammate on the site here. That is Rebo, who only has a couple snake bites maybe to utilize, but Sim pushes through the wall to take out Redux and has the ultimate 2-dimensional drift fully online, but maybe it's better he has a gun in his hand because his teammates have just fallen. 3v4 to hold on to the map. TSMA. Nothing that they can do to stop this plant. It's going to go in. The recon bolt as well. Sim spotted out, but he gets Verdi on the site. Brings it back. 3v3. Teleport. Utilized maybe to fake out what Oxygen they have, but all of Oxygen are playing deep. They have lineups too.
No, the lineup, not
you
the
hate to
lineups.
see it. This is going to be a difficult one for sure. So no matter how much work they do, they're going to have to go through lineups after lineups. Even shock darts available. Recon darts too. Here's the next lineup. They're going to try and get it to half, but he didn't even get it there. It don't matter. Oxygen Academy put up one of the best Breeze attacking sides I've ever had to cast here on the Nursery Champs qualifiers. They take Breeze 13-8.
So dominant from this team. They knew exactly what the win conditions were every single time, and one of the opportunities that that gave them the last couple of rounds too was that the Jet was able to entry over and over again, just using the cloud burst going in, because the KO on the defense was reacting more than anything with that 0 point. So wasn't using it early on, it was using it late in the round when the Jet was already in, was rotating all around, was getting the kill. So it was a perfect opportunity for Oxygen to just be dominant. And again, we didn't get to see too much of this Breeze before for TSM Academy. We had a couple questions. We saw the Yoru, we didn't know how it was going to look like, and even though it was competitive in that first half, that second was all about Oxygen.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, Oxygen did a fantastic job. First things first, just limiting Sim. I don't think Sim really went for the plays that I'm used to. I mean, being a playmaker, that is. I think he's kind of taken a more of a backseat role in the side for TSM Academy, as he's been kind of brought into their system, so to speak, and he didn't really get back up to his shenanigans that he was, say, on nearest airport, being a pretty big playmaking duelist. He kind of got usurped easily by a player like Redux, who was able to turn a lot of rounds on its head. So, I mean, 13-8 is a reasonable scoreline there for Oxygen as they go ahead and take their map pick. But we head to Haven next, and I mean, any quick words before we head off?
Well, I mean, again, I'm going to see if that momentum for the set of Oxygen can transfer to the second map. It's a possibility. They have some interesting tats on it too. And again, this is a rematch that we got to see about 5 weeks ago. So, I mean, we got to see if Oxygen can get away with it. Or was it just the map alone that made the difference there?
Yeah, maybe it was the map, but who knows? Haven, I think, is a map that everyone knows how to play. So we're going to go ahead and toss it off to a break. But first things first, you can go ahead during that break and get yourself a pack of Mike and Ike, where you can take your candy game to the next level and get a pack of Mike and Ike Original Fruits or Mike and Ike Mega Mix. We all know those fruity, juicy flavors keep us going here on the Nerd Street broadcast, as well as at all of our events. So you can go ahead and snag yourself up a pack of Mike and Ike. Power up with Mike and Ike. So we're going to go ahead and toss it over to a break. Haven up next. See if TSMA can show a bit more strength on both sides of the coin. See more well-rounded TSMA. We'll see that after a break.
I know you only show up for these tournaments for the ads. I recently partnered with DigitalOcean to help spread the word on their amazing software.
I think you mean their amazing web-based cloud computing service.
Okay, if you're a developer, then you know how incredibly hard it can be to get started.
Not true. DigitalOcean made their UI so simple you can start developing right away. Plus, they give you full access to their human support staff.
Easy to start, human support staff.
Don't forget, really transparent and affordable pricing.
Okay, let's keep the tournament going.
One of the reasons that I wanted this lesson with Super Ukuma is because I felt like I had reached kind of like a plateau with my gameplay.
I tend to teach more of a way of understanding the game, more than just, oh, you need to work on this, you need to work on that.
He showed me this diagram that was pretty simple, and it was kind of something that I was aware of instinctually, but when you kind of like visualize it, it helped me gain a deeper understanding of the game.
I gotta say, I've been having a lot of fun doing it. It's been very enriching, and it's helped me a bit. I've learned a few things doing coaching.
You should definitely try Metafy if you're looking to level up your game.
this week's Nerd Street Champs qualifiers as we continue here into our semi-final bout. You can call it an Academy bout, I suppose, but Oxygen Academy, more or less the main team, taking on TSM Academy. And, well, for Oxygen A, I think they found their groove once again when Redux starts to have a good game, and the rest of the guys honestly played above honestly what their expectations normally are. So heading into map number 2 of Haven, it's looking good for Oxygen A, but we need to see a different TSM A for that. Like, I'm fine. Stand right. Let's go.
Yeah, it should be a good one for the second map. I don't think we're gonna continue to see that Yoru. It was just not really working out, and when you break down what went down on that first map, especially in that second half, it was just having an opportunity to entry in the hands of a Jet or Oxygen that was working out so well over and over again towards A side too, and on the other side of Ayora that always had to play back, reacting a little bit more to what the enemy team was doing. The same case was with the KO, but in Haven the story is a little different for that second map. You can position yourself a little bit more around the map, and like you said before, it's a map that you just need to have ready. Everyone here has to know how to play at Haven, so we can expect a little bit more of the standard compositions coming in for both sides.
Yeah, and during the month of May, though, this map for Oxygen Academy was one of their most dominant ones. All things said, I believe they were running a 90% win rate on it during May. But things have changed for the Oxygen camp. They're still a good team, let's not get this wrong, but they're not in win every tournament mode. They've been upset in a couple of these grand finals, and they've kind of lost, I guess, the essence of that run. Once again, they're still a good team, and they ain't washed or anything like that. But they're not superstars, and that's why I think TSMA can actually take this and maybe force out a third. But we're gonna have to see something more convincing from them. Redux normally goes for the Neon on this map, and it's one of his most played agents, and he runs one of the best Neons in North America, so why not pick it up?
It's also a good point, yeah, the Neon, but also the amount of times that we've seen Oxygen play this map. Pretty much every single matchup that they have, they're going to try to play this Haven. They just feel really comfortable in this map compared to even what we got to see early on, right? Breeze was kind of a question mark for us, and they were able to come up with the good results, but even they played so many times in the past 2 months, 28 times, and it's a composition that looks exactly like this. They found out what's working. They have an 86% win rate. I mean, they're so dominant. They've been consistently knowing how to come up with these win conditions with that style that is working out for a team that likes to play a Neon, right? And it's a good point in Valorant that we're in, because you can have this amount of variety and it just kind of fits into everyone's style in every single team.
Yeah, one of the biggest things to note is, Redux is technically the #2 Neon in North America, only beaten out by Baby Bay. But you can also say that Redux has played more rounds of Valorant. Man is more consistent. Man hits more shots. He's played it more often, and not many people beat Baby Bay on Neon. Let's be real with that one. But Redux is coming awful close to see if he can bring some of the energy in this one, taking on TSMA for a spot in the grand finals. Starting this one off, Sim is in a bit of a bind. He'll satchel on away. And we're going on another one of these World Tour pistol rounds, but Harmful has a souvenir to give out before they're gone.
Cover going out.
One kill only, but it's still 5v4, and a quick entry has to take place towards the seaside. It could work out really well. So much utility to invest for this Oxygen team.
All right, so they're already in. Verde has the spike, though, going into Garage. Doesn't matter, because Rustin's just taking out Harmful. Now they'll kind of re-entry onto the site. The issue is, players are here in every nook and cranny. They've allowed them to rotate through. And now just a 1v4 for Nerf. Maybe not the optimal play here for Oxygen, as they started off dominant. Is quickly turned the other way. Nerfed is not very long on this pistol, as he's concussed up and ran down by a frenzy. TSMA pull off a surprise pistol.
To make it happen fast, and it all started with the chamber right opening pick, as this attacking team for Oxygen, they was trying to go for that rotation from A to C, and that one kill allowed all the difference, all the information to go for TSM Academy. So yeah, changing the narrative, starting in the best way possible for this map after the most convincing second half that we got to see in that first map. Start for the defense. They position themselves once again, initiator duelist around the A site. A long, but No one really aiming towards that. The mid control, a courtyard seems more interesting now for Oxygen.
I mean, it's a Neon with the shorty. What can it do? Dashing past. But the aftershock making things a tad bit awkward. For Redux, he's trying to set down the spike, and he is going to be able to. Mission accomplished, and everything else is just going to follow easily here for TSMA. As, well, Verno, it's a ghost, and no one's defusing. That's an
enemy remaining.
Interesting sight to see, as, well, Sim is waiting for nerf. Could have been a little bit of an issue. They could have gotten that round down a lot quicker if they did decide to defuse, but oh well, it's a quick eco. Only losing a player, not all that bad.
Sim looking a lot better on this race too, able to entry, definitely looking more confident to give those entries and to give those opening the other team is looking for. 6 kills already, having an ultimate to a showstopper to use at any point, and for this offensive team, that is exactly what they need when the rifles are going to be available on the other side. Oxygen Academy, they want to try something new. That means an A hit. Maybe a little bit of information coming in.
Look at the setup. Look at the setup. They have a garage. They have a C's and a paint shells primed immediately between Venture and Sim. Looking for a quick and easy kill, but no one's going to give it to him. In the meantime, oh, well, that setup was cool and all. How about this seaside play? As ZK is going to get pinged and wallbanged. It's just simple as that. Sim next in line to get ran down, and I mean, if you wanted to save here for TSMA, you could. The 3v5, you'll probably want to deal as much damage as you can. Nerf, though, taking quite some hits, and he tries to TP away and walks right into repo. And a Phantom over. That will definitely draw these players back into the retake. They're going to sprint through garage. There still is Redux. He is isolated towards the back of the site. Is holding a crossfire, as well as Rustin falls next. Redux in a difficult position, but he still makes it work as he turns it into 4. That's the Redux way.
And it seems like he was going to get taken down, right? Because that crossfire was no longer available after one of the players got taken down, but still managed to get this duels 1 by 1, especially that one kill that he got through Radiant boxes. Looking pretty good for this team. First round for Oxygen Academy. Let's see what they can bring up next. And yeah, like you said, that setup towards the beginning for TSM Academy was nice. But looking at the composition, looking at this Neon in the hands of Redux, what are the possibilities that they really want to enter their garage, right? It's a difficult one for it to play out. So another C entry.
Oh, but this time there is a breach awaiting, making things really difficult for Redux.
Already in though.
And he is. He works it out and turns it into a kill. Maybe 1 for 1. Is that really Redux's way? He's normally 4 for 1 in that way. So 4 on 4 is what we're looking at. Showstopper goes through. Rustin teleports away, though. All players towards the bottom of C long.
So difficult.
This is so odd. It's so weird. The drone just staring at him defuses. Birdie's gonna swing for the kill. 3 on 4, and as players for TSMA get shaved away, no one can really get on the spike because the spam is just too darn much. Venture's gonna take the operator and save, and TSMA are gonna take a hike. Oxygen Academy are quickly bouncing back.
The cool thing about Oxygen, right? So many scenarios where this attacking team or many attacking teams that we see entering towards the seaside, they can fully position themselves for this post plan where they're playing towards long, and we get to see them do it perfectly, even after that single trade. I mean, it was enough. They have all the angles, they have the lineups too, and with that comes a timeout.
Wow.
Seems like 4 is out of TSM. Yeah,
I mean, you can't really say they've won any like real tangible rounds for TSMA. They've
not just the first 2.
They won the pistol and they won the eco, basically seamless. But outside of that, it hasn't been like, you know, something huge. I think it's mostly been Redux on entry. It's been quite the problem.
It's so good. I mean, he got stunned when he was entering. He gets to use a little bit of utility as well, the nice and that information that the enemy team is trying to get, even though he's stunned, and that seems to be enough because everyone else, even though with the flashes that we get to see, he's able to just play back. The rest of the team just playing for long, and it's something that definitely is going to get denied at some point for the defense, and you gotta talk about it on the side of TSM Academy, but it can work out in more scenarios, right? That is the cool thing about that strat.
Yeah, I mean, Redux just defies the odds in so many different ways when it comes down to these entry plays. 15 years old, by the way. I think that's been said 100 every single time he's ever been casted, but I mean, I think that's
That's
why they
insane.
call this team Oxygen Academy as well, just because they actually can't play VCT as a team. Because Redux puts this team on his back.
So much potential. I mean, he's always proving results, and I feel like it's all about the confidence, especially when you're playing that Neon. Right? You know you have to go in, you know you have to go fast, and even at least a trade he's been able to get every single time. So now looking towards A long, playing a little bit closer for contact with operator.
Oh my.
It doesn't even matter. It doesn't even matter.
That's just how Redux operates. And now, well, Rustin just waiting. It's free. Not quite the second. Okay, he'll get it. Even though DK did land the dink through the wall. Tough luck. Running into A.
Flawless.
And, well, if there's anything discussing the timeout, ta-da, it's over. And it's Oxygen Academy up 3-2.
Been getting that operator kill. I mean, Redux knew exactly where the chopper was going to be hiding, right? Some of the information that you can get for this team that even hasn't even contested A enough, and they know, right? They know that you don't want to get close to Sim, you don't want to get close to Venture, who are constantly playing together towards that A long, and that is the difference between other teams, right? Sometimes you have a little bit of presence, you want to peek towards lobby, but these two players actually are always trying to get some advantage. Now, once again, Neon gone crazy. Or is that courtyard control, and it's already in.
Look where Redux is. Redux is sprint. Surprise! Redux has already flanked the C side. Redux has just gotten all 3.
One enemy remaining.
Are you serious? I want to see his perspective so badly. We're gonna see it on Twitter. What on earth was this round? He sprinted through B and flanked the entire team. He doesn't get the ace. That makes me... I'm just dead in my chair right now. He needed that ace. Man.
Nah. That is insane, though. I mean, we saw him going in. We saw he was already in, but the fact that he got so much value out of that ultimate, too. Absolutely insane. Things that only Redux can do, really.
What?
Almost a flawless round coming in, and Oxygen with another round. Attacking side looking so good for them.
I mean, this guy just went, 100-meter dash, Olympic record from bottom of grass into their opponent's spawn.
I mean, who was expecting that? Who was going to be expecting that kind of aggression, especially in something that we haven't seen before on the side of Oxygen? Yes, one time they planted B, but they still played all the way back. This time around, it was just Redux going to the spawn of the enemy and getting the kills.
What on earth? Redux. This time he'll take more conventional approaches towards long. Sim, though, hunting for fragging towards short. Everyone's just jumping around, trying to bait him into the peak. Paint shells does go through. Doesn't actually deal any damage, though. Just falls a tad short. And, well, only on the half by here for TSMA.
Still on forcing rotation, so...
Maybe they can get the alert going. That is a little bit of a weird angle being taken there by Sim, but we'll go down to Verto. They have rotated all the players here. It's like, it's not impossible. They're gonna triple push into short as the mid-round call nerfed. He might be in a bit of a tough position. The paranoia goes through, doesn't quite blind everyone, but now the setup is compromised. I like how Redux just doesn't care about short anymore. He just lets Rustin deal with the revo. And then now it's a 1v4. I mean, you could analyze this, Dryad. You could...
No way.
Artful. 1v4. I expect the drop out of heaven. Verdi is doing quite the little dance on the site. He's absolutely vibing right now. It's like everyone else is vibing while Rustin is just hitting all the shots. Oxygen A up 5-2.
It's looking scary. I mean, that's for sure. Oxygen Academy, yes, they might not win the pistol round, but does it really matter when they're just getting away with the rounds that matter the most, right? Round after round, it's just quick entry coming in. If it's not Redux, you have Rustin as well on this chamber. Getting them to nice angles, especially for the post plants, to get away with it. I mean, it is exactly what you would expect for a set of Oxygen for Redux on this Neon, but you're just delivering in the best way possible.
Now Rustin gets to cut everything off. Operator shot. Takes the pot shot out of Flying Sim. But at the meantime, all this presence has just drawn out the push, and it's just being watched for. How do you even deal with that?
I'm out of here.
They sprint up C. Rebo, the only player here, spamming the smoke, hoping, trying to find some gold in the river, but nothing there. Redux just sprinting right on through. Come on, how do you deal with this man on entry? And then the paranoia to follow up. Perfection from Redux.
No, this guy's hacking. There's just no way. He just knows everything.
We've had enough here on the commentary desk. As Sim, well, 1v5, Redux, just moving forward, keeping it going. This guy just has no bounds. How
many kills does he have?
15 kills. I can tell because the RGX Vandal has a kill counter on it.
What?
It does. Well, now he has a couple of deaths. I couldn't tell you. Oh, wow. Ow. Sim, that's a nice double kill, but 15 kills and counting within 7 rounds. He's averaging a double kill every round. He's averaging a man advantage every round. I think if you want to think of it like that. Like, that's just... That's kind of stupid. I mean...
TSM Academy, I mean... They have such a difficult task. Even if you take timeouts, even if you break this down, Oxygen Academy, they're bringing up so many strategies. Like, yes, you are expecting Redux to come up with a crazy entry every single time, but how do you stop it, right? You look at the utility that they have, and there's nothing to fully shut down the entry, the aggression the Oxygen is bringing, and that is where the difficulty is. Then you also have Rustin, who's getting first contact. Even if he doesn't get the kill like that last round, he's getting some information for the team to work with that is allowing them to make some early rotations before that spike is planted.
No way he does the same thing up to B. No, he's going into garage. Oh my, the perfect read. There's no one home. No one's even on C, for goodness sakes. All right, well, they didn't want to get entry by Redux again. They're like, yeah, we'll play retake. That's it. Well, 5-on-5 post plant with Redux alive.
They're still playing for long. I mean, how do you deal with this? You're gonna have to come up with a flank, but the flank is also going to get shot down. What are the possibilities here for TSM Academy?
I mean, hope to find a lucky one on a Rustin. I guess that would be a start, but Rustin has a teleport anchor set up, and bye-bye. He's out. He is getting flanked, and not anymore, as Sim will find that one. Thing is, though, you do have to stop the defuse. Harmful's getting it all the way? No way! They get the thrifty!
Go, go, go.
I thought they were surely going to deny, but Harmful's somehow invincible.
That is, I mean, that's one way to shut it down. Now, is it enough for the run to come? That is what we're gonna find out. Just sticking, I mean, TSM Academy, they understand that is the best chance that they have, right? They try contesting it, they try coming in, and they feel like in one by one they were taken down into the last one. Just defusing the spike in the best way possible. TSM Academy. They recovered the economy, right? They didn't have too much. Now an operator in the hands of Harmful pulling towards B2.
Oh, he's just gonna go into garage once again. There is a trip. Fear that. But Sim and ZK have pushed all the way down middle. Redux still inside of garage. Still fighting up against multiple players. Also has the operator of Rustin to work with, but he's crossing out in the open and walks right into Harmful. 3-on-4 out in the open, and Nerf is blind.
Okay.
2v4, things change. Hunter's Fury available for this post, and Rustin, what a perfect crosshair placement. Also spotting out the barrel, but can't quite find the kill. Verno has to try and stop this defuse, and he's getting run down by so many players. Harmful's gonna get the finisher, and the defuse will arrive.
Save the day. Easy.
And it seems like the answer here for TSM Academy was also the fast aggression for that retake. This is why we didn't see as much presence anymore early on the C side, because they know they can't win that first duel. But when they're retaking, when they're retaking fast, because most of the 4 of the members are positioned towards B, then this story changes a little bit more for them. And even though those rounds that Oxygen Academy wins happen so fast, when you look at the score, TSM Academy with 4 not looking too bad. Still being able to invest, still having an operator, and now Oxygen Academy is the one that has to bring something new, playing back, and Neon still playing fast.
And Redux, is he gonna go for the Olympic record run again? Trying to shatter it, but he's already up. Inside of B, in the meantime, they push in through A long, and it's causing quite some trouble. But Redux will fight one back, and, well, okay, they have another open C site. When has this happened again? Post plants have not been invincible here for Oxygen Academy. They can set down the spike all they want, but these retakes haven't been
They're already
back.
planting.
Look at this from Harmful. Already put the operator out. Waiting for Redux, and he's gonna find it. Now you have to fight. Now you have to get aggressive. You can't just play this spike plant anymore. The thing is, you do have Nerfed in the corner, and will cash off Harmful. Still a player on the site. That is Rustin. He'll open up. Now a 1v1. And he needs to find the headshot just around the corners, Rebo. Now, the ring around the Rosie around the site. But Rustin's playing it patiently. Rebo has to make the play. He flicks over, and Rustin's got it. The 1v1 victory. And Oxygen Academy continue winning ways. Will extend their lead by 3.
7 round now. Could be the 8th one here. Oxygen Academy. I mean, they're still going towards that seaside, and we see the same strategy. And I like that TSM. They're adapting to it. They were trying to get an early flank coming in with the chamber. They shot down Redux as well when he was positioning himself for post plan. So they're finding these answers, and they're also leaving a seaside pretty much empty. As you see that breach to Astra playing all the way towards backside.
Oh boy, look at this setup. The C's plus the paint shells.
Here we go.
And it gets nerfed.
It works.
It's so perfect. But here you go. He's up to no good again. In the back lines. Looking for multiple. He gets away with it again. Redux.
Shocking.
Give him a break. He'll switch back to the Vandal. But they don't have the spike. 2v2. Redux just keeps making magic happen. Joined up with his teammate now. Bruno moving on through. Redux for 4. Spots the last. Looking for an ace. Come on. Give it to him. No. The trade's through for Bruno, though. It'll be an 8-4 half. Redux the elusive ace. But man, this guy just keeps getting rounds single-handedly.
Even after that first kill, like you said, with that setup, I mean, it's not... Nothing seems to be enough to stop Redux. Now, I mean, if there's a chance to do it, it's gotta be on the defense, right? The question is, how aggressive is Oxygen Academy willing to play on this defense too? Because you can have some quick rotations, maybe deny the spike to be planted, but that has also been the kryptonite for so many teams. That has been the biggest mistake. They get taken down before it gets planted. They cannot play for that retake. So I want to see that adaptation coming through Oxygen Academy. They have so much potential. They already have 4 rounds. Take the advantage, and now the pistol round is what comes next.
21 kills and a half. You know, that's good by Counter-Strike standards. How about 21 kills in 13 rounds? Just being able to maintain this kind of pace is insanity. Redux is going to be tested, though. He's caught out in the open. He will go down. Fault line too good. And Sim, always with the frenzy on these pistols. Works so well, but the rotate's already here. The rotate's here. They're going to commit. Sim, out in the open, walks right into 2 players. Still, such a huge stack awaiting these players as Verdi, alongside Verno, is just too good. Verno, swinging out. He'll get a second. Now trying to convert it to all 3, but it's down to the 1v1. But look at this. Rebo's going to go into spawn, but Nerf has made the read. Nerf has made the second read. Nerf is walking back into spawn.
Too much.
Unbelievable. This is a free one. Wait a minute. This has not become free here for Nerf. Paranoia out, and we're going back the other way, I guess. Running back to A. Plant's going through. 1v1. Nerf's gonna chase. Get close. Again, so low. But it's 2 bullets, not 1. It gives Rebo a window of opportunity. And Rebo's gonna walk all the way back around to short. Nerfed. Time's beginning to tick. When does he want to start faking defuses and dropping smokes on the spike? Checking every corner. Here we go. Smoke on the spike. Here comes the defuse. Rebo looking to spam. He's gonna stick it the whole way. But Rebo, a chance. And he has 1 bullet. He had 1 opportunity. And it works just fine. He got the 1v1 and the pistol for TSM.
1 second earlier would have made a difference there, but it's a pistol round now. Once again, going for the side of TSM Academy, and that 1v1, it was so intense, that full rotation. I mean, who does that, right? Absolutely no fear for this breach to try to make the difference. And now, a story that can turn out to be different. I don't see any force buys coming in. Oxygen Academy just sticking to the sheriffs as well. Maybe a Shardy too that has a Redux. Why not?
Rustin hunting for one out middle. It's always worthwhile getting a couple headhunter shots primed. In the meantime, there's this little seaside stack they have going here for Oxygen. Doesn't look too shabby.
The crossfire, yeah.
They're gonna go ahead and back on off. We shift over to the A site where Rustin waits. ZK, too good. And
It was stacked too towards the
I know.
side.
Good read
It almost
here.
worked out, yeah.
Blocking vision.
We'll walk back in the garage. Shorty out. Redux just sneaks past it, but not the gun for the job. Are they still gonna go C here?
Yeah, they're going back. And time is running out.
40 seconds remaining. They're gonna sprint back up to C. 30. Trying to maybe rotate off, but oh, both players pushed out towards middle. They left the C site
30 seconds
a little bit there, so well, let's kind of just leave Verno and Nerf in a, well, we'll call it an impossible 2v4. Very far away from the spike.
Everyone playing close to site as well, so it's even more difficult for Oxygen Academy. Still pretty much full health even for the Omen too, but Verno, having to take this duel, was running out of time. It's just all a nightmare to deal with.
Verno up close with the Spectre. Could have been something. Maybe a little bit, could have been a little bit lucky and oh, been all right. I think Nerfed is going to sacrifice himself to the Spike God in a moment. Silver chat, beware, or whatever they say. Kaboom!
Yeah, at least they don't give the kill to the TSM Academy. Just the best thing that you can get away with at that point. Oxygen, they were just running out of time. They expected that rotation to end up towards A. They were wrong for the 1v5, so not too much more that you can work with. Now, this is where it gets interesting, though. Now, Redux with the Vandal, ready to go in. Eventually ready to play aggressive too, even on the defensive side. I just want to see what TSM is able to bring up, right? This is the opportunity to shut down the aggression from the defense, and they can do it so well. Right Neon position towards garage, and nice little setup denying and quick entry towards A.
Rustin's gonna get up to no good inside of short, though. And, well, the Prowler goes through. He does get spotted.
It's hit, too.
And he gets away. Up towards top middle, though. Harmful. Searching for rotators. He'll find one on a Verdi. Make this a really difficult situation for Oxygen. Nerfed trying to hunt for a kill. Nerfed hears all the footsteps, but what a position from Harmful. Denies. Redux is already so low, too. And the kill's not even converted, Dan. 3v4. I mean, Redux. Is he this good? I'm not so sure.
So low. That is a problem here, even with some utility. You know, even being able to trade here, the 5v2, it's so difficult. Oxygen, seems like they're gonna have to give up this round.
It's just a very simple round from Harmful, too. Like, that wasn't even, like, an incredible swing or anything. He just held the angles and caught the players off guard.
Yeah, and then that just forced it. He gave enough information to his team to make that rotation from A to C to plan the spike as well. And to play around garage, like we got to see, right? That a nice little kill through that corner. It's such a big numbers advantage to work with for TSM. Playing smart, really. Playing for that win condition. They know the Oxygen, yes, they got away with quite a lot of rounds before, but the Neon, what is this Neon going to be able to do early on? It just gets so much more difficult.
Yeah, the biggest thing is you just have to be activated as Redux. It comes very close to a kill at the end, but you gotta find a way to get activated. He hasn't found a kill this half in the first 3 rounds, considering he was averaging a double kill and stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah, Neon, this Neon, it seems like she's always in the wrong site. And like, obviously, she's trying to rotate. This Neon is trying to rotate her all across to try to find what TSM Academy is pushing, but never lucky enough, especially with 3 sites. It's pretty difficult to land it. Oh, seems like one to go in, though.
Yep, there we go. Just take the fight to him. How about it? As Redux, well, he just runs right into Sim. Denied. And now Verdi trying to claw one back, but nothing much here. We sit 4v5. No work garage control, and the drone's gonna chase him all the way around the corner.
Running.
The most
And
terrifying
escaping.
feeling in Valorant.
It's a boom bot just following you.
When
While
you
being
run
able
out
to
of
shove
ammo
it.
and it's chasing you.
Yeah.
Oh, Nerf trying to make a play. 4v5. What an angle
How'd
to
they
play.
know?
He's gonna
They know.
hold. He's gonna hold. And he's gonna get three!
Oh my God.
Nerfed, unbelievable! And then the paranoia to follow up. Who needs Redux? Nerfed a playmaker in his own right. He teleports up top. He is spotted. He does drop
It's
down.
fine.
He survives though. I mean, smoke spam could find him potentially, but that's all there is. But Rebo in the meantime actually picked up the spike. Did they convert this?
Teleport's gone.
It seems like it.
30 seconds left.
4v2.
They're going back to C. Hunter's Fury tossed out. The tag landed. Oh no, that could end it. But Rebo just dodges out. Unfortunately harmful. Has fallen, and now Rebo with quite the order. And he'll fall. Oxygen Academy will pick up their first round at the defender side. But Nerf, what on earth was that?
He's in Academy. They knew the possibility of someone pushing towards C, right? But they did not expect that specific corner. It also gets 3, right? The possibilities with a Spectre 2, right? So low. The Oxygen Academy, yeah, the first round that they get on the second half, they were craving and they didn't want to use the Academy to tie up that score after such a dominant performance on the first half. And this is when things can get a little bit more interesting. TSM, they slowed things down, and the more rounds that we've seen from them, the more that they're willing to slow down to try to force Oxygen to actually push them. And this is why Redux has been punished so many times, hasn't been able to get a kill in the second half. It's just shutting him down over and over again.
How often can Nerf pull that one off is a very good question. They're gonna go back and test him the real way. Oh, and the Rolling Thunder tossed on out. Nerf. Rustin is actually gonna stick around. He is gonna get dropped as a result. And now, Sim. The entry too good. 3v5.
At that point, you're expecting the paranoia to slow them down, but I mean, you're stunned, can't do too much, jumping all the way back. Possibilities here are fading. The 3v5, everyone alive. Did have TSM Academy. You know exactly where this neon is located.
Well, the players on, well, Redux on a whopping 1 point of health.
Scanning ahead.
You love to see it, hate to see it. Verno doesn't like to see 3 players swinging him. He'll go down. Verdi trying to turn it back around. Has the flashes, believe it or not, to turn it on its head. But time is running extraordinarily low. He wants to go for this, but he's pinged out. And Venture goes down. Verdi
So close.
tries, but fails. Tough luck.
It was running out of time. Maybe a couple more seconds there would have made a difference. Not forcing to play it as fast, especially with that ultimate, but not really a chance there. TSM Academy, another round that they win. This attacking side is theirs, and they've been getting so much utility, right? We see the investment of utility from them early on, and even if they're forced to rotate, it's all about shutting down Oxygen Academy on this defense. Now, another step towards A.
Yeah, we're gonna get more aggressive, kind of like the teal team style that we've seen, and it's working wonderfully. Redux is able to get away with it, and now, well, joined together with Nerfed. Teamwork makes the dream work. As the TC does it, 2v5. This round's a wash. Dryad.
Sometimes you just have to try something like that and hope for the best. And so right now, though, Oxygen Academy, they find the answer. It was a stack. It was just playing aggressive towards A. A side that we haven't seen too much from the side of Oxygen Academy, but Nerf does get taken down.
Oh, no.
Wait.
A B side open, an A side open.
No way.
They solved it. They know.
And Oxygen was rotating too.
Blocking vision, obscuring vision.
And look, the smoke towards the top of B is gonna delay the rotate for so long. This is unreal. They're gonna plant. They're gonna get a free sight. Everyone miles away.
Oxygen doesn't know yet. Now they know. Where is it?
Can't avoid the pings. Can't destroy it. But now in the retake, the 2v3. Venture's good for it. 2v2. Redux pushes into the site. And fantastic shot onto Venture. Now ZK. 1v2. Can he make it happen? Can he get the 4K? In the 1v1, it's Verno, though. With an amazing swing. In Oxygen Academy again. I mean, hey, it almost fell through their fingers. Let's be real. But the rounds are what matter. They're up to 10.
Yeah, it almost did. I mean, they had some really nice aggression when they were all playing together towards A. They took the numbers advantage, but then the mistake was that over-aggression towards B just to deny the spike to be planted. And again, it's going to be a difficult situation. And even after such dominant rounds and performances for Oxygen, they're still missing a little bit more. It's still risky because of that tactical timeout coming up. Strategy, it seems like we've seen all the sites being hit for this attacking team, and it is working out.
Yeah, at the same time, though, you gotta harken back to the start of that round and how Oxygen Academy got themselves activated with a very aggressive A stance and a good read on the situation to get themselves such an easy 2v5.
It was pretty much a gamble, right? Having all that presence towards A. Not really sure if that is exactly where TSM Academy was planning on going, but the gamble just turns out to be the best decision there for Oxygen, changing the narrative, finally allowing them to get to double digits now, though, and become a little bit more predictable that they want to play with that aggression towards A. So what can they do next? That is a problem, right? With the Neon that is always expected to play fast, it becomes so predictable, so readable for TSM Academy.
At the same time, though, that round was the solution to getting Redux activated again. I think he only just got his first couple of kills in that round.
He's gonna try towards long.
We're just gonna do the same thing again. For Oxygen A. This time TSM are moving with the full unit, though. As this time the Neon Ultimate's out and Sim deals with them. Redux down. Verno trying to stall out, trying to claw something back. Instead, it's nerfed out towards middle, but he's traded. Verno gonna be tested with the team. Birdie's gonna get spotted out by the Prowler. It's quite the fiend to deal with. And
everyone towards long.
Yeah, and the thing is, this is an empty A site. Showstopper's broken out here for Sim. No one's home. He's gonna use it to even clear out towards the short side and give Verno potentially a surprise. That almost blew up in his face. But it's a 2v4 here. Verno tucked away in a corner, and TSMA just go 5-man A, and it works.
The difference here too was that the round before for Oxygen, they had some presence towards long and some presence towards short, so they could shut down at least a play. They could trade at least one kill, but this time around it was only towards long. Two of the members playing, one on the other side playing outside, trying to land that flash like we saw for the breach, but again, wasn't enough. The kills landed and the Neon shot down again. The possibilities are there for us to tie up. I mean, the economy is broken for Oxygen. There's nothing that they can work with.
And so, well, you're gonna put a gamble somewhere else. Well, TSM sure like their A play.
Trying, yeah, they're gonna keep trying.
And this time around, there's no Oxygen Academy players to run down necessarily. This time, Oxygen Academy are gonna go and defend the site for real. They full rotated in 3 players. Redux included. At the same time, a flank trying to go through. Oh, dear. Now, there could be some unconventional methods to that kill, but he'll take him out with the Phantom. A 4v5. I almost did like a mini British accent on that accidentally. Feels like it. You know, we all accidentally become British sometimes.
No. That doesn't happen to me. No.
All right.
I'll be concerned.
I'm trying to find a way to tie back being accidentally British into this execute, but I'm not sure what to say. Redux has been armed with a Phantom for only a split second. 1v4 at the moment. For Rustin, as he is looking for... Well, I'll just say something. He's going to get his ultimate either way off the back of going down. It's going to be 10 ult. TSMA are finding a way to resurge back in this game.
We'll have the teamwork here for TSM Academy, right? You see like utility being invested towards A. That is why they tried multiple times that A side, and it's been working out enough. I mean, they have utility to invest early on. They have disaster stars too. Make Redux life a little bit more miserable to deal with. That's why he's playing back this time around. It seems like even with those initiators, even when they're playing together, the chances are low. But another A hit.
Oh, this time around, Redux getting aggressive, trying to suppress everyone. Just trying to keep the concussions going. And it works. It's been Redux versus Sim all game, and finally he beats him.
Got concealment.
But they're bringing it back to C.
Trap destroyed.
And they only have Rustin here.
Good mark, yeah, they know.
Rustin looking for something on the tour de force. But nothing. And instead, ZK is actually pushing in the back lines, but Rustin spins for it. Rustin just a tad bit better, and the man advantage working for Oxygen for just a moment. But oh, the Hunter's Fury lights up! Almost for 2, but Verdi will steal one away. Harmful, good luck. As Redux snipes them at range. Oxygen Academy take the lead.
It's getting so scary. It's getting so close for Oxygen. They're almost losing the lead, but they get it again. 11 rounds for this team. On the second half, hasn't been able to get as many kills as they want to, but this time around, right? And that really made all the difference. That first blood, Redux getting away with the first kill, forces that rotation, finally shuts down the entry that TSM Academy wanted towards A. Now, are they going to try that A hit again? They've dealt with Redux a good amount of times. It's just, how much are they expecting this one for Oxygen 2? I mean, look at it. Redux is waiting for it.
They're just doing this again. It feels like we're just watching this go over and over and over again, like some horror movie.
It's different.
In towards the A side, but this time it shifts up to B. Verdi facing the full execute, trying to get flanked on by Harmful, but Verdi still makes it do. Despite facing up the entire team, he still gets a kill. Nerfed.
Oh.
He's gonna go ahead and head out back to their spawn. But the spike's gonna get planted here.
No charges.
Nerf now activating on the real flank alongside Redux. Trip gets broken. I'm wondering if Nerf can spot them going back into garage. I think Nerf knows. Nerf 100% knows players are inside a garage, and he'll find Rebo. But next up, ZK. Maybe he can jump up. Maybe he can find success. Combined with Venture in the site, delivering on 20 HP. Combined with ZK. Now a 2v2. Redux holding. Redux goes down. 1v1. Nerfed and ZK, but the spike's too low. You can't be faking. You need the kills. And ZK has won this. Nerfed with no time. And TSMA bring it back to equals. It's 11 all.
Oh, and the kills. If only that was enough for this defense. It's 11-11 TSM Academy. They're making the comeback that they were trying to for so long. I mean, it's been Oxygen Academy shut down all the strategies towards A. And Oxygen Academy, they've been conditioned to play towards A. We see how they position around it. They oftentimes have Redux, and the one time they didn't have Redux there, still had to make that rotation to try to get a kill. It's been all about conditioning, and TSM Academy, they're able to do this so well. Now you look at them, and for the first time, they're spread all across the map, playing back, playing for picks. And it can be enough. It can be what they need to take the advantage and to take them to match point.
Harmful again up to his tricks towards the top of B. Verdi understands this, though. He's playing this very cautiously, just playing for information. He doesn't actually want to take the fight. And in the meantime, the rotation has arrived back to C. Rustin is still solo on the site. They're looking to retake Garage. Sim blinded up, but inside of the Nebula, right beneath this. But Nerf still drops Venture right through the Nebula. And Rustin, oh my gosh, everyone is back to back. Rustin just needs to turn.
No way.
But Sim gets the kill. And still, he has Nerf trapped. He can get all of these kills right now for Sim. But Verno saves Nerfed right then and there. A 2v4 Nerfed hunting for more kills. He hears all the footsteps. He wants it. But ZK, what on earth was that? A 2v3. And they slink away.
And so it's solo too. It can still be winnable for TSM Academy. They gotta play together. And the time is running out. 30 seconds. They're expecting that A hit. Oxygen, they're making that rotation too. They should be in. before TSM Academy is.
Fault line's gonna go through, and no one's really here on the actual site. It is Redux up in heaven. If they're not careful about this. What? Redux, are you insane? Oh my god, Redux! This guy! There's no logic! But he catches them all out and lines up the double spray down.
You just gotta catch him when they're least expecting it, I guess. I mean, who was expecting the Neon to jump up and get the last 2 kills?
The movement too. Like, talk about that.
It's so clean. It's so clean. I mean, Oxygen Academy, they're willing to do anything to get to this match point, and they get it just before now. Is this going to be overtime? Can Oxygen Academy finally win 2 rounds in a row?
This man, unbelievable confidence. Imagine if he fails the play. Like, imagine if that play doesn't work. He just looks silly, and that potentially the round's over. He is not worried about the consequences.
Play, let's play.
That's what it takes to be that good at the game. This guy is ludicrous.
He's rotating. Just a little bit of noise is enough to force some rotations, but the rotation can be just back into that A side again. TSM Academy. You see how much they respect this defense too.
Where Nerfed is though. And the Prowler just goes right past him. What a power position from Nerfed. 1 kill, but traded out. Still the information there. They can rotate more in. Verdi wants to fight. Verdi wants to duel. Join together with Redux. Trying to make the teamwork happen. The overdrive is out. But Verdi still fighting. He does get snared up by the C's.
1 enemy remaining.
But still makes it do. Verdi with the hero play. Oxygen Academy for the series. 1 more kill to take onto Harmful. The aftershock thrown in, and Harmful has to make it happen. He misses the shot. Verdi with 4. Oxygen Academy with the series. Welcome to the grand finals.
And that is absolutely insane. So back and forth. The second half where Oxygen, they couldn't find an answer. The Neon was shut down, was taken down the first bloods over and over again. Going for the side of TSM, but Oxygen is the one who gets away with the victory. And they change all the play style that we saw before for this last round. They were going in, they were all getting the kills towards A long, and that really made the difference. They didn't want to force that overtime. Oxygen, yeah, they get to the grand finals, and they definitely deserve it after this.
Holy, I mean, Redux deserves it. Redux earned it. He does it every time for Oxygen Academy. This is not like a one-off performance. This man is so good. Get this guy in VCT, whatever you want to say. Man, that was I mean, not just an intense series, but an entertaining one as well. Shout out to Oxygen Academy.
I just love those Neons that are willing to take risks, right? To play aggressive and to maybe get taken down. But I mean, for Redux, most of the times he's getting away with at least 1 kill, 2 kill. Absolutely insane what this player is able to do, and the way that the rest of the team is supporting this Neon too. It's not something that any team can do, right? You need a lot of synergy, a lot of communication for that mid-round shot calling, and is exactly what is going to take Oxygen Academy to the grand finals.
Yeah, Oxygen A have cemented themselves in the grand finals, and they are looking good to take another one of these and kind of reestablish themselves in the space as one of the top teams in this little, I guess, you can call it the lower tiers all you want, but I think if Oxygen Academy had a chance to fight against the higher ups, they definitely make it look competitive. So they're up in the grand finals, and they're awaiting the winner of teams TLC versus Crouch Shoot over there in this other semifinal.
Yeah, and that one also seems to be pretty intense, right? 1-1 so far. Who knows what it's going to end up looking. These are all teams, these are all players that have been in this tournament for a bit, so it's nice to see how much they're willing to compete to get to the top and to get to those grand finals. It's a nice victory, but we'll see what those grand finals are going to end up looking like.
Yeah, we're looking to see another challenger face off against Oxygen Academy in the grand finals. We're going to toss it over to a break while we prep up for that. But before we do, shout out to Mike and Ike, where you can take your candy game to the next level with a pack of Mike and Ike original fruits or Mike and Ike Mega Mix, the original fruity, juicy flavors, keeping all of us here on the Nerd Street broadcast powered up and at our best. You can power up with a pack of Mike and Ike. We're going to go ahead and toss it over to a break. We're waiting for our grand finalists to be assembled, as we're looking to see a challenger to Oxygen Academy's dominance throughout this bracket. Don't want to miss it. We'll be back in a bit.
Arslan Ash is a hero of mine. I was there when he won EVO, and it was a very exciting match between him and me, and I just really wanted to take the opportunity. Honestly, it was an honor. Arslan taught me to utilize all of my character's game states.
See, your strength of Elisa lies in the back dash, in the side step.
One of the great things that he taught me is how to utilize my character's movement and to optimize damage.
Elisa down power 2 is very good. 16 frame and it's safe on low and sometimes it push high moves.
Arslan was very nice and very respectful. He was patient with me. With what he taught me, I can take my game to the next level. You should definitely try Metafy if you're looking to level up your game.
I know you only show up for these tournaments for the ads. I recently partnered with DigitalOcean to help spread the word on their amazing software.
I think you mean their amazing web-based cloud computing services.
Okay, if you're a developer, then you know how incredibly hard it can be to get started.
Not true. DigitalOcean made their UI so simple you can start developing right away. Plus, they give you full access to their human support staff.
Easy to start, human support staff.
Don't forget, really transparent and affordable pricing.
Okay, let's keep the tournament going.
Spacey shitty. Spacey ship. Spaceship.
long break, but finally we're taking it to our grand finals for this week's Nerd Street Champs qualifier, as we have two teams who have found their way up to the top out of this 64 team bracket. My name's Fi. I'm joined by Dan Bryant to go ahead and take away this grand final. Let's get into it.
It's been a long day for these teams, especially, right? Competing for a couple hours now, but it is grand finals time, so it should be a good one. And it's also teams that we've gotten the chance to see before, as we were following Oxygen for the last match, and on the other side, Crowd Shoot, to see how far they can get into this grand finals and how good they're feeling, right? It's a lot of momentum that you need to carry on from all the matches that they played today.
Yeah, for Oxygen Academy, I think they came in as one of the favorites on their side of the bracket. They did have to go through some difficult competition, though. BBG Academy, no easy task. Dude, they played all the Academy teams, for goodness sakes. Pittsburgh Knights Academy up next, and then they had to play off against TSMA. Now they find themselves here. On the meantime, on the other side of that bracket, it was a group of upset teams, and Crouch Shoot has emerged as the best one of them. They have a huge chance here in this grand final.
The last matches they were playing, I mean, you look at their results and they were stomping, especially on Fracture. They were just dominating the competition in the best way possible. But again, how much can they carry that momentum onto this grand finals? It's Ascent, then Breeze, and then an Icebox as a decider. So should be an interesting one too, especially with all the strategies that we saw from Oxygen.
Yeah, I mean, well, you can call sending in Redux, until a part of the map a strategy, but genuinely, I mean, okay, I'm joking in that regard. They use Redux so well as a team, and he's such a tool that Oxygen use super well. They're gonna head to Ascent, and this is where Redux can break out a variety of agents, which is really interesting. Also, the Breeze pick kind of jumps out to me as a little bit odd, Dan, just considering that we've seen Oxygen kind of dominate there already.
Yeah, it's maybe a question, right? When you're doing your own thing, you don't really get the chance to review what the enemy teams is going to do, especially in this grand finals. But on this Ascent, we can expect just a little bit more of the same from this side of Oxygen, and that means a lot of excitement and a lot of crazy plays that you can expect. And on the other side, right, it's the Neon 2 in the hands of Hoppin.
Yeah, Hoppin has been playing the Neon pretty religiously over the side of the Crouch Shoot throughout this entire event, and I think we need to kind of introduce our players over at Crouch Shoot, because they fought their way through a bracket full of teams that found upsets over their top seeds in their group. Jack in particular, kind of a guy who's returning to competitive play for this Crouch Shoot team, but there's players like Fiend who competed on Radiance, Branted who's had time on EG, Nerve who's competed for Cosmic Divide, and then Hoppin, more or less a content creator, but is finding himself in a grand final. A super surprising group of guys facing off against, well, what most can consider a titan of this level of play.
And having pretty good and consistent results, which is the most difficult part about a tournament like this one, right? Even though you know it happens weekly, there's so many opponents that come out of nowhere and take you down. So the fact that this team, they make it all the way until the end is already a statement by itself. But now they have to prove it in the grand finals here in Ascent. And Oxygen Academy are going to start on the attacking side. We talked about Redux when we got the chance to cast him before, but now he's on the Jet.
Yeah, he's on the Jet. He's been on Neon for a vast majority of this play, but hold that thought for a moment. They're walking into a three-man stack. Redux still somehow gets a kill, because that's just how he operates. He walked into a three-man stack and walked out utterly unscathed, and then Jack tries to walk through the smoke right into Nerfed. I mean, it's a bit of an hour break between these two games, but Redux is still operating as per usual.
It's a confidence that you can see so well for this player now. Enters Boathouse playing back and trying to watch out, maybe a little crossfire coming up, and there's a 3v2.
That was a little bit of a back shot from Fiend right on through the wall, if only it went through the wall. And Redux finding another 3K. Both the players inside of the site. Fiend trying to dismantle them, taking the tags. He finds Redux. 1v1 now between himself and Rustin. Rustin gets the headshot, though. And the pistol around the way of Oxygen Academy. Again, Redux just feels invincible.
In the matches that we got to see, in the maps that we got to see Oxygen, it feels like those pistol rounds weren't as consistent as you would expect. That is a good way to start it, even if it turns into a 1v1. So now Oxygen Academy on this attack side with a little bit more to work within a pretty standard composition too. A 4-1 that's going to be played. Killjoy on the B side, turret as well. Notifying here if there's someone trying to make some noise, someone trying to come up. Picked up at the same time. In Oxygen Academy, they want to play fast.
Oh, teleport up there for Nerf. In the meantime, well, share of shots. Nerf had an opportunity for an easy kill on a Hoffman, but he's got to let him go past. Doesn't matter. The rest of the team got all of this covered. Branton up close with the classic. Right click could work out, but it's only a body shot and a Nerfed. And now the rest go into the site. Despite everyone being here for crouch shoot, I don't see this one going much more differently, except for the one off there from Fiend. Quick 2-0 start. Nearly flawless for Oxygen A. No one's really unhappy with that round, though.
When you think about it too, on this side of Oxygen, how can this team not be confident, right? The calls have been so nice. They have so many strategies. They have as well a Jet that, I mean, as a duelist by itself has been popping up. Already has ultimate, has a Blade Storm available for that next round. And this is the way that you change the narrative. This is the way that you bring surprises to the enemy when they're expecting it the less. You come up with the right result. So Oxygen Academy, they're going to give it a try. But on the other side, some rifles to find them on the other side.
Up cap we go. Granted. Inside the smoke, flashing on through. Branton just get over the fight, though. Walks into 2 players. And Verno the same. This bonus round dominant from Oxygen Academy. Jack runs through, but only turns it into 1 kill. And that's that. Basically, it's hopping away from the play in a 1v4. Alarm bot thrown his way, and I don't think he's going to be surviving this one with Redux already coming through on the flank. 3-0 start for Oxygen A. I think we're starting to get a glimpse into what this match might turn out to be.
It's not even the Blade Storm that like it's a value, right? It's just playing up close with some Spectres that really makes all the difference, and taking advantage of understanding the win condition of the gun itself, just trying to take it close and to train to guard it and capitalizing from it for Oxygen. So now, yeah, it's an eco round, and it can be the start of a lot more domination on the side of Oxygen. And we've seen it especially on the attacking side. They know exactly how to go in. Now, you can towards catwalk probably as now 3 players look towards that area. Spike on the floor. And expecting once again this defensive side for Crouch Shoot to peek some angles. That is exactly what they're going to do as well.
Gonna push up towards middle at least here for Crouch Shoot, but there is a player in spawn. Hoppin still gets the swing. And Featon the same. Headhunter up top. No teleport anchor though, and the flash drive will do the trick. Verdi. And then for the second, 2 players waiting for the catwalk swing. Granted, didn't have a chance. Now Jack walking out from the B side. He has a huge opportunity to find a couple players as Redux falls. And Verdi can't trade.
It's an eco, right? But it turns into a 2v2, so not too bad regardless for Crouch Shoot. Would like to have more, would like to have the round, but Spike still for Oxygen. It hasn't been planted. Maybe a rotation coming up as Ruti tries to clear outside. And
30 seconds left.
You might be lucky enough to get it right before, but some information in Jack's existence. Owl drone spots him. Knows exactly what he is. Cannot run from it.
What a risky play. Verdi goes for the fight.
Yeah.
I mean, he had the better weaponry, sure. But he could have just crossed. Outside of that, Nerf setting down the spike, slowed down by the gravity well. Now vulnerable by the gravity well. Believe it or not, 1 body shot will do here, but now the vulnerabilities ran out. Oh, and he's going to be able to reposition back to stairs. He has to be able to isolate where both of these players are. They're walking out. Nerf gets the first, down to 55. Now down on the site. Nerf converts it. 1v2. Nerves a steal. 4-0. Oxygen A.
And it gets scary. Yeah, like you say, it's such a big risk as well. But, I mean, at the end of the day, Spike is planted. Really good positioning, knowing and hearing as well. Crouch Shoot, the last 2 members were located. I mean, that even that rotation could have taken place all around. It's not even necessary. Oxygen 4-0 in rounds and start of something great. I want to say, though, they maybe got a little too aggressive after they spotted where Crouch Shoot was. After he spotted them trying to take that catwalk control. That's why they suffer a couple losses, but it shouldn't be too bad for the economy. Rifles still in their hands, and tour de force, it doesn't work at all.
We're just going in. You know, just pop the null command, no tour de force. It's only the Vandal here for Fiend. Oh, perfect timing on the swing, but the second player runs through, and there's a resurrection onto Verdi at the same time, though. The Heaven Swing comes through, Rustin with the second. And now another null command. This one goes the other way. Of course, Redux still standing. I don't take Oxygen A out of this round, but as Rustin falls and Shock Dart, oh, it's just gonna be able to tag up Redux. It's crouch shoot. 4-1.
First round here for crouch shoot, but let's see how much more they can do, right? It was just an interesting scenario because they give him all the haven control that they couldn't take early on, so Hoppin takes the opportunity to go in to deny a KO from coming back after hitting that ult. So good opportunity to deny, but again, one of those rounds that cannot be replicable, or at least not as much as you would want to. So Oxygen looking forward to playing aggressive. The spike is on the floor just for a little bit, and some smokes might be enough for the beginning.
We got top though, nerfed. Immediate teleport, immediate swing. Nerf does not expect the angle. Quick 4v5. As Oxygen will work out towards middle. Hunter's Fury though doesn't quite hit the mark. Only landing a tag maybe towards top middle. But that's not going to stop the play. They're already fasting through Pizza. And Fiend gets ran down. Rustin has been frying right now. Teleport in towards the back of Boathouse. The spike plant should be easy. Does it? But they're going to try and deny. They want to make a play on this. When all of a sudden, well, it's just one.
Jack is good for 2, but getting taken down at the end means it's a 1v3. A rifle in the hands of Branted, but is it going to be enough? Having to take those duels one by one, it is so difficult in a situation like this one, in a site like this one especially. It seems like it barely ever happens, not really knowing where the enemy is hiding. Spotted as well by the Killjoy utility.
Yeah, even the one way to play around. Nerf is very low. So is the time on that spike. He has to get the kills so quick. Granted, first tries to transfer the spray. Now comes close, but not today. 5-1 Oxygen A.
Timeout, yeah. Potentially another eco or a half force that seems to be possible here for a set of crouch shoot, but besides that, it's an ascent that has been dominant, and you don't want to give out those runs, right? For the side of Oxygen, you don't want to give them all those benefits on the attacking side, because on the defense, it's even more of a potential in a map like this one. In a composition where they have a Killjoy too, we've seen throughout the day how much Killjoy utility towards that B side can be a nightmare, even when they position it all around tree. You want to avoid it by any means, but is it going to be possible, right? Crouch shoot, they have a difficult task, so the timeout hopefully is enough to figure something out.
Yeah, there is actually reason to consider a force buy here for the side of crouch shoot. You're kind of going down just too far in this game. 6-1. You're gonna have to start potentially a comeback here. We're looking at either a half buy or a force buy for the economy of crouch shoot, and that's definitely worth thinking about for these guys. It's a grand final, for goodness sakes.
Yeah, it is the grand final, right? You don't want to start with the economy always being against you, and it seems like the decision here is a rifle in the hands of Jack. Has been popping off, has been getting most of the kills anyways with their set of crouch shoot, but can he get enough for them to give a spawn and a benefit here early on? That is the question that we have on the defensive side. And everyone is playing back though, so I like what I see.
Oh, Rustin's going to be able to tuck away. Tagged up by the drone, but still survives. Up cat now. The drone of Verno trying to hunt for a tag. All it does a great job of just pushing back the players so that Redux can get past the angle. Does Hoppin want to play Redux's games here? As the flash goes in, Redux does get fully blinded up. Things have gone amiss here for Oxygen Academy. As now Verdi, he just underhanded the wrong piece of util. It'll go ahead and get the flash in while Brandon completes the flank. It's a bit of a messy rank. Can they clean it up? Yes, they can. With Verno and Redux finding 2. A 3-on-3 and a spike plant.
Spike is going to be planted. Here's a 3v3, like you said, and those rotations, they take place very early on for crowd shoot. And at the beginning, give them some kills. Now it gets a little bit more difficult, right?
No way.
He just knows.
Oh my gosh, but Fiend still goes down to the hands of Verdi, even with the insane wallbang. It's a shame. It might not go his way as Verno. Blink and you miss it. Brent is gone. Verno's got the 3K and Oxygen are up to 6.
And it seems like it was a matter of time, yeah, right? It got a little bit more difficult. It's a 3v3, but just having the better rifles anyways to work with gives all the difference for the setup. Oxygen once again as they continue to stack this A side. I mean, it's been working out. Sometimes they peek a little bit towards catwalk. They want to go towards mid, but it's just been effective over and over again. Even with the utility invested on the defensive side, they just can't find an answer. It's going to be the Astra trying to get some early contact, but immediately, look at that. They just have to back up. What can you do against this?
Yeah, it's always Redux on knives is basically a, you know, a Sova drone that has some lethality to it.
Standing ahead.
And so, well, backing away, they push him back A main, they go back to B.
And they were playing a 4-1 once again with a Killjoy towards B. Not really spawning anyone, no one playing too aggressive, and that lockdown as well is going to force this Neon to play back. In the meantime, a couple of trades take place right in the middle of the map, but should be a B hit. Owl drone as well to force everyone back to spot exactly where the other side is located.
Again, get ready for smoke spam potential though, but the Hunter's Fury trying to make sure that they cannot spam this dark cover. So they'll get into sight, and then Rusted will fire back. Hoppin knocked out. Nerf even coming through from the A side of the map. Spotting out Fiend. 2v3 retake. Crouch shoot. I mean, this is one of the... It's not good odds, but it's one of the better odds they've had so far in this game. Fiend. Gonna take a look in. Verdi just has the flash drive ready to go, though. Ready to peek whenever his teammates make contact. He flashes, though. And Fiend playing anti. Doesn't actually get blinded up. You have to consider Verno as well inside of B main. But he's being watched by Fiend. And all of a sudden, now it's Oxygen A on the back foot as the retake comes through for Crouch Shoot.
And that is when you take opportunities like this one and you hold it with everything that you got for Crouch Shoot. Second round finally, and it's 6 on the other side, right? So you don't want to give any more for the side of Oxygen. With an operator in the hands of Fiend, I feel like the story changes a little bit more, right? A champion that is able to position that rendezvous, a safer position to play aggressive on those angles, and it seems like the angle is going to be that A long that can be so risky, but Oxygen predicting it. Everyone towards B this time around, the first time that we see it too.
Yeah, the thing is here with the Crouch Shoot setup is they don't have strong anchors close. So here you go. The null command, immediate flash through the smoke, Redux in. This is what they've trained for. They've done this in practice tons of times. Can they beat Hoppin? They can. Trading out Redux is all you need. And Fiend still towards the back of the site. Can't teleport away. Rustin's got the trade. 3-on-3.
Oh, but with the side control, though, it's so much more difficult for Crouch Shoot. Even the operator couldn't have gotten as much value as it wanted to. An Owl drone still available. I like this angle as well with Verno playing towards main. Is it going to be expected, though? It's a nice crossfire that can go on anyways.
The thing is, they're certainly going to expect this. Verno has been towards main so often. Verno needs to find impact. He needs to deny a couple of these players crossing into the site potentially. And Verno, well, while Jack makes the entry happen, Verno gets picked off. Jack just walking through the... Oh, Cosmic Divide! He teleports through. Nerf tries to make the play, but it's not going to happen. Jack spins around. Crouch, you continually making these retakes happen.
And you have to throw the Owl drone as well. You just revealed that location to know exactly where the Sova was hiding at the end of the day. And Oxygen so close, but so far it's a 3v3, and it feels like it's so many scenarios, right? And that is the difference between this grand finals and all the matches that, and all the maps that we watched earlier today. The numbers advantage, they seem to be much more even for both of the sides. It's a 3v3, it's a 4v4 that we see early on. Only some trades that take place towards mid oftentimes, but that's about it. So Oxygen still hungry for more kills, hungry for more rounds, and it's gonna be the last chance that they have to buy some light chills, so they have to afford.
fight off against the turret real quick. Hoppin in the meantime. So all this mid controls out, but Hoppin has pushed him through A main. The thing is, he needs to get activated on this round because Oxygen Academy are so fast. Feed holding out from B main, finds the first, and now can even turn around for more. The drone baiting him out, jumping in sky high. Feed still takes the shot. Patience on it to line up Redux. 2v4, they're getting flanked already. Hoppin, spin spotted, fast lane. Maybe to buy him some space. Verdi also has to be aware of his flank. Hoppin's better. Hoppin swings in and drops Verdi. 1v4 right now. Verno searching for it. Finds Hoppin. All right, at that. 45 seconds to make this do, though, Dryad.
Oh.
And the gravity well.
Is everything going against this player? Last one is a 1v3. Having to get the spike. Having to get the kills. It's such a difficult task as well with the time running out.
Left.
Just has to clear every single corner, and surely he clears one too many. That he gets shot in the back. Crossfire being played between Nerve and Branted. Burno gets a clear. Oh, but Nerve does peek off the contact in time, and will stop that clutch in its tracks. Crouch shooters starting to weave their way back in this game.
Yeah, getting a little bit more of a proactive approach that we see, especially in the hands of Fiend. It's holding. And a couple rounds that we got to see towards A, this time around we saw it towards B. Good for 2 at the beginning. I mean, not only getting that first blood, but that jet that was pushing in as he at the end of the day got taken down, and that really makes all the difference. 4 rounds now for the setup crouch shoot and Ikaron. I mean, you can tell the Oxygen, they don't want to save. They want to force every single part of their economy that they got.
Make sure that stay in the winning column here.
Main.
It's just gonna be so fast again, and it's only Hoppin. The setup is not here for Crouch Shoot to defend this. Hoppin anchoring as Neon. You don't see this every day. He needs to do it, and he'll find the headshot on the first, but the swarm grenade, so much damage, he gets 2. Miraculous there from Hoppin making it happen, and Verdi caught switching weapons. Works in the favor. Crouch Shoot. Nerf just trying to draw him into the site, but Fiend's just waiting for the peek. Verno hasn't made the drop. Another clutch attempt. Drone deployed. Spots the first, but how ready are you going to be for Branted on the flank? Recon dart though high. Oh no. That recon dart could have been massive, but no tags, no potential wall bangs, and Verno's going to go down to the operator. Unfortunate for Verno. The Crouch Shoot are again just clawing back.
Round before the switch.
And we can't say that we've seen the same strategy, right? But it is very, very similar on this Oxygen side. The way that they're approaching that B side, yeah, sometimes they take the mid control, but is it enough, right? Because Crouch Shoot, they're not falling for it. They're not giving away the kills for free. They're not giving away the operator for free. They're at least putting up a fight. And with those trades, it always seems to be enough because the spike is never planted, especially in the last couple rounds. So really good opportunity now. And for Crouch Shoot to match up the score is potentially a 6-6.
Hoppin tried to just overdrive out B main, and he just got exploded by Rustin. But now Fiend. Laugh all you want about that. How about this? Operator up close, dropping a superstar for Oxygen, and he teleports away. We're quickly back to even stead, but maybe not for long. Fiend's been tagged. He just barely dodges out.
4v4 though, a little bit of damage Chamber got to take, but ending stay alive means a rotation coming in for this attacking side, and it can work out, yes, but you have to deal with the KO. If the KO gets taken down towards Boathouse, is a good opportunity. Only a fragment available. No.
Lockdown though.
Best.
Last round of the half. Lockdown. What a... The knife?
Oh.
Does... I guess it's just cosmetic. But still, the fragment. Is it gonna stop it? It does! The lockdown is null. What about the rest of the execute though? That doesn't mean everything. Just because the lockdown's out of play. Granted, inside the site. Fantastic for 3! What on earth? Check your stopwatch, folks. That was fast. Branted finds a triple, and it's 6-all at the half.
And that's how you match up the score. It started a little questionable when we got to see Crouchshoot, but they started finding an answer and they started playing a little bit more aggressive. That really made the difference, playing for contact in the hands of Fiend. Good for a couple kills, good for an opening pick, and giving everything that they needed, especially towards B, because Oxygen, we're just going for a very similar strategy over and over again towards B, hoping that it was going to eventually work out, but a utility once again denying it. So second half be an interesting one to Oxygen. What can they do on the defense? At least they have a Killjoy to work with.
Yeah, the Killjoy, though, I feel like the Neon just does not care about Killjoy utility. Let's see it. It's already dashing on through past the turret, but still got to be aware of these potential swarm grenades. Hoppin's able to make his way right on past, though. Rustin, look at this angle he's playing. Rustin, what an ang, but has to convert for more. He does fall. And at the same time, Redux going in for a play, and Crouchshoot just shut him down. Verdi, wallbangs coming through. Brandon forced out in the open. And Verdi now in a 1v3 almost comes up with it. But Fiend's wallbang saves the round, denies the attempt, and it's Crouchshoot with the pistol round and the lead.
And no way that this is happening, right? So many rounds in a row, pretty much every single round for Crouchshoot. It's been in a row, and now with the pistol round, we can expect the next one. Oxygen, it seems like they got a little overconfident in the first advantages that they took and the first momentum that they took, but they're realizing maybe that was a mistake. The round coming up, a couple of sheriffs in their hands. But besides that, the kills are going to be everything Crouchshoot. They might be getting away with it.
I think a really big thing. Hold on for the moment as Oxygen do begin this little push through. Now, there's a lot to think about what to do with that trademark. Do you shoot it? Do you smoke it? Do you try to teleport past it? Oh, you're gonna try and smoke it. Nervous heard the smoke pop though, and there are multiple players watching that. Yep. Nice try though.
It's the first round too that we see. I mean, on the side of Crouchshoot, trying to spread all across the map, expecting that aggression from Oxygen, right? It's pretty much a mark from them. It's something that we've seen over and over again, no matter the matchup. That aggression is always coming through, especially in these eco rounds. And even though it can work out, even though you take down the Silva, is it enough for Oxygen? They're still playing back, Killjoy towards B side, where the spike seems to be approaching.
Nerve also ready to potentially flank through middle. There's just a lot Rustin has to contend with right now. Turret's gonna go off. That'll alert him into B main. He's gonna slam the door shut and try and get out of dodge. The Spectre chasing down, but Rustin still with the kill. Still 2 bullets in the cylinder. Can he make it happen? He can't. He falls to Fiend. A 3v, 2v3 for Oxygen Academy. No, I keep a live updated score on that, you know?
One enemy remaining.
Nerve with a nice double kill, or excuse me, double think, triple kill, and 4 for Nerve.
4.
Alrighty.
It's a decent eco for Oxygen, but it's still not what you're aiming for, right? Still having to force those light shields in the hands of Redux. And speaking of Redux, it seems like we're waiting for him to step up, right? To make the difference that we've seen from him in other maps, in other matches. It just hasn't gotten the chance to, because he's always playing towards A, and by the time that he's trying to make the rotation towards B, things can be over pretty soon. But 3 members towards A side for this Crouchshoot team can allow him to get maybe a kill or 2, some utility as well, the KO knife. Spots 1, that's about it. The one way is just 9 them from going in.
Okay. Redux not tagged out. At the same time, they're gonna come back to B main and make a perfect play. Wonder what that turret's shooting at. Vertigo in the corner. He's not gonna get cleared at long. With the teleport away. Oh, Vertigo's just been robbed of a kill.
Down B.
That was supposed to be it. But the B side is theirs. Spike's going down. And Oxygen Academy, it feels like this game is turning to sand. It's falling through their fingers. Verdi, though, gonna make it happen. Flashing immediately through. And the Spectre of Hoppin's good enough. Nerfed up top, looking for an angle inside of the site. It's gonna get pinged out, and, well, the surprise factor of that has been lost. Maybe it hasn't. He's gonna jump up Redux. Of course, he's still standing in one of these rounds. He can always make these happen.
Last player standing.
But Fiend up top. Crosshair placement perfect. They're gonna try and hunt Redux here. Time running low. He needs these kills quick. Dashing in, trying to get this done, spraying every single which way. But it's hopping on 6 points of health to bring the round home for Crouch Shoot. They're up 9-6.
And at what time or at what point do you want to change the narrative, right? Have Redux playing towards B. We don't often see it. A Jet playing towards B, usually towards mid, towards A. But it seems like some answer has to be found if the spike always ends up going towards B, right? Some information, it was a 3-2 that was being played, 3 members towards A, but that rotation is always taking place. And Crouch Shoot, you're taking advantage, you're getting away with it. Now a 3-round differential. And one that they really needed on the side of Oxygen is now wasted. It's an eco coming in for them.
Yeah, Redux has been completely nullified this game. Like, talk about what he's been performing all day.
Take flight.
This just hasn't been the superstar that we've seen for Oxygen Academy. Trying to get aggressive, but Fiend just rips him out of the round. Making fights versus Jack.
It's read so well. It's read so well from Crouch Shoot. Every single eco round, you know that Oxygen is going to be pushing forward. That's why they play slow, they play it back, and look at that. Good for 2. It's a 5v3 already, and the spike still needs to be planted, but that utility only lasts for too long.
Maybe something can happen here from Rustin. Now he's the only player here. He is joined by Nerf, but it's only 2 sheriffs. They do get ran down. It's just a flawless. It's 10 rounds.
What is happening here? 10 double digits now for the side of Crouch Shoot. They're ready to win this grand finals. I mean, they've been fighting for it, and they're so close. Look at this ultimates. 3 ultimates available for this team. Even more enabled than they were before. And an Oxygen that, again, is just being read. They knew there was an eco round for them. They knew that it was probably Redux pushing A because he's always playing towards A. And that is exactly what happens. Gets taken down after his initiator gets taken down too. It's nice numbers advantage to work with for this side of Crouch Shoot.
Oh, but... Oh, no! Redux!
How?
That was meant to be... But no. Okay, mid control, sure. But in the meantime, Crouch Shoot, they're already all over A. They have a lockdown for Oxygen Academy. Rustin has that available for a retake. And Nerf has found Fiend. Finally, some good news for Oxygen A.
Is it enough?
No command. Plus lockdown. Surely this is enough. They're not even going to use the lockdown? Are you kidding me? They don't care. You might use it for an insurance policy, but they'll sweep through the site. Now a 2v5. What about the Astral Stars, though? Knocking them off the spike, it might not matter as Nerf was trying to activate through the flank the entire time. It's no good, Oxygen Academy. 10-7.
It's a good opportunity. It's a patient moment and a good opportunity for Oxygen to make that rotation that has never been possible. But what does this mean? I mean, does this mean that Crouch should just go back to B side because they've been trying it every single time, and every single time that B side works, they try A once? And that is when you get to find Redux. That's when you get to find that rotation that at the end of the day turns into a full defuse. So for Crouch Shoot, you can expect a little bit more of the B presence that has worked out for them, spiking the floor. And once again, they want to expect this aggression that has been coming up to be effective. Oxygen, hungry for kills, hungry for rounds too, but an operator on both sides. And is it enough to get that catwalk control?
Redux trying to find a way to get activated.
Yeah, now towards mid. There's no one there.
He's looking towards tiles. Hoppin needs to be careful about the play. The timing could not be worse for Redux as he's out in the open. And he will be able to escape with support too. So much damage on the Hoppin.
You're just gonna give those resources for Redux to be able to pop off, right? It's just what is necessary in the map like this one, knowing that Oxygen,
Timing again.
They lost all the advantage too.
Oh, they've let... Rustin's just barely let them off the angle. Swarm grenade's gonna go up. Yeah, Hoppin cannot run through these swarm grenades like he has been in those rounds. At the same time, Redux, where he is holding the line. It gets the second. Redux back online. Gonna jump onto this A site. But it's only Nerve out from A main. You have to be so worried. He's trying to get his teammates in the mix, but the flash through from Verdi. A 1-for-1. That's all he needs. The information good enough.
30 seconds left.
Surely. With nerved, and nerfed. That's going to be difficult. But nerfed underneath Heaven at the moment. And the spray control is perfect. Go get it across the line. Oxygen Academy, they're the ones building back into this.
He got scared for a second, but he got it at the end. The 4v2 spike. Doesn't get the value we wanted this time around. And again, another A hit that doesn't work out, but it was just a crouch shoot that was forced to do it, right? They see Redux towards mid, then they find him towards B. Already getting 2 kills. It's a rotation that is forced and an uncomfortable one. So this is something that Oxygen, they find and they have to continue doing, right? They need to continue forcing those rotations as Redux tries to position himself towards catwalk. There's going to be a smoke there though, so...
Or is there?
I don't see too much.
Maybe he goes for a pot shot. That's the potential, but actually the drone is going to
They
tag
don't
him out.
want
And
him.
they're going to
Yeah.
try and hunt him down with the Hunter's Fury. They do not want Redux playing in this round, but it's off the mark. Still a 5-on-5 as they walk up middle.
It's all about making this duelist uncomfortable, and Redux, I mean, he gets out of position. Is expecting this control, and there it is for
Holy.
skill. Once again, the operator, he knew exactly how to make that one work, and it's a 5v4.
Oh, and nerfed. Perhaps nerve out of there. Does need to get that paranoia prep though, as they're sprinting through tree, hopping fast on entry. But Nerf
That's
is
it.
better. Fantastic play from Nerf, and all the flashes does blind up Redux, and it doesn't blind Verdi. He'll run through and get 2. And Oxygen Academy, they're starting their spree of rounds.
Uses a Blade Storm at the end, which okay, doesn't get value, but they get away with the round. So now things are looking a little bit closer. Timeout coming up for this side of crouch shoot. It was working for a good amount of rounds, but it was just a matter of time before the side of Oxygen could read the strategy. And again, it's those A hits that are not working out at all for this attacking team. Crouch shoot just getting shut down and taken down, and Redux, they get to play with them a little bit more.
I think, well, Redux certainly has been activated once again. Nerfed, I mean, 2 rounds consecutively. Just doing a solid job. Making sure all is well on that A site. We're starting to see a bit of a revitalized Oxygen Academy, where Crouch Shoot might have caught them off guard. Hoppin hasn't been able to get up to his antics. They've been kind of suppressed, if you will.
It's a Jet here that, even when we saw towards catwalk, I mean, he gets denied, has to back up after getting spotted, but does that really matter, right? As long as Redux is in the middle of a fight, you know that he's good for 1, so it's been all about the dominance from this Jet player. 16 kills so far. Could get a little bit more just in the right situation, but that means that for Crouch Shoot is back to what was working before, right? That B hit.
Take flight.
All right. But this time there's 2 players here. There's 2 players directly right up close. And you can see Rustin in the corner does get traded out, but Verno still potentially able to fight. He is tagged up a bunch though. Is going to be joined by Nerf. It's a bit of a crowded boathouse though, as Verno falls, the paranoia out.
No way.
And Nerf still trying to hold on. It's Redux doing all the kills thing though. And then Nerf, no, the knives out. Come on now, Redux. 10-all. Somehow, some way. This team does not lack confidence.
It definitely not. I mean, with the aggression, with the TP of the Omen going towards Boathouse, with the shorty kills, what else do you need from Oxygen? Just all about confidence, just all about the mental state that you need to be in. And it seems like finally it is working out with this rounds in a row. Now catching up 10-10 on the score. And again, this is the grand final. This is exactly what we expected. Crouch Shoot trying to get that momentum back.
Verno to drone out. And a much more passive setup from Crouch Shoot. Slower on the play. Are they just... They're just doing the B play with a little bit of delay. Could work out. Only 1 player here. Good neon wall that splits the site in 2 and Rustin falls. Now it's Verno. Again, this time he doesn't have it from the shadows to help him out, and the vulnerability massive as Hoppin only takes 2 bullets to take down Verno. They try to get themselves back in the site here for Oxygen A, but as the spike gets planted, 3v5.
Spike planted.
Just uncomfortable for Verno. Can't get away from it. Tried to get the kills a little more proactively, but wasn't enough. Redux still on the other side. Operator good for 1. And still a 4v2. A little bit of damage to the Neon got to take, but still pretty difficult one, not having the numbers in any way.
All right, nerfed. Understands there can be a player inside his own dark cover. Oh, the ping has come through. Nerf almost finds the kill on a nerve, but now that time has just begun to run too low. They're just gonna go for exits here. They're gonna try and take a couple players away, but Hoppin denies two. All right, cool stuff from Nerf, but it's crouch shoot up to 11 now. Fiend will survive. By the skin of his teeth. 11 to 10.
Could it be the match point though, with the side of Oxygen struggling so much? If Redux gets taken down, if Verno gets taken down, the situation just doesn't seem like it's winnable for them in those scenarios. The numbers are not there. Verno looks uncomfortable when he's alone towards B. He tries to back up, right? He tries to go towards Boathouse, but that is exactly where the attack team is waiting for him and trying to take him down as well. So there's not a clear answer for a team besides trying to play for that full retake, but those operators that have been bought with those quick entries from that Neon, it's not the easiest thing to do.
Yeah, you can always fall into the trap of just trying to run the same setup again and say, yeah, next time we'll be able to get them, and well, maybe things need to change. Retake setups are a possibility. It's also a good, you have to wonder what the ultimate economy looks like. Maybe Rustin has a lockdown available. I think he might. That could allow for some good retake setups if he doesn't go down so early. If you remember in these last two rounds, Dryad, that he's gone down as the first frag. Stuck out towards the wood wall, he got traded out, and then tried to run through the market smoke. Yeah.
Another one lockdown as well, got shot down by the fragment. So he's being read so well.
I think that's the key to victory here for Oxygen A, is that lockdown. A little bit of a tech pause, of course, as we kind of hang in limbo. You always wonder what these kind of pauses do to momentum, and who knows, a team that's down in rounds. I feel like Oxygen Academy, they've been a confident team all day, but now they're down and nearly out of their own map pick.
You really gotta question it though, right? Because you see those rounds, you see a couple of those rounds for the set of Oxygen, especially in the second half, and you see the confidence coming back. You see it for a little bit, but at the end of the day, just kind of the rounds after, just kind of a glimpse of confidence that fades away. So, I mean, how do you keep it consistent enough in a match that it's so important, right? The grand finals, trying to get to the #1 spot, and with a tech pause, they can also just put everyone in an uncomfortable positioning, right? Everyone trying to figure out what the issue is, how easy it is to solve, and getting back in that momentum too.
Trying to get back in the win column here. We're back in. You know, surprising as Redux started this half negative. A negative KD for Redux. That's been unheard of. He's still back in it, but he needs to get active. He needs to be there at the start of the round, and look what they're doing here. Unbelievable. The B-side setup. Again. It might be well-timed, but maybe it's their worst nightmare. Who knows? Rustin covers. Rustin needs to hold on. They just run a 3-man stack. That's all they do off the back of the tech timeout. Oxygen Academy. The confidence brewing.
On this defense, they were not expecting the KO ult to come up. At the end of the day, Redux doesn't run away, but gets the kill, so good enough. It's a 4v3, it's a rotation that takes place.
What an egg from Verdi. 1 kill. Granted, has to trade, and Verdi's got them both. Now just Nerve. Walking through tree. Oh, he's gonna drop the flash right in the face. Anti-flash played. Just another flash thrown in.
No.
So many players being thrown at him. Flashes everywhere.
Just and 11-0. Just a nightmare to deal with at the end. But it's 11-11, so things are tied up again. Is it gonna be enough? Oxygen needs one more round to get to the match point. Crouchshoot needs one more round to get to match point. Both of them so close. That can change a little bit more because Crouchshoot, they don't have too much to work with. A Nico round coming in for them. And we've seen a couple of thrifties. But is it going to be readable for Oxygen? See
how this changes. No more B rushes. That's off the menu. the meantime, they're running up towards Catwalk. Oh boy, this gets dangerous for Redux. He dashes away, gets the operator back on the angle, and now he's back in it. Redux holding the cross, then Nerf swings out and cleans house. Flawless to get Oxygen into map point.
In between so many rounds, though, the best scenario for Oxygen just was to get that one, right? Force a save round to come through for the set of crouch shoot. Not having too much to work with. Redux getting a little bit more. The operator towards Catwalk, and it's an operator towards Catwalk that we've seen multiple times, right? So it was red, but when you only have Sheriff's of hand, when you had, I believe, one Spectre, it's so difficult now. It's only overtime, or is a victory here coming in for Oxygen. They need one more round. Operator this time around located towards mid.
Oh, now Crouch should have to win a real round. They've gotten kind of all the extend. Oh no, the fast lane hasn't gone as intended. There's nothing. No one's being fooled here. Hoppin gets tagged up. Hunter's Fury searching. Looking on the other side of the map now as they run out A. The fake almost works. Verdi flashing up from heaven, but it's nerfed. Nerf finding both. Nerf just doing everything. 3v5. Redux going in for the cleanup. Here on Ascent. Oxygen A turn the tides back. Just Jack in a 1v5. And Oxygen A close it up in style. 2 flawlesses in a row in a 13-11 victory.
And the A hit at the end, that is just forced for crouch shoot, but it never really worked. They were hoping that for this last round it was going to be enough, but it was just always lacking a little bit more. Opening rounds, opening kills always coming in for Oxygen, and they got risky. They lost the advantage, but they get it right when it mattered the most, so they get away with the first map.
Yeah, it got dangerous though, let's be honest. I think the confidence can definitely be shaken a little bit there for Oxygen A, who were a team coming into this. I mean, I would be overloaded with confidence. I've already taken down all the signed teams in my side of the bracket. This should be light work, surely, but this is a very competitive game coming out of Crouch Shoot. That's what I gotta say. Props to them.
And it really feels like the biggest win condition for this entire match was for Crouch Shoot to win this first map, because guess what's next? It's a Breeze, and we've seen Oxygen and Breeze, right? It's a scary situation to deal with. So, I mean, they get so close, but so far, 13-11, the second 13-11 that we see today, and you can tell how competitive all of these teams are.
In a way, though, you think about this, Crouch Shoot might have just picked their own poison. In a bad way, and that is, well, Breeze is a fantastic map for Oxygen. I think that's just a worrying sign, all things considered.
Yeah.
And you have to question that, but maybe they can settle those questions for us.
And I mean, we gotta see it, right? We gotta see what can be brought to the table on the set of Crouch Shoot for Breeze specifically, because what we've seen for Oxygen has been incredibly consistent. Yes, they don't win every single round. It doesn't always look as clean as you want to, but they have a really good understanding of those map rotations, of that mid-round shot calling, that I feel like for a map like this one is where it matters the most.
Yeah, that's for darn sure, but we have to go ahead and toss it over to a break. But beforehand, shout out to our sponsors over at Metafy, where gamers everywhere are using to go ahead and bring their level to take their game to the next level. Not with a pack of Mike and Ike, but of course, with our guys over at Metafy. You can use code STREET30 for 30% off to be able to get trained by the best pro players in the world, even some of the players who are playing in this darn event. So you can go ahead and check out Metafy before we head into our second map of our grand final. That is going to be Breeze. That's going to be an interesting one. But first things first, a break, our final one, potentially in this grand final. We'll see you on the other side.
Arslan Ash is a hero of mine. I was there when he won EVO, and it was a very exciting match between him and me, and I just really wanted to take the opportunity. Honestly, it was an honor. Arslan taught me to utilize all of my character's game states.
See, your strength of Elisa lies in the back dash, in the side step.
Yeah. One of the great things that he taught me is how to utilize my character's movement and to optimize damage.
Elisa down forward 2 is very good. It's 16 frame and it's safe on log, and sometimes it push high moves.
Arslan was very nice and very respectful. He was patient with me. With what he taught me, I can take my game to the next level. You should definitely try Metafy if you're looking to level up your game.
I know you only show up for these tournaments for the ads. I I recently partnered with DigitalOcean to help spread the word on their amazing software.
I think you mean their amazing web-based cloud computing service.
Okay, if you're a developer, then you know how incredibly hard it can be to get started.
Not true. DigitalOcean made their UI so simple you can start developing right away. Plus, they give you full access to their human support staff.
Easy to start, human support staff.
Don't forget, really transparent and affordable pricing.
Okay, let's keep the tournament going.
Welcome back, gamers, to the grand finals. Map number 1 goes down in a nail-biter affair between Oxygen Academy and CrowdShoot, who actually, come out and surprise, all things said. With a 13-11, it's a loss, but it's still a statement for a team who's just so super new to this level. I'm fine. I'm joined by Dan Dryad, and let's just go ahead and just hop right into map number 2. It's CrowdShoot's pick. It's Breeze, but we talked about how this might turn on them for the worse.
Yeah, we're just jumping right into the map, and it's interesting. Yeah, I mentioned it a little bit too. It seems like one of the best opportunities for CrowdShoot to win this grand finals was to win that first map, and it got close. It was 11 rounds that they got away with, but not the victory. So now the task here, a little bit more difficult. The difficulty once again increasing for CrowdShoot in this map of Breeze, because we got the chance to see Oxygen here, and they just look dominant. They cleared the track plays. They always look so nice. So it's just a matter of how CrowdShoot can shut it down.
That's the biggest thing, at least for the side of CrowdShoot, is can they keep Redux down? They were able to do it, all things said. Not a lot of teams have been able to do such a thing as keep Redux down to negative at the half. But then he started getting activated on defensive side. He just pulled out the operator and said, you know what, I'm just gonna play a little bit on easy mode and dashing it out in between, being elusive, really tough to lock down, and well, they've brought it together. Now Oxygen Academy gonna break out their standard breeze comp. For the side of Crouch Shoot, Hoppin has only played the Neon basically throughout this event. He hasn't really been going for these primary duels. He's loved the Neon, and he's gonna break it out again for Breeze.
And what I find interesting too is that when you look at the history in the past month, 2 months for Oxygen, and you look at what they've been playing, the duelist composition always has a Neon. They've considered the Neon in multiple scenarios, but for a map like this one, they want to go back to what's standard, what's common, that Jet. In the hands of Redux, that works out so well. So it just makes you wonder if Oxygen knows something that the set of Crouch doesn't know just yet. With those Neon entries that, yes, they have been effective, but it doesn't feel as consistent as something that you can get with Redux, with a Cloudburst going in and dashing in into sight. We saw it a couple times in the earlier matches today on that B site, and it can still happen towards A. You know exactly how the standard play goes out, and when you have Rustin on the Cypher, it's just even more enabled for success, especially in that A side playing all around Cave.
Yeah, I think the thing is, Oxygen run a very original composition that is, well, in terms of North America, not running the chamber on Breeze is a really surprising. It is quite an original play, and theoretically it makes sense, especially on attack side, is the biggest thing, because you can cover a lot of ground with that Cypher. I've mentioned it earlier today when we've seen this on broadcast, and it worked out pretty darn well for Rustin. That's what we're looking at is, I mean, a chamberless composition for Oxygen A.
Yeah, it's all about those priorities, right? And what your team wants to prioritize. If you want to prioritize maybe denying those flanks over and over again, or just early kills they can get with the Headhunter in the hands of a chamber. But the Cypher is a decision here coming in for Oxygen. It's a team that is going right in.
Alrighty. Redux is gonna dash right on top of Yellow and Hoppin, trying to get out of dodge, but too many shots landing his way. Tag slowing him down. He can't dodge out, as there are 2 players down for Crouch Shoot, but they will be able to snag Rustin. Just before all things said and done, the spike gets planted in a 3-on-4, just beneath Jack. Lies Redux, too many players to handle though. And now that goes back down to 3. They swing through, 2v2. As Fiend another, just a body shot required on Verdi. Is all that's required, but a player inside of Halls. Have they slammed the door shut? Doesn't matter, as Verdi will pick up Fiend, and then the flank activates for Nerf. It's Oxygen Academy picking up the pistol.
And it got uncomfortable for a second in the hands of Oxygen. They took a little bit of damage too. And, I mean, you gotta be expecting it with the way that they play towards Hall and then towards that A side. You know that you're going to take some damage. You're going to face a couple of the players towards that position. But it's a pistol round that ends up going their way, and a good way to start it off. Another pistol round in the hands of Oxygen. And another play here that can come up. The spike on the floor. Playing for picks and hoping the Crouch Shoot is the ones that are trying to go in. A is empty.
Here it is, though. The knife spots out 3 players. Come on now. Yep. Pack it up. Pack it up. Bye-bye, guys. We're going A.
There's just nothing. There's no utility. There's no players towards A. Our rotation is finally taking place, but it might be a little too late. Oxygen gives it time to position themselves
Hoppin's
around
just gotten position, though. Hoppin has just arrived here. Now, as the door begins to open up behind him and he has to look behind him, there comes some issues with this play. And Oxygen A just basically messing around on the anti-eco.
Last player standing.
I mean, honestly, playing it safe at the same time, though. You gotta commend that.
Flawless.
It was a stack towards B side, and it was definitely an attempt. It wasn't bad, but not really working out after Oxygen gets that information and taking advantage of those initiators, all that info that they can get, allowing that rotation to take place. And now it's a question of conditioning here. Was it enough, those 2 rounds, to condition that Crouch Shoot to maybe stack more and to have more presence towards A? Or do they want to still play for that standard, that mid control as well, in the hands of a chamber that the other side doesn't have?
I mean, just the idea of Redux permeates into everyone's mind when you play against Oxygen and what he might do. This is a really cool arrow that goes towards the back of the B site, I believe. Takes a while to land. It does. Nerf has to shoot it. In the meantime, he's going to deploy the vast majority of his utility going through. Trying to get this ult orb to get Verdi so close to that no command. Are they gonna try and escort him back to A to get the other orb?
Yep.
Maybe. Depends if it's available. Nerfed again.
Yeah. Nerfed is the meantime taking so much space, and this is something that Crouch was expecting. They heard a lot of steps. The rotation hasn't taken place just yet.
Rancid playing very dangerous angle, especially with Nerf right next to him. As the door opens up, he just has to look at so many different angles that he falls. It's just so perfectly coordinated from Oxygen. Hopping, hunting for this 1v1 against Nerf, but Nerf is in the corner. It does get a team kill on the Redux, all things said, but that's far from enough here for Crouch Suit. They still have to fight. Fiend, swinging the sight, Cage right in his face. He does have to try to walk right on through it. In the meantime, Verdi, he's just gonna tank the whole molly. And, well, it results in his demise, I suppose. 2v3 as they cross, as Verno taking tags, but then a ping comes through. Valuable, Rusted, tucked out from Bricks, and now Jack on literally 1 HP. Come on, man. You can't clutch this. Does Oxygen A win the bonus?
And second time that we see this happening, right? It seems so weird because it shouldn't go this way, but Oxygen, they just know how to play that A side a little bit better this time around. Attacking side, going as standard as possible, and a Crouch Suit that it seems like it's always trying to play catch up in those fast rounds where they're trying to position themselves, but it's a little too late. And we saw in the round before with Hopping, who seemed to be in position, and we see it once again for Jack. So everything a little bit more difficult. It seems like another A stack coming in, and again another opportunity to condition the enemy. This Crouch should going to be expecting this A hit again.
Yeah, I think the coordinated A hit is the really nice thing, because once they get space, they're looking for those lurks to get space. You have Nerf push all the way down doors and say, well, an A execute would work perfectly here and just expose the entire site once that door gets open. Something here for Crouch Suit to do is to take map control back. Start battling for space and getting information.
And they get it when they try to go, when the attacking side is trying to go towards B, right? Because you have the KO knife. It doesn't really allow the Jet to dash in with the Cloud Burst and to position themselves into the side a little bit better. So that is why we've seen them backing up on the B side. But towards A is a completely different story.
Yeah, I mean, you also have to consider, like, this is a darn grand final. Sometimes, you know, you kind of coax yourself into playing a little bit passively, and you kind of stop taking risks as a team. And sometimes against a team like Oxygen, maybe that's what you need to do, because they themselves are a risk-taking team. I mean, Redux as a player, risk-taking, well, it's like you flip a coin, but it's like 70-30 for this guy. So
yeah, it's really one of those teams, and it feels like really it doesn't get to happen too often for teams, but one of those teams that really shines in the chaos, in those chaotic situations where it seems like they can catch up, they can back up, and you see Redux out of nowhere, a couple kills, and the rest of the team kind of playing around this Jet to balance out and to get the numbers advantage. It's so nice because of that, because not many teams can do it, and this is why we see Oxygen in the grand finals.
Yeah, and I think that's the biggest thing. I mean, for the guys over at Crouch Suit, this is, I mean, for some of them, their first grand final. I know Nerve has been here before on teams like Cosmic Divide, but for a lot of them, I mean, say Hoppin, in terms of himself as a player, like as on the professional level, it's been a long time since he's been sort of in a grand final like this. Yeah. So, I mean, it's a lot of there's always a little bit of pressure when it comes to where you're at right now. It's late in the night, late in the day. You're in your third BO3, but now you got yourself to the grand final. Can you keep it together?
It's another tech pause again, and you get a question when it happens multiple times, how that can affect one of the teams. I mentioned it a little earlier, but when it's multiple, it's a scary one. The team wants to deal with it too, so you gotta see what can happen too. Maybe a possibility of something new. We've seen the attacking side side of Oxygen trying to go in towards that A side mostly and making it work out effectively, but there's still yet another factor, and we got to see in the other matches because we've seen Breeze all day, but that mid control and that aggression with a duelist towards mid, it's something that you can run out like 1, maybe 2 times and get away with the rounds they need just to catch up. So a good possibility for Crouch Shoot as well.
Yeah, still in the midst of a tech pause. I mean, still yet to get a lot of players activated for the side of Crouch Shoot, in my opinion. Hoppin has been limited. Fiend has been limited.
I feel like it's a lot harder for the Neon too.
Yeah, it is. Like, there's a lot less close range angles. And I think especially with the Cypher, like, the Cypher is a direct Neon counter, not just with the tripwires. The tripwires are a very big part of it, but the cam also just anticipates all the aggression that's coming through. The goal of the Neon, at least for the players that I have talked to, is just catching players off guard and hitting timings that would never be possible with a regular agent. And when the cam's up, it's like, well, this is pretty darn obvious, right? So you're kind of missing out on that, and Hoppin's gonna need to find a way to play around that.
And that is the key, right? When you think about agents that are really meta in a map like this one, especially in a map that is so open, you just think about anyone that can catch nice timing into the enemy team. So you think about maybe the Neon, maybe the Jet as well, the Chambers that have been pretty much a must for so many teams. Only a couple teams that try to aim towards something else. Another Sentinel, a Cypher like we're seeing. So it is just one of those decisions that are so dependent on teams and in that synergy, really understanding what the win condition can be, if it's shutting down, if it's playing a little bit more reactive to the defense, to the other side, or if it's going to be just a little bit more of proactive aggression like we saw from Oxygen. And I feel like we're just a matter of seconds away from seeing when they get to go and attack themselves.
Right. I think also speaking of win conditions, like we talk about Redux, but I think today we've seen some different heroes show up. I mean, especially for Ascent, Nerfed was doing some great work. Being the controller player and being an anchor player on defense, he was showing up and supporting his team super well as when he has to play on his own. He was doing great work. So I think Oxygen Academy as a team are starting to find different win conditions, and that is so dangerous when you're Crouch Shoot, when you already have Redux to deal with, and then everyone else, the whole party shows up. That's going to be a tough one to overcome. Even Verdi today has been having good. I can highlight a lot of players for Oxygen Academy, but so far through this grand final series, it's been Nerf's map and Nerf's game.
And one of the things that makes it the most interesting is that, of course, the rest of the team is throwing some nice resources for these duelists to pop off, but in a lot of scenarios, like we've seen, it just duelists really coming in, Chambers as well, coming in and getting kills with the 3 to 4s with that operator without really needing to support themselves from the rest of the team, from paranoias that we've seen, from some stuns, from some flashes. It's just those individual plays that shine so bright and that makes a grand finals like this one so interesting, with compositions that look a little different, even compared to what we saw earlier on too, right? Those quarterfinals where it was a mirror match, and now we get to shift away from that more.
Yeah, I think, I mean, as teams like get better and better, maybe the compositions begin to differentiate and teams start to innovate on their own. And I think that's what the biggest thing at the moment. So I think that's at least you start to innovate more and more. We're seeing innovation on this map already. We've already talked about that Cypher composition for the side of Oxygen Academy. And for these guys, Hoppin just loving the Neon. That's at least his agent of choice.
No Yoru. No Yoru this time around.
No Yoru. I mean, Yoru has come through on Breeze actually like a surprising amount. I know Lenny time we're breaking it out consistently. Even TSM Academy that we saw earlier today, they brought it out.
Yeah.
Like plenty of teams have been bringing it out for some reason.
I don't know. I can't get used to the Yoru. Sometimes you see those ranked plays and it's like, this would go crazy in like VCT. But then the chances of that actually happening, right, it's so low. And you think about all of the other duelists and it's like, it's difficult. I would love to see a Reina come back.
Yeah, I think there was like a miniature, the Reina Renaissance. I'll say it. Wow, look at me. I'm such a poet. But like, look at it. I mean, looking at it like that, then, I mean, there's been a little bit of a resurgence. But at the moment, we are in the midst of a technical pause, and we are actually going to go ahead and throw it to a bit of a break as Redux is resolving some communications issues. So we'll be back in a bit with the Nerd Street Champs Grand Final. Be back in a few. Well, a bit of a extended technical pause, and okay, we just arrived to 5 marshals being purchased up. Hi,
Great.
it's Fi and Dryad. We're taking away the grand finals, and quickly now, 5 marshals.
5 marshals on Breeze. I mean, you know, it makes sense. 2 towards B, 1 towards A, 2 potentially
they're
rotating
everywhere.
a little better.
Yeah, you might say that. Well, for Oxygen Academy, searching for info. Jack, the same. You looking for a tag? Almost. He finds one, actually. Under Verno. Under damage, downrange. Maybe Fiend can capitalize. One shout after another off the Marshal could turn into something. Could.
Everyone playing together here, though, for Oxygen, so it's a difficult one. You know, seeing those Marshal kills, they're always nice, but it's a difficult one, too, for this Chamber on the other side. Hoping to make a difference here, but again spotted. I know, use our rendezvous, but there it is. There's a kill.
Whoa, Fiend!
Spike down A.
All right. He's in it. The Marshals are working. 5 Marshals. It seems like they're pretty close to 1 round. Oh, no. I don't know. We see 1 Redux. Chilling.
30 seconds left.
This is a difficult.
Redux, come back. Please.
That actually makes me wonder if they're like playing 4v5. Is there just gonna be like an ult orb and spawn?
10 seconds left.
Redux is about to go down. This is a bit sad. They're gonna about to run into him and
One enemy remaining.
come on, guys.
Thrifty.
It's gonna be the thrifty coming up for crouch. Crouch swing. There you go.
First
5
round.
Marshall's making it work.
That first round for crouch shoot.
Crouch
What else can
shoot.
they get? Is this gonna be a tech bot?
Are we going
Is he
into another
back?
or is he just gonna sit and spawn?
He's not moving. He's not moving. He's standing still.
We're gonna go into another tech? That actually is a very good question. Look, sometimes we gotta keep a game moving. And the biggest thing is, yeah, folks, we have to keep a game moving. Show must go on. And, well, if he's back, he's back. If he isn't, well, I suppose that's the way it goes. Auction Academy are basically playing this one out 4v5.
The Marshalls again. From one side to the other. The spike on the floor, hoping to play for some picks here on this attacking side, but losing the Jet, losing the one player that we talked a bunch about, and he's not going to be available for this one, so at least the Zeta crowd should respecting it a little bit more, just playing all the way back to...
I think there's a little bit of a handshake agreement here with crouch shoot as well. They're not pushing things aggressively, right? As teams might in a 4v5 to just, you know, take up all the space on one side of the map because you know there's going to be gaps in the default. So, I mean, maybe a little bit of a handshake agreement here from crouch shoot, which is I do respect. It's just tough. You have to play this one 4v5. You just have to execute without Redux.
You're just hoping that he comes back eventually, but it hasn't happened for a couple minutes, so we'll see what has to happen. Less than 30 seconds to execute towards his B side. Viper Neon playing all the way back, managing to see life, taking a little bit of damage too. Vulnerable, should be enough to get the kills.
Oh, that's nice on the birdie. Trying to clean house here on the site. 2 more remaining. Considering Redux is still in spawn. And oh no, Rustin just turns away, trying to get the spike down for something here for Nerf. But they're just going to go ahead and, well, defuse the spike, and they are beelining it straight to spawn. Here you go. Take your ult orb.
Wondering what's going to happen here. And it's such unfortunate timing, right? Like, it's not right before the map started. Maybe to have a sub, maybe to have another possibility here. It's just right in the middle. It happens sometimes.
I mean, all you can really do is hope that he comes back into things. This is the question. We actually... Oh, we're gonna get some extra info on that down the stretch. But right now, Oxygen A, they're just gonna continually have to play this one 4v5 until he arrives.
The chamber towards A side, where this attacking team is looking for Aldrone. Going to spot Rustin as well, has to go back, but managing to stay alive. I think human damage that has been taken. The Hall's control is the most difficult one too, so once again backing up for Oxygen 4 members. And expecting a flank too. They were right, but still, it's a 4v3 essentially.
Yeah, so at the moment, according to at least Redux via Twitter, second tournament where we get DDoS mid-match. Seriously, unbelievable. See the frustration from the Oxygen Academy players. They have to play this one out. I mean, every round they get will definitely be something to laud about, but
even coming back, you know, even coming back from a situation like this, when it's difficult, even if he were to come back online and everything be fine. How do you reset that mentality after losing rounds just because of something you can't control?
Oh, respect the... I'd at least wait a little bit longer there, maybe by a couple seconds. Be a good opponent, but it's not... I mean, look, Crouch Shoot are in that position. It's not like they made this happen, so... So I guess I'll take some time to read off the rules, if that, for those who are just wondering. So in the event of a DC, there can be 2 tech pauses. The first one can be 10 minutes, and the second one can be 5 minutes. And after that, it has to be a 4 versus 5. So just because, you know,
This goes here.
and we even went to 20 minutes. So keep that in mind. We didn't even make an exception to the rule. Just unfortunate that the way it pans out. Redux still has time, all things said. If Oxygen A can get themselves a couple around here, Dryad, maybe, you know, they're just buying time at this rate.
Yeah, the question is just if your teammate is actually coming back for this map, or they're just waiting for something, right? In a situation like this one, again, you never really know what's going to happen, how long it's going to take, but trying to get away with some rounds would be nice on their side. Oxygen, and one Sova getting the other at the distance towards the mid control, but
they're in it.
Remaining too.
They were in it. Huntress here are gonna hunt for Granted, and that's a huge one. It's a 2v2. Considering you start 4v5, you take everything you got.
Rotating to 45.
Fiend's made his way back to site though already, Dan.
Two members, it's a good chance here. All a matter of Fiend landing those shots, and now knows exactly
30 seconds
where the set of oxygen is coming from. Gets spotted too, but doesn't care too much about shooting the dart. Still aiming for it. There it is, good for one.
Yep, Fiend on rotation, Bruno on the site. And Fiend's gonna farm. 15 seconds remaining, and we're gonna be seeing this a lot. Nerf cleans up the final 4-3. I think that what can you really say about this? It's really tough. It is just frustration, all things said. It has to be felt from, I mean, one team, and the other is coming into this one with an asterisk on there. Oh, what could potentially be a grand final win, I suppose. I mean, I don't think they're gonna claim it that way. Crouch Shoot are a group of experienced players who've been around the scene for a bit. Hunter Fury gonna be tossed out here from Jack. Trying to search for one. They'll jump into the site. Fiend, oh, he's out towards yellow. Just gonna classic away. While Verdi is hunting for a kill, hunting to, technically said, even up the standings in a 4v4. But the Viper Spit goes in. Nerf's gonna go ahead and get the plant, and Nerve is gonna take down Redux, I suppose. 2v5. Verno, though, does come through with the kill. The Viper's Pit still providing cover. Maybe they can make this work. Inside the pit is the place where it can happen, and pushing out. Verno, a huge kill. Same goes for Nerve. A 2v2, as now it's Nerve dancing around his pit. But now, Jack swinging out, but he's low on health. The decay is doing so much as they decay down to near zero. Nerf comes up with a clutch. A huge round for Oxygen A.
Not expecting the Viper to be all around. They were expecting it to be on the other side. Good opportunity for Oxygen as well to get away with that round, and you get to at least make it even after those rounds that Crouch Shoot was able to get away with. So operators still on the hands of Rustin. And on the other side, an upper in the hands of Fiend. And Fiend has been incredibly consistent with the operators too, but most of the time it's been towards A side. So I want to see the forces maybe around the boot towards A, because Oxygen is still aiming for this side.
Popping the ultimate. Going right on in with the null command in it. Nerf finds it right through the smoke. But Jack frags back, tagged out, and Fiend as well. Lock it in. I mean, you have to kind of... We're talking an underdog story here with the 4v5. Crouch Shoot, again, are taking these rounds, but every single one is just going to be a simple asterisk with it.
Right.
The 2v4.
2v4, a little bit of damage to the KO. Got to take, but he's playing so far back that even landing that kill, it's going to be pretty difficult for the side of Oxygen. Hoping to have this defense aim and look towards where they are located, but I don't want to take any risks. The defense, they already have a natural numbers advantage to work with in every single round, so no need to push forward.
Yep. Rustin. Scoping out. Hold on.
30 seconds
Verno
left.
up in halls. Okay. Minimap playing with me. Verno somehow got out to mid doors, and I'm like, what? Oh, I don't know. Is it Yoru all of a sudden? I don't know. Yoru does get picked on Breeze. 15 seconds, though. They're going to save. I mean, it's the best he can do.
Kill an opt here.
It's worth
10
it.
seconds left.
At the end of the day, it is worth it, yes. They're going to try and push through. And, well, they will take away some of these saving players. Just up in halls right now is Verno, trying to hold on. He should be able to hold on. Does get spotted out, but he'll survive. And that's that. It's Crouch Shoot taking a lead. And it's Oxford Academy in a position they just need to keep buying time, rather.
Yeah, trying to make it as even as possible for this first half. And it's still not looking too bad, right? Even if they weren't to get any more, the 4-8 still doable in case Redux is able to come back. But, well, you gotta see what the chances are here.
I'll find them.
And the way the rest of the team was able to play without this duel it's a difficult one for sure, but they're giving it their best. And that's something to respect, right? Just trying to play it with all the confidence. Still grand finals, still want to get that #1 spot. So positionings, all that setup that they have for Oxygen playing towards mid, and no one on this defensive side trying to get them yet.
Hold on, Verdi has a gap. There is a potential here to find a headshot. In the meantime, nerfed. Drog hopping. And Verdi another. Maybe a chance here for Oxygen on the half buy. Goes back down to a 3v3. And Verno as well. Picking up Nerve. It's only Branted on the site. Oh, but it is Branted on the side, I suppose. Tagged up by the drone, playing from behind the pillar. Trying to survive here in the 2v2. Branted being pressured. They're being slow about this one, Oxygen. They're not making a sound as they make their way on the site. And Verno delivering. And now they know where Jack is in the 1v2. Spike available for Nerf. He can go ahead and get that planted. And Jack needs a clutch.
Spike planted.
Oxygen Academy looking to bring themselves yet another 4v5. As Jack makes his way out from tunnel. Nerf just waiting. He's off his teammates. Contact. And there he goes. Spots the shoulder. Nerf gets it. Oxygen Academy equalize.
Something that we saw in that round before too. They make things even, and you got a question as well. How many opportunities do they get for this one? But like we mentioned, this is not too bad. Just hoping, and this is exactly what Oxygen is expecting, right? That's why they haven't given up just yet, that they can make it as even as possible. Wait for their teammate to come back. That's on the other side. You're not going to make it easy, right? 3 ultimates available on the defensive side for Crouch Shoot. Ultimates they want to use even in opportunities where the economy is on their side. So this defensive side, they don't have to worry about too much. For one time, though, there's not as much presence on that A side besides a dart from the Sova. Drone immediately denied as well.
Fiend flashed off. Has to go for a re-peek here where players are holding his angle. But a drone going out to escort him in. Maybe knock off a potential operator in the meantime. Right underneath the drop zone. Fiend takes a shot, teleports out. Double man advantage
There they are.
for Crouch Shoot. Even the pings coming through, they know where Rustin is as well. As Hoffman gets another.
Cage triggered.
It's gonna be this 2v5, and I think Oxygen Academy genuinely just want to try and save. They want to try and buy time for Redux. I think
Tempting, yeah.
I think it does need a bit of a refresher as well, to remind us Redux experiencing a DDoS at the moment. So at the moment right now, he's actually on his way to a LAN center to go ahead and compete. So that's what Oxygen A are trying to buy for themselves. It's time for Redux to get himself set up. I'm running low. And
the sound is so nice.
10
This
seconds
is
left.
actually super relaxing. I have never heard this sound on Braze.
Yeah, I never heard it. I feel like I always hear just my teammates yelling, but the sound of the sea, it's nice. It's nice. They can't even get away with it.
Standing. Last round in the half.
Last round for the half. I mean, Oxygen Academy, considering they've gotten 2 rounds straight 4v5, not bad.
2 rounds, and the good thing about it, you know, the positive side is that Oxygen, they got the early rounds before Redux disconnected, so it doesn't feel as bad to end up this first half in a 5. You end up in a disadvantage even if setup crowd shoot ends up winning it. And they're waiting for the right opportunity. They're giving them chances, but at the end of the day, they're just pushing forward, making sure that they can't get away with those rifles, and it's the last opportunity to do it. So Oxygen, you're gonna give it their best, maybe try to even up the score.
Ooh, but just barely off on the spray there from Rustin. Hoffman capitalizes. And 3v5 nerfed in the meantime has walked all the way up middle. Hoffman is watching for this point. In transition nerf. A fantastic kill. It could allow the rest of Oxygen Academy to move up through halls and make this very dangerous. Already here, but Fiend on the bridge is going to be ready for Verdi. And Fiend will fall to Verno, but who's going to get that spike? Needs to be Verno. In the meantime, Nerf continually controlling the map. Maybe could find Branded. Jump spot gets the info.
I have the spike.
Out middle. Jack trying to deny. Huge kill for Nerf. That's the A site wide open. They decided to commit to B.
Revealing area.
Spike, nice. Gives a chance to be planted here. The 2v2, things can be even when you see how fast this defensive side is willing to push for the retake. And also having a Viper spit is a pretty good opportunity to make things even. On the other side, though, you know that they're already pushing in, knowing that Redux just got taken down.
Oh, okay. In the pit again. This has been the win condition for Oxygen. Make it an even half. Nerf has done this before. 1v2. Time's really beginning to tick here for Crouch Shoot. I mean, he could throw a snake bite on the spike, and it might be able to work out just fine. There you go. He'll throw the snake bite on the spike, and it's on the mark. Do they have time? They don't. And you're gonna... Yep, there's no time for this for Branted. We'll be a tad close. A second away. But it's going to be Nerf coming up clutch.
He managed to tie up the score in an unbelievable way. Unbelievable opportunity, giving their best as they wait for the Redux to come back. If it is going to happen at timeout, could it be? Maybe.
They do call it a tactical. The thing is, they get a timeout every half.
Yeah.
Is the thing. So they're calling this in to buy every darn minute they can. And immediately, right off the rip, they will. You get Redux in, then you're playing Valorant again.
Could it be? I don't know how far the land center is from him.
Yeah, I don't actually know. I think he does live in the Philly area.
Mm-hmm.
Or at least on the East Coast. He did compete at North Brunswick.
Mm-hmm.
Interestingly enough, that could be the land center that he is heading out to at the moment. I don't know how far it is. So
or if
we're like in a... It's like a race against the clock right now.
What time is it in Philly? It's 1 a.m. for me, and I'm in the East Coast. Philly is...
I wonder... I mean, there's plenty of... There surely are other LAN cafes other than perhaps local hosts. So, I mean, there are plenty that are out and about.
He's not
moving. There's one... Oh, he's still not here.
No! Wait, what?
Oh, we're going again on this?
Come back. Please.
He's just standing still.
Come back. Maybe we stare at the icon enough, he'll come back.
And all Oxygen can do. You see them just stacking sites.
I mean, it's an easy opportunity here. You don't have a duelist on the other side, and you can take advantage. On the other side, the Oxygen, They go opening pick. It turns into a 4v4, but Spike's still going to be planted. Full rotation taking place.
All right, Fiend. Let's see it. Rustin, though, trades back. A 3v3. As it evens out. Wonder where... I mean, do they have cages? Oh, there's lineups here for Nerve. Nothing they can do to stop that. They just have to fight. And Verdi falls. And you can see that the Snakebite's stopping the defuse at the moment. Rustin, though, will catch Branted out in the open. Make it 2. The other lineup, though, surely going through. And with Jack fighting out from inside a cave, Verno will fall. And, oh, we know who's last. 7-6 right now for Crouch Shoot.
Just around here. They're going for the kill. They're a little too far.
You know, I kind of realized that Redux actually can't drive yet.
He's 15, no?
Yeah, he's 15.
Wait,
That's what
that's
he's
a
going
good
through.
point. I was like, where is this guy driving? Who's driving him?
I did not
questions.
consider that until just now.
That's a really good point, because I was imagining him, I was picturing him driving a car, like desperately trying to find a center with internet. But now, you gotta wonder, who's driving him? Is he running?
See, ride
is he
sharing,
okay?
dashing in.
It is late. I hope he's okay. That's.
Yeah, that is the biggest part, at least for these guys. I mean, shoot, competition's competition, but
yeah.
I would assume with Mom or Pop, we can think about that while the ego goes down here and things go about as expected. A kill does come through for Verdi, but well, just leaving Verno. And, well, okay, we'll grab an extra kill on the back end. Hit a 6 shot just for the confidence. Not gonna happen. 8-6, they clean up the eco.
Rifle is being bought on the other side in the meantime. And for defense and Breeze, right, it's so difficult having 4 players who work at the beginning. You just have to run a different setup too, depending a little bit more on utility. That's why you have the Sova kind of leading in. And Verno has been incredibly consistent with those kills as well, especially in the rounds where he's needed the most. But now you're relying more on the utility to try to bait Crouch to go in before the kills even happen.
There's a stack here, though. There's a stack here. Oxygen A has been consistently stacking the B site and opening up his Verno. It's back down to the 4v4. We're playing an even game of Val.
But for how long, right? We've seen it in a couple of scenarios, and it doesn't really seem as consistent as you want to. Just the end is more information to the other side. Crouch shoot can get. So Spike yet to be planted. Rotation coming in towards the A side, but the defense, they already know where it is.
And they're just gonna come back into A. Granted, finds the entry on Verno. Utility too good. Nerved. Yeah, a huge kill found on a Fiend. He has to struggle for it, but that's all that matters. Back down to the 3v3. They still have that Viper roll available to maybe start a defuse. Verdi has to flick over to Branted, though. And playing the crossfires in it. It's Rustin alone. 1v3. Now has to fight out against multiple players. Nerve playing lineups. And Jack inside towards Bricks. A nice headshot first for Rustin. He doesn't have a cyber cage, though, to allow him for a potential ninja defuse, and you understand his jig is up.
It's
gonna go ahead and be 9-6, and well, Rustin.
No.
Clutch.
It's so sad.
It's so sad. For grand finals as well.
Yeah.
Still hoping that he'll come back at some point, but more and more rounds that are going on the side of Crouch Shoot, so the opportunities here are fading out. The defensive side trying to find an answer. They even had rifles to work with, but it wasn't quite enough to get the kills. Time running out as well. Rustin with 15 HP have to back up, trying to capitalize from any opportunity possible. Now, quick entry 2 coming in for Crouch Shoot.
Yep, we have the stack again, though, for Oxygen A. They're playing no games as they flash through. It's Verdi. And I'm just sure he even finds nerfed. The judge doesn't get anything.
Revealing
All right, there was a reason to get excited for a moment, and then it falters again. And collecting tribute here is Fiend. 10-6. I'll just mention the scoreline and move on with it. Okay, one thing to hope for here, Dan, is that in between maps they are able to substitute in.
Yeah,
that is allowed. So
yeah, that is a good opportunity for them, whether it's a sub or the coach that has to jump in. But you know, at least it makes things more even. It's even frustrating for the other side, right? Knowing that they have such an obvious advantage and you want the grand finals like this one to be as competitive as possible, but it just things that sometimes they have to deal with. So on the side, the crowd shoot double digits for them. 10 rounds so far, trying to at least get things over with as soon as possible. Now, is it going to be a possibility right now?
You know what's funny? If one of the eliminated teams got one of their players to play in and be like a redemption arc. Be like one of those, you know, reality game shows. Arc. Yeah, what? Like, you know, you get some of those popular contestants from the game show to go ahead and play in. I don't know. Get back in, I don't know, Harmful from TSMA. Who knows? But okay, that's a nice start. Rustin with a double kill. We're joking all this long, but Rustin wants to fight. He wants to win. Back of the site. Dueling out and even gets the neural theft off to back it up. Granted, is finally finished off. Verdi joining as well, and Oxygen A have single-handedly stuffed Crouch Shoot here on the B site.
2 members alive from the other side. Is it going to be enough? Good opportunity here for the side of Oxygen. With all members managing to stay alive. The kills could be enough. Jack, the last one too. It's a 1v2 to work with and gets taken down by Verno on the other side. 7 rounds now for the side of Oxygen.
All right, so 10-7. It's more likely that the coach gets subbed in anyways for the side of Oxygen A. He is ready and available. But 10-7, getting getting one of these rounds is already a pretty big achievement. All things said, I mean, if they can somehow outpace Crouch Shoot here, that would be a miracle.
You want to play? Let's play.
We'll see it. Right now, though, they're just going to turn it straight A. Nothing special about this one. They'll sprint right on through, and Verdi snags one through the smoke. Finding Jack. Now they're sprinting across the site, but that's the Viper wall down. Nothing to deny that plant, except for a couple shock darts, maybe. Verdi getting interested, finding Fiend next in line. Hoppin tagged up, but he continues swinging the site. It's a 2v3.
And they can get away. Yeah, they can hide. For Cave, Hoppin still sticking into it, but they should have a crossfire regardless as they're trying to get Hoppin.
No cyber cages though, and lineups being played by Nerve. It's Verno. Makes it a 2v2, but you know the lineups are coming through. Nerve even with a second lineup that's out of position and lands perfectly on the spike. Rustin falls, and well, there's not much else to do but save. Verno falling back, low HP.
Can't.
And time to collect your tribute.
Can't even save. It was 10 HP anyways. Redux taken down as well. Cannot even manage to stay alive. 11 rounds for Crouch Shoot as they're just getting away with quick stacks. Not too much of a specific strategy, right? I mean, you just gotta.
There's nothing you can do.
Number, like, even if with the trades, it's just not really enough.
I mean, there's nothing else you can really do in this situation other than stack sites and hope and pray that something goes your way. And, well, they're just gonna walk out A. Mid has to be completely open because there has to be a gap in the defense. With only 4 players. Wall deployed.
You're trying to take it and make it as even as possible.
Okay.
Good opening pick, though. For T taking on Hoppin, and SC tried to ult and go in, but things once again should be even in just a matter of time to Fragment taking down Nerve.
Verdi, the Sheriff's making it do. Can the rest follow up? Verno deploying the drone. Rustin by his side. One tagged out. That is Fiend. Another on the site, but Rustin, oh, he just got spammed down so darn low. Viper's Pit even thrown in by Nerve. It's very low though, and the shock dart connects.
Spike down A.
Fantastic from Verno, and Fiend trapped out towards doors. 1v2, but both players are awful low. This could easily happen for Fiend. A surefire possibility, but Verno just toying with them. Shock dart tossed in, Fiend getting aggressive on the play. Jumping up the stairs.
30 seconds left.
But he's gonna get spotted on the final jump, and Verno's got him. Oxygen Academy with yet another 4v5.
The last opportunity too, where the spike landed, right? There was no opportunity besides having to take this duels one by one. So another round here on the side of Oxygen, and they've been able to get a couple, right? Relatively, or you know, as consistent as they can be in the middle of all this chaos. But Crouch shoots still with the biggest advantage, stacking towards that A side. Maybe a little bit of mid control in the hands of the Chamber. That should be it, and depending on that early pick, trying to make things even, and Viper's Pit enabling that too.
All right. I mean, this has been the straight win condition for Oxygen Academy. They've played these Viper's Pits super well.
Gotta go.
So Nerfed, well, is in a difficult position. Makes it work. Already not going to get tagged by that. In the meantime, Jack spamming smokes. The thing is, they're still holding on to this B lean. And Rustin playing really far back on the site, so maybe his trips will be active. The flash, though, does come through. Hunter's Fury deployed. Could slow them down on the play, but Hoppin, leaping over the site, has just spotted out Rustin. But he can't control the relay bolts, but... oh, he's going to turn into a double kill anyways. Doesn't matter. 2v5. Can't do much here for Oxygen.
Saving mini here.
I guess protect Redux.
Protect. We haven't even seen that. We haven't seen a round where they're protecting his teammate. This is so sad.
I mean, he's gotten like in a mid round. He has. Like,
they should protect him, in my opinion. Just all around him. It would end up with a
morale. For the morale, you got to protect him.
It's just to leave a statement, you know.
Yeah. 1v5. Or excuse me, 2v5 is. I'm so used to just saying the amount of players that Oxygen have -1.
They're fine.
They're fine. We'll survive.
One more round.
Alrighty then. And then Oxygen A get the substitute.
You know, it's just so unfortunate. And we mentioned it. It's just so unfortunate that something like this happens. And we waited, but Redux just couldn't even come back in time. And even though things like this happen, it doesn't really feel good for the team losing, for the team winning as well, just because it's not the grand finals that you're expecting and the second map that you're expecting. But at least because of the first score that we got to see, it means that the story can be a little bit different. Rustin, though, getting taken down. Not really expecting that aggression to come in. Or the other side.
They quickly split through.
Oh, now they know.
Tunnel, hop in, looking for it. The drone will roll right on through. And Spike's gonna go ahead and get set down by Branton. It's a 3v5 retake in all sense of the word. This is more or less impossible.
Down.
And now, well, make it a 1v5
standing.
as they collect their tribute for probably about the 13th time this game. And yeah,
it's been more.
Yeah.
I don't know anymore.
I mean, 13, okay, plus like maybe 3 that Oxygen have won. And as expected, in numerous 4v5 situations that they got to play out through this game, Crouch Shoot take the map. But all things said, I mean, considering it was a 4v5 over and over, Dryad, well, I mean, you gotta respect the effort, I suppose.
You do gotta respect it. I mean, we didn't see any stacks coming in for the defense, especially. They were just playing as they're often playing, right, with the Cypher all the way to his backside. For B, getting some information with the cam, trying to use that utility in the best way possible as if their teammate was there. But again, there's only so many rounds and so much that you can do in a situation like that one.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's we're just gonna keep it short and sweet. It just wasn't meant to be there for Oxygen. They will have an extended break, and they will have an opportunity to substitute in a player. So they get to play a fair game of Valorant coming into map number 3. That is Icebox. So, I mean, something to work with. It's not the actual, full Oxygen Academy lineup, but, it's something.
It's something. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. It's just something at least to make it competitive. And another team as well had to deal with that issue where they had a coach in. So, at least it allows you to synergize a little bit more to get a couple kills. You know that it's a 5v5 that you're playing at the end of the day.
Yeah, that's the tough luck about it is, well, you play a 4v5 out, and that's just how the scoreline goes. Admittedly, they won 5 rounds in a 4v5. That is commendable from Oxygen Academy. When they have a full 5, maybe even a player that just runs around and gets information, things definitely gonna change here. I know it for sure. Oxygen Academy, I think they're still just got to keep your head in the game. We're gonna go ahead and toss it to a break, head to map 3, and, well, let's see who they sub in for Oxygen Academy.
One of the reasons that I wanted this lesson with Super Ukuma is because I felt like I had reached kind of like a plateau with my gameplay.
I tend to teach more of a way of understanding the game, more than just, oh, you need to work on this, you need to work on that.
He showed me this diagram that was pretty simple, and it was kind of something that I was aware of instinctually, but when you kind of like visualize it, it helped me gain a deeper understanding of the game.
I gotta say, I've been having a lot of fun doing it. It's been very enriching, and it's helped me a bit. I've learned a few things doing coaching.
You should definitely try Medify if you're looking to level up your game.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the recap for the day number 1 of the Chicagoland for the Nerd Street Summer Champs. We started off the day today with Lotion G up against Acacia GG, and Acacia, best of 3, were able to win it out and qualify and move into the playoff bracket. Then we moved into group number C, and there we got to see the E-Girl fan club go up against Last Resistance, and it was a close map between these two teams, but Last Resistance were able to squeeze it out and really take the lead over the E-Girl fan club. Then, Last Resistance came up against Jet Diff, a team put together of quite a few Valorant pros, and despite the fact that Last Resistance was looking like they were giving Jet Diff a run for the money, Jet Diff came ahead and made their qualifications into the playoff bracket. Then we ended out the day with a best of 3, the qualifier between Last Resistance and who else but E-Girl fan club. Forced all the way to map number 3, E-Girl's fan club came out on top, making Last Resistance pack their bags and head home. So now we're going to be moving into playoffs for day number 2.
Day 2 was phenomenal. It brought us into the quarters and the semis of the tournament, and my oh my did we get games. Starting off with Native Black against Chirac Gang, they took a close game 3 victory in the first round. Then head on into our quarterfinals. We watched the Wet Rats versus the Four Funners. A tough game to say the least, but the Wet Rats really styled on Four Funners. The Wet Rats themselves comprised of a hodgepodge of tier 1 pros. Then the action progressed into the semifinals, where we got to watch Oxygen Academy versus Native Black. OXG Academy, a storied roster. They've won event after event, but Native Black, this new up-and-coming dark horse of a roster, shut them down 2-1. Native Black, with that victory, send themselves into the grand finals, where they met up against Zero Marksman Black. And while Native Black was able to eliminate the Goliath of an opponent in Oxygen Academy, they were simply outclassed by Zero Marksman Black. In the final 2 games of this best of 3 series, Zero Marksman Black probably let them get a collective 7 rounds across the entire 2 games. So Zero Marksman Black, once again, your victors of the Chicagoland, winning their share of $10,000 here. Adding that to the additional money that they've gotten from the Fullerton land, they're looking to create a legacy for themselves, and Zero Marksman Black might just be at the very next LAN event as well.
Before I played Valorant and like other games, I was very competitive in chess.
That I am not actually down bad.
I'm also single, and like I don't know. I mean, I'd say I'm pretty handsome, man. Like my voice not looking too
So
hot
everybody
right now.
knows.
You know,
He
just
is
making sure
15 as
you guys know
well.
I am single. 15 and single. I'm a hot shot, you know what I'm saying?
I wear Crocs when I play. In my own home, and people think that's weird, but I don't know. I just like my Crocs.
I have to 1v1 anyone in Valorant. 10Z zombie. I need to prove a point.
Yay, sir.
Yay. That guy don't miss.
Probably Redux that we just played. He was talking a lot of shit. It really pissed me off, but, you know, whatever.
Best skin in the game currently, Tree Vandal.
Best skin in the game, Prime Vandal.
The Prime Vandal. It's classic.
RGX knife.
The most I think about LAN for a fact is just shit talking. I love shit talking. Are you serious? Play the ball! I don't know how much it affects the people that I'm playing, but I love yelling at them. I mean, it's all lighthearted at the end of the day. Like, I'm super cool with everyone that's here. I have like no bad intentions, but I just love yelling and getting in their heads.
Connecting with people and showing off that I still got it.
I love the environment. I love the hype after winning a match, and I like what's online.
Seeing my teammates mainly, and playing against other people that I played in ranked.
But look at this. There is Valorant being played. It's about to be 2 a.m. on the East Coast, folks. We're playing Valorant.
All right, guys, be honest. Who got on Reddit's account? Who is it?
Who is? Yeah, maybe it's the manager. They just gave him access to the account. It's like Redux had cool skins on his account. So 480 Rap, the manager for Oxygen Academy, is playing. No, I'm joking about that, by the way. Me when I spread misinformation on broadcast.
No.
Redux has found his way to a LAN center to play. Look at this. What an arc. He's back for blood.
This is truly. I'm gonna say it. This is truly an anime.
Is this truly an anime?
I'm gonna say it. This is like an anime arc, you know.
He's here to wipe the floor with them.
He is back. He is ready for revenge. He's mad at whatever just happened. Trying to ruin his grand finals victory now. I mean, Chad has to be
great return. Redux is back. He's playing at a LAN center at the moment. It is about to be 2 a.m. where he's playing in the New England area to my knowledge. So this guy, also he couldn't drive there. So I don't know how he got to said LAN center.
He ran. I want to believe that he ran. Just for the storyline at this point. He ran, sweating. He got to LAN center 1 minute before they closed. He had to convince them. He said fine. Now he's playing here.
I'll pay extra. I'll pay you my prize pool. I gotta get the glory of the Nerd Street champs. Let's go. Let's get into it. Welcome to Fracture. And starting things off, well, I guess on a similar foot to what that previous map was. It's Crouch Shoot. Starting off in a 4v5. But oh, look who's here. Redux up top. Molly dropped in, though. It's Nerf coming in through the back end. Defined Fiend 4v4 and hopping on 4 points of health. Can he get your first kill back? No, it's Nerf to deny. 2v4 now as they make their way onto the site, but so many angles they have to try and break apart. Verdi will find the first on the hop in, but Verno, long range. The Headhunter does not connect. And Verdi will fall at the hands of Nerve. It is Crouch Shoot continuing their ways, even in the 5v5, I guess.
It's an interesting map, and a map that we haven't seen today as well, a Fracture. Can play out in so many different ways, especially because for the first time in this matchup and for the first time today, we actually get to see the Neon v Neon. And for Redux, this should be a nice one too. We've seen the dominance, we see how fast he likes to play. And now that the energy is back, the best thing that you can be expecting for this team is that the energy for everyone else is back. I mean, a reminder that they've been playing for like 8 hours. So, a difficult one. But again, first round going for the Crouch Shoot. And now, wanting to play fast, we'll be able to get away with just that.
Redux falls. Russet even gets a dink while full blind. But outside of that, this should be a simple cleanup for Crouch Shoot. Saves the full eco, so guns are going to be out next round. Just keep that in mind. Nerfed. Anyway, hopefully. Hoping something goes his way. It is Verno. Still some bullets in the Headhunter. But Fiend also has a Headhunter too. 2-zip right now for Crouch Shoot. But gun's going to be in the hands of Oxygen.
Okay, yes, and now this is when things get a little bit more interesting, right? Those rifles in the hands of the players of Oxygen on this defensive side is going to allow them to play a little bit more aggressive. And you look at the composition that they have, right, with a double initiator with a Neon 2. This is exactly what they want to do. They want to set up a Neon for success, just to enable her to go in, get a couple kills. But the question is, where is the attacking side planning on playing most of the members aiming towards the B side? We see a couple of pings, so definitely a B hit that they want to attempt early on.
Alrighty. Well, into the B site, but there's 2 players on the site itself. Verdi opens up. Verdi gets 2. Verdi gets 3. Almost a lineup on a Jack 2. And then Nerf right next in line. Redux still has yet to get his first kill, but, well, that can wait, because Oxygen Academy and the rest of the guys have got Redux covered. This first go round should settle down nicely unless Fiend has something to say.
As long as he got Redux in the lobby, everything is possible, but it's still a 1v3 on the other side, and those rifles really made a difference. Fiend able to put one up, but that is about it. Hiding behind the box. So when Chamber gets the other, Verno taking down Fiend, and with that, it's a 2-1, and it feels like in forever, right? Because most of the rounds has been 3, 4, and 0. Until the score changes a little bit more, but Oxygen doing exactly what is needed. All thanks to Verdi. Those multi-kills that he was able to get early on.
Yeah, you know, this game could be played in Southeast Asia right now, and it'd be at a completely normal time. If you want to think about it like that. At the same time, I await the day that Redux gets his first kill, where this is kind of like an operation here. The grand return. I'm dramatizing a little bit. I think that's kind of evident. Let's see what Hoppin, though, has. He's leaping through. Again, this very same A execute, this very same setup, waiting for them. This time, Birdie does fall. Nerf back to the site. Oh, he lines up 2. Nerf on the Brimstone. Now to 9 HP, he makes it 3. Technically speaking, the KO is on the floor at the moment, but Rustin will close out the round. Oxygen Academy, the win is back in their sails.
2-2, we make things even. This last map, Fracture, as well for the first time, like we mentioned early on. What can be done? Little the Neons haven't been the luckiest so far, getting taken down early, but it is just one of the risks that you have to take as a grand finals. It's a long day for them, and it's messy. Sometimes you get taken down first, but the rest of the team, at least they can count on to make the score more even. Now, that a crouch shoot, aiming towards that A site. The 4-1 as well that they're playing for it.
All right, we'll see this, but right now it's only the eco right now for crouch shoot. Lots of utility being dropped in towards dish, but 2 players to receive. Oh my goodness, Brandon. Okay, that's a shot and a half. And Rustin, in a bit of a bind, he has so many different angles to choose from, and well, he chooses wrong into Fiend. Trademark does go off, does get popped. It's a 3v3. That's a hold.
And it gets quiet for a second at least. To work with it. Some steps. Playing all the way back. The spike to be planted. 1 minute remaining. Having to reload in a defense that wants to stay still. Doesn't want to move. Birdie should be good for 1. Spots them. But is it enough to push? Now actually having to back out.
The information is there from Verdi, so they'll be able to make their way back out. Maybe it would be better off if Verdi got a kill, all things said, but they're gonna make their way back in through A, through dish, with Verno playing the off angle.
30 seconds left.
They're already dropping into sight. And the Brimstone ultimate too. They have to run with their knives out, but still. The plant should be able to go through. Can they deny Nerf right underneath? He knows where that spike's been planted, but the flash is good. And the support from Verdi is better. As Nerf will be able to close it out. It's Oxygen Academy taking the lead, and I'm still not sure Redux has gotten his first kill.
And you mentioned that off angle though, that really makes a difference, knowing that so many rotations were forced early on for the other side, and off angle, just allowing 1 kill to happen, just allowing that ultimate to not really get as much value as you would want to, but that space and the timing that you're playing against every single time. So Oxygen, you take the lead here. Oxygen Academy fighting to get more. Yeah, Redux got a kill.
Let's go!
He got 1.
Woo!
He got 1.
He's back!
He truly is back. We need to see an ace next. Just
yes, ace next round, and we are satisfied.
You want to play? Let's play.
Only that.
Yeah, I think that's you know what, ace is, it's reasonable to ask for that, right? Come on now. All right, but let's bring this
down
one
a little. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, all things said, he's playing on a completely different setup. Now we have to kind of take the LAN environment into account, and Verno sniping off the first. Well, he's playing just as he would, and what a flash drive. Verdi gets all the info and a kill. We're gonna go ahead and commit onto the site too through the sky smokes, where Verno sniped granted, and a flawless comes through for Oxygen A.
There's a 4-2 and a flawless, like you said. Yeah, everyone managing to stay alive and denying that side control a crouch shoot has been able to take, and it feels like it was forever ago. But the first map, this is a scenario that happened often, right? Oxygen just having such a good read on the attacking side of crouch shoot, just trying to deny it in the best way possible, and being able to do just that through that utility, that neon, and also the initiators working so well together. But crouch shoot, they want to put up a fight as well. Everyone towards the east side is a fast one too.
All right, breaking out the overdrive and Hoppin looking for something, but of course it's always going to be Verno finding these opening kills on the operator, and well, the trademark even drops the slow field through. KO ultimate suppressing all. Now the retake even coming through. Verdi swings into numerous players. He does go down, But how about Redux? The wallbang's good. Can he make it happen? No, Jack does refrag back. Outside of that, it's just hopping. The 1v3 aftershock being tossed his way. And Oxygen got it covered. They're up to 5 now on this defense.
Yeah, that's a good way to get some energy back, to get some synergy back. Everyone playing together. And it's happening so fast because you see those rotations turn out to be so effective for this defensive team of Oxygen Academy as they aim and fight to get more. They have some ultimates too through the forest. It's not going to be necessary just yet. Verno still has an operator on the other side, an overdrive, and they have the Redux. We've seen some insanity with that ultimate, so good opportunity. Good opportunity for Redux.
Yeah, the speed running from bottom grass of Haven into their opponent's spawn in about the span of 10 seconds. It's pretty solid. Redux is going to be doing this time on Fracture combined with the fault line. Oh, it's perfection. And the north side crunch, typical defender side strat, works out perfectly for a kill, but they do have to kind of concede the site here. They need to do what they can to slow them down. Hopping, waiting for the aftershock to expire, looking to get himself activated into into tower. And the null command even dropped in on the side of Branted, delaying this post plant for a bit longer as Fiend does find Vernie, and the aftershock does not connect for Verno. Rustin coming through from Arcade. We also have Redux trying to make his way up in the tower to be a nuisance. Hoppin has to spin. Redux goes in. But there you go. Rustin with a trade 3v3.
And for that trade trade, it's a good opportunity. But now, ultimate coming in. Everyone's stunned on side, and it seems like Oxygen, they could get away with it, but the time is running out. Some 1v3 has to defuse now. And this lineup's at the distance.
Wait, he got it?
They're good for now. Wait.
There's no time. Or is there?
It's so close. No. No.
Oh my gosh. The smoke spam from Fiend. And it turns into a 1v3.
It seemed like it wasn't going to work out. It lasted a little too long before he got the kill, but gets it at the end. And the time running out again, this is a good opportunity on the other side for Croucher to get a good opportunity. Still 5-3 in the score lines, and an attacking team that is very committed to come up with the victory here, to come up with at least a victory of the first half and just take it step by step.
Yeah, they're still very much in this. They're still in with the buy. No issues there. Once again, Redux kind of been relegated to going for unfavorable fights on a different setup. Hasn't been netting it well, but Verdi has been having a hell of a game. Start this off. First, this Fracture off.
Yeah.
It worked out nicely, and they're even leaving the site. They're anticipating the Rolling Thunder. And so as it goes through, it's perfection. No one's here. Orbital strike through, and Nerf gets a double kill.
And it's so well done. Orbital strike, another extra kill. And turns into a 1v3. What could Fiend do? He did it last time, but it can only happen so many times, especially against Nerf with 3k, 6 rounds now for the side of Oxygen Academy. 14 kills for Nerf, and such a good read opportunity, such a good control that he has on this side.
And Nerf has been anchoring B. The two B players have 26. Yeah, I mean, the two B players have 26 kills combined. Which is just, I mean, just don't hit that bomb site. It feels. But oh man. That is just such a disgusting stat right there. And they're just gonna go B again. Test them again. I dare ya. Verdi and Nerf again. Successes. And now it's Verdi's turn for a 3. Look at this team. Look at this duo right now.
It's looking so good. I mean, this is exactly what they needed. Once again, Fiend left now for the 3rd round in a row. The last one standing. It can be a flawless for Oxygen Academy. Fiend wants to give it a try, but now they know exactly where he is. Too many shots, too many bullets. Without landing. Attempting a flash. Oh, wait. Okay.
It's revenge. It's revenge.
He got scared for a second, but yeah, there it is. The kill, the flawless coming in. Oxygen Academy with 7 rounds on the board.
It feels so good for Redux to do that. For the guy who was just tribute for basically 15 rounds.
Too many rounds, yeah.
Guy who's just being tapped out in spawn over and over.
Now it seems like it is going to be different, though. It seems like at least Hoppin is wanting to push A.
You want to play?
A
Let's
flash as well is
play.
going to be available, or a util as well being thrown. Doesn't find anyone just yet, though, and that is the difficult part of this side, right? You can hide in so many corners for this defense. They don't want to peek it. They don't need to. Oxygen, they've been winning so many rounds just by denying that spike to be planted, just by retaking it. But Fiend with a tour de force, raising the difficulty here, taking out Nerf. The one play that we were talking about before.
Yeah, the B-site player. Verdi swings out and goes down to Jack. And that's just a double entry for the B-site. That's an open site. That's that. Spike's gonna get set down. I mean, Oxygen Academy can throw themselves at the situation. Hope. See what sits as, well, Orbital Strike goes through. He doesn't actually tag up anyone on the Oxygen side. And Verno is taking all the flak right now. 3v5. Redux, does he have something in him? He deals so much damage to Jack. And now the time begins to become a factor. About 20 seconds remaining as we hit the halfway mark. Fiend holding the long angle, but Redux, does he have it in him again? Bring it back. But back turn to Jack. That's going to be crouch shoot at least with 4 on the back end, but Oxygen still make these rounds look deadly.
Last round before the switch.
Has at least for a couple kills, and I feel like it's worth mentioning too, right? The way that crouch shoot got to these grand finals, it was a third map. It was Fracture, and it was a 13-2. The last card that they got on the semifinals to get here against Teal Team. So it's a map that they definitely feel comfortable in, and yes, they might not have the advantage, but this is the team that really understand the win condition. It's just getting in the right mindset. What it seems like an operator in the hands of Fiend once again. And a new approach as they slow things down just a little bit. Opening pig going so well. Second time that we see it. Nerf going down first.
Inferno's just going to go and control the A site on his own. He is just barely in range. Oh, and he gets tagged, but he has the Odin. You're serious, Verno? The Odin? Oh, no, he's blinded up. Granted, using the flash drive well. And now another 3v5 for Oxygen A. Hoppin. Bring it in. Oh, overdrive for both. But no abilities for Redux, so no overdrive for him. And Hoppin will find the double. This is going to be a 7-5 half. Oxygen A still leading, though.
Should still take the lead, but making things a little bit closer for this one. The door opens and Fiend, as that last kill, Verti was the last opportunity. It seems like Verti, throughout what we've seen from this player, it's been the most consistent at getting those multi-kills. And it's something that sometimes you are expecting from a KO like this one, but really showing how he's getting the kills is what really blows my mind. It's incredibly consistent, and it's not something that everyone can do. So Oxygen hoping to take the lead here, as on the other side, it really feels like for the setup crowd shoot, everyone is going against them, and they want to leave a statement as well. A ghost in the hands of Hoppin. A good opportunity for this Neon as well to go in on the defensive side.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of rush opportunities, but at the same time for Oxygen Academy,
you're gonna try
they are nose pressed to the barrier at Dish. They're gonna run this one up pretty quickly, but maybe not commit all the way.
This is a 3-stack towards B, and yeah, the Neon can rotate pretty quickly, but Oxygen, if they get some information, that might be enough, because the Spike's still a little hesitant playing all the way back to spawn.
Ooh, this is an interesting fast lane. They're going into spawn. Dryad. Redux out in the open, though. The Classic's gonna do it. Birdie, though, 1 for 1. And Fiend even comes through the flank to clean up. The 2v4, there's still a player inside a tower. And that is Nerf. Right-click Classic. Easy does it. Nerfed in a 1v4. Plenty of utility still left here for crouch shoot to deploy and stall out. The molly on top of the spike. Nerf has to make a play. But the thing is, he has isolated duels. Crazy as that is, Nerf's not completely done with this round. Just, of course, takes winning the fights, and Fiend holding an off angle. Oh, he just switches to Classic! Nerf now in a 1v2. 30 seconds. He spots out Jack! Nerfed for the 1v4. He's almost approaching the 30 mark. At least the 20 mark for sure. For Nerfed. 1v1 between him and Nerf. A 1v4 for Nerf on the pistol.
It's
and yeah,
so good. It
talk
is
his
so
stuff.
good with the goes. It got scary for a second. It was a 1v3, but the 1v3 clutch that actually takes place. And it's gotta be him. It's gotta be Nerf, the one that's able to do it. It's so nice to see once again Oxygen Academy back in the game. And now on the other side, though, Crouchid having a difficult task. They're still not going to force.
Yeah.
They're going to play for those classics. They're going to play, but here's the little utility that they can buy. But Marshall and four Spectres in the hands of Oxygen Academy to take the advantage, and a perfect opportunity for them to go in.
All right, Fiend up close. Marshall fires a shot, gets away. No connection on that. It's only an eco here for CS. So Fiend still back in. He is alone. He's the only player that can defend this A site. Whatever he does here is all that matters. Looking forward to hit that shot. Redux sliding on through. Yeah, 4v3. I said Nerf was approaching 30. Now, he's good. Not that good. But the duo of him and Verdi have been getting close. Well, they have surpassed the 30 mark. I think it's worth giving that a shout. Throwing the classic to open the door is fun way to get a kill there for Verno. And the rest should just come easy here. This is such a way to get yourself back in the game for Oxygen A. Talk about it.
It's so nice to see. 2 less players remaining though, so
I mean,
everything
it'll take a little bit.
Go full?
Okay, Nerf.
Next
That's a shot on the way out. I mean, okay, we're talking damage here. 1 kill onto a weakened chamber could be good, but all in all, it's not the worst eco there for CS. But again, backs against the wall.
Everything
They're
going
down
as
9-5.
standard. Yeah, everything going as standard as possible. So looking pretty good regardless for Oxygen Academy. Now getting away with a couple extra rounds is a 9-5 that we have in front of us, and that means that a couple rifles can be a good decision for the side of Oxygen. Maybe risking it, maybe going for it in a way that we haven't seen before, and that means that it's going to be in the hands of Verno deciding to buy a Vandal to deal with the aggression coming in for the defense, because they're definitely going to be expecting it. We saw on the first map, and now that they're back in the game, you can expect it again.
Last lane. Typical entry here for your average Neon. Already up into tower. The setup is perfect. Granted. Oh, just hits him with the wide swing. Redux. Don't care. The setup is perfect. But Redux drops down. Saved by Nerfed. 3v4. Spike faked. Trying to bait out util. Nerf re-smoking. Playing the close angle. Oxygen A in a perfect position as the retake starts to begin, though. Right on through. The Spectre of Nerf will be able to do it. And just leaving Nerve from Canteen. And a 1v3. Flash drive in, and it's perfection from Oxygen.
How many times are Oxygen going to get away with that, right? With winning that 3rd round when they shouldn't be winning it. It's just what you get on the X factor of playing with the Neon that is willing to play so aggressive. I mean, just a matter of seconds, and Redux is already taking tower control. It's already stunning the enemy and taking him down. And even though he's not able to get those multiple kills that we saw before, he's still doing more than enough, more than it's asked for the side of Oxygen Academy to get to double digits. Now, what can the defense do? Is an eco, is 4 sheriffs in their hands, and is maybe some utility that can make the difference.
I mean, it's almost necessary to maybe turn this round on its head. Down 11-5 is such a terrifying prospect. Oh my, look at this grouping. Everyone put together. Oh my! But the smoke event good. Onto Verdi. Maybe they can make it too, but Verno from inside of Dish gets to farm up a couple. 2 more players coming through, and they're just gonna drop the orbital strike onto drop zone. No one's going anywhere. They do have a rolling thunder, strange as it is, but I don't think they invested in this.
They know it.
Make
so.
it 2v5. Jack will fall to the hands of Redux. 11-5 for Oxygen Academy.
And what can you do here, right? On the other side for Crouch Shoot, what can you do to recover now? There's more and more rounds that you're losing in the second half. where they haven't found an answer. They haven't been able to find any sort of answer into how to stop all the aggression for Oxygen Academy. Even though they are willing to slow down some rounds, the minute that they're hitting those sites, it's incredibly well timed. It's all about that execution, that fast lane 2 for the Neon, that spike planted in a matter of seconds with the rest of the support. Those two initiators really doing the job.
Let's get it.
Yeah, again.
Already fast up dish. This is at least a typical default right now for Oxygen. Redux up close, grouped up with 3. The spike maybe ready to drop into sight again. Look at the hold though. Oh, Fiend with just barely the superior angle.
The shoulder.
Oh, they're gonna go into spawn again. Oh my, they're going into spawn. And now Jack has to watch all of this long range. It's a dink. Suppressed now. He doesn't get any of his utility. And then Redux will run him down. The Fiend in from B main. Is he gonna try and get ran down by Redux? Redux going for the wide swing. The concussion. The coordination is perfect. It's a 2v3. The man advantage lies with Oxygen.
3v2 still, and a lot of damage that the KO took early on. It's a good opportunity. 2 of the 4 is available, but having to find these duels one by one. I mean, how many times can you make it happen? It was usually on the other side, but Redux ready for the kills. Good for 3. Potentially a 4th one now. Oh, but the 2 of the 4 is not really knowing there's any sort of rotation, any sort of sound coming in on the other side. Match point for Oxygen Academy. This is Grand Finals 3rd map after so much going on. You only need 1 more round to close it up.
After Redux, well, sitting in a 4v5 and just getting battered round by round for Oxygen, Redux literally, I don't even know how he got to the LAN center. We'll say he ran just for the, you know, the plot. And now 12-5.
He was sweating. He was begging the landowner to please let him play, even though they were closing. People are gonna think that this is true, but
the arc.
Gotta go.
Look, we're a broadcast. We're here for entertainment purposes, not for reality purposes. And we have to assume Redux is here to play. And now they're even waiting for the flank. They just get the free double kill. And while Redux falls, he might not be a part of this grand ending here for the series. In the 3v4, they walk in through A. And CS need a massive, massive turnaround. Jack, Rolling Thunder goes through, but it's not enough. As Justin will close it out. It's Nerve in a 1v4, and after all of this drama, this hardship that comes through for Oxygen Academy, they are your winners at the Nerd Street Champs qualifiers. They have taken it in a long and grueling best of 3 with plenty of caveats and asterisks everywhere. They've got it in.
Shout out to Redux for one of the craziest storylines that we've gotten in these opens. 100% just one of the most insane things to happen in a tournament, but it is Oxygen Academy in a 2-1 in a second map that wasn't really looking their way. Yes, they got a couple rounds, but missing a teammate seems so difficult. And at the end of the day, they're able to close it out 2-1. Fracture completely dominant on their way.
Well, congratulations to Oxygen Academy. They finally, when they get 5 players on the server, it can work out just fine. Wow, who would have thought? These guys... they are a great team though, as a unit, and just as a team who've been in this space for such a long while. They've finally proven to everyone out here and making this tournament look like it's business as usual. Of course, they do need to have 5 players on the server to do it. That is proof. Redux is a big part of this team, but they've made it.
And honestly, a big shout out to CrowdShoot as well, just for being so patient and from dealing with a situation like that one that wasn't even theirs, but they respected it in the best way possible to make these grand finals as competitive as can be. And we got to see in that Fracture going back and forth towards the beginning, but that second half was all about Oxygen Academy to give them that victory, and a very well-deserved victory too. I mean, they were playing yesterday, they were playing today, all these players as well playing, what, 9 hours at this point, and they gotta be exhausted, but you know, they know it was a good one. It was definitely a memorable one.
Yeah, just remember, I mean, Oxygen Academy had to fight through all the signed teams in the bracket. They took down BBGA, they took down TSMA. I mean, shoot, they've had a long day. They played it on hard mode. They got it to the finish. They are totally deserving of this win. Let's go ahead and close this one down. It's been a long one, drama filled,
Just a little.
you know, fun filled. It's been a little too long. It currently is. Well, it's only 11:13 p.m. over here. It's a totally
stream,
reasonable hour.
The stream has been running for 9.5 hours. So that's how you know. That's how you know.
We've been here for a bit.
Just a little.
Well, I think we're going to go ahead and close this down the show. So for you guys who are still watching, thank you guys so much for watching from wherever you are, US, whatever. Maybe you're in Southeast Asia, for goodness sakes. It's about that time. Thank you guys so much for watching. Always tune into Nerd Street for another Nerd Street Open. And thank you, production and Dryad. I'm not going to make this that much longer. Thanks, and have a great rest of your evening.